Chapter 205. Deep in the night, the purple moonlight pierced through the darkness and slowly drove away the darkness. Two basins slowly climbed up from the horizon, one in front and one behind, occupying a part of the sky and sprinkling down the cold moonlight. On the roof of the Xian residence, Yun Nuoxing was lying on the wall as usual, looking up at the starry sky. His expression was like that of a child who had found a toy, innocent and unaffected. This was the first time he had seen the starry sky after coming to the divine prefecture. It seemed no different from the starry sky in the Sourcepeak domain. It was still as bright and beautiful as before. A white ribbon stretched across the entire night sky, with yellowish-brown light dotting the edges. The starry sky in the divine prefecture and the Sourcepeak domain doesn't seem to be any different. I thought I would be able to see a brand new starry sky. Yun Nuoxing sighed to himself. For someone like him who yearned for the starry sky, finding a place to lie down every night and quietly gaze at the starry sky was already very satisfying. If you look closely, there will be some differences. The Sourcepeak domain and the divine prefecture are separated by a great distance, so the starry sky you see will be somewhat different. If you look closely, you will be able to tell, Ziyi murmured softly. His voice was filled with laziness, as if he was about to fall asleep. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and muttered, "You can't even sleep peacefully." He turned his head and looked at the other side of the starry sky. A huge ball of bright light was quietly suspended in the starry sky like a sun. However, this sun was countless times larger than the one during the day, almost occupying the entire sky. The dazzling light expelled the darkness of the night. Even without a light, one could still see clearly, and the room would not be too dark. There were two galaxies. One was at one end of the realm of the gods, and the other was at the other end. They were separated by the realm of the gods, and the distance between them was unknown. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so beautiful. Yun Nuoxing looked at the balls of light on both sides of him as he lay on the ground and smiled knowingly. In his arms, Ming was lying on his chest, sleeping peacefully. From time to time, she would make one or two sleep-talking sounds, as if she was dreaming of something, and her head was still not completely resting. He patted Ming's head with his palm, and a gentle soul force surged into her mind. It emitted a gentle light, and calmed down the functions that refused to shut down. Whoosh! With one hand on the cold floor, he slowly sat up. He walked to the wall and looked down. When he saw the room that was still lit up, he sighed softly. That was Xian Xian's room. It was a small courtyard in the Xian manor, facing the south. It was a very good location, but it was a little out of the way. The entire northern side had been turned into a garden, and the flowers were blooming brightly. Colorful flowers were blooming under the starry night sky. A light breeze blew, and the fragrance of the flowers swayed. In the northern side, only this room stood there alone, enduring the wind and rain alone. Recalling what Xian Ling had said to him in the afternoon, he could vaguely guess that something must have happened to Xian Xian. But judging from the girl's appearance, it didn't seem like she was mentally ill. Know a person's face but not his heart, Yun Nuoxing muttered. Moreover, the two of them didn't know each other. It could only be said that they had inadvertently looked at each other. It was quiet all around. The bright lights flickered in the room, and the sea of flowers swayed with a pleasant fragrance, making rustling sounds. Soul-stabilizing flower, spirit-calming grass, heart-intoxicating flower. These are all medicinal herbs that can calm the soul and calm the mind. There are so many of them here. Could it be that she is very anxious? But it doesn't seem like it. After taking a deep whiff of the floral fragrance, Yun Nuoxing immediately identified the source of these few fragrances. Immediately, he was a little confused. The medicinal pills that were refined from these medicinal herbs all had the effect of calming the mind and soothing the soul. There were so many of them here. The first impression that Yun Nuoxing got was that the person living here should be very irritable and temperamental. After pondering for a while, Yun Nuoxing didn't have any clues. He didn't make any useless guesses. He took out a thick quilt from his pendant, wrapped Ming in it, and gently placed him on the ground. Then, he moved and floated down from the roof. He stood in front of the door of the small courtyard, and only walked in after making sure that there was nothing wrong. I really want to pick a few flowers and leave. Yun Nuoshing looked back at the sea of flowers, and only felt that his fingers couldn't hold back anymore. Alright, you're not an alchemist, and you don't know how to refine pills. It's useless to pick them. Go do what you need to do. Purple Knight's lazy yawn sounded in his mind, and Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only shake his head and sigh. When he walked to the door, he could faintly see a beautiful figure through the thin paper on the door. She was standing in front of the table, and her lily-white hand was gently twirling a brush. She slowly danced on the table, as if she was writing something. Unfortunately, they were too far away, and Yun Nuoshing couldn't see clearly. The evil spirit's consciousness started to work. Oh my God! What am I doing? I'll leave as soon as I return the jade pendant. Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing realized what he was doing. He quickly closed his eyes, and his face suddenly became hot. He was sneaking around like he was peeping. Phew! Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and counted silently. 3, 2, 1, 9.9, 8.8. In the end, as he counted, his confidence became lower and lower. His fingers were about to touch the door, but they kept trembling, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. What the f***ck? He roared in his heart. He fiercely gritted his teeth, bent his fingers slightly, and gently he knocked a few times. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking on the door seemed to have frightened the girl in the room. Yun Nuoshing clearly saw the brush in her hand shake, and then she frantically tidied up the table. She hurriedly rolled up something and threw it to the side, blocking it with a book. Only then did her panicked voice drift out. Who is it? Hearing this melodious sound that was as beautiful as music, the indescribable emotion that had persisted for 3 days in Yun Nuoshing's heart finally dissipated. At this moment, it was as if he had obtained an unprecedented satisfaction. He was silent for a long time before he stammered, "That, Miss Xianxian? It's you." Hearing his voice, Xianxian was stunned for a moment. She suddenly stood still and stared blankly at the door, as if hesitating whether to open it or not. "Zai, what do we do in this situation? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?" Seeing that Xianxian didn't move, Yun Nuoshing was a little anxious. He hurriedly roared in his heart and called for Zai's help. "She'll open the door. Don't worry, don't yell and scream. I'm sleeping comfortably." A moment later, Zai's resentful voice sounded in Yun Nuoshing's heart. This made Yun Nuoshing heave a sigh of relief. He was worried that he would be left hanging at the door and be rejected. Creak, sure enough, 2 seconds after Zai spoke, the door in front of him quietly opened. Then, Xianxian, dressed in a white nightgown, slowly appeared behind the door. She even had a purple robe draped over her. It looked a little messy, as if she'd put it on at the last minute. The girl's head was very low. She didn't raise her head to look at Yun Nuoshing. She kept staring at the floor. Her snow-white face was tinged with a little rosy, and she looked very cute. "You? What's the matter?" Sensing Yun Nuoshing's gaze, Xianxian's face turned even redder as she spoke in a fluster. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Only then did he realize that his gaze seemed to be a little too indulgent. He immediately laughed dryly and quickly shifted his gaze away. The pendant flashed with some light. He took out the good quality jade pendant and waved it in front of her a few times. He said, "This, you dropped it." Seeing this incomparably familiar jade pendant, Xianxian was stunned for a moment. Her slender hand reflexively touched the belt of her purple dress. When she didn't feel that familiar thing, her pretty face instantly turned red. Mei Mao quietly swept her gaze across Yun Nuoshing's smiling face. After a while, she slowly took the jade pendant from his hand. Then, she softly thanked him. Thank Thank you. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly. Since the pendant had been returned to its rightful owner, it wasn't appropriate for him to stay any longer. In any case, he had already achieved his goal. Seeing Xian Zian here was enough. Waving his hand, Yun Nuoxing laughed. He turned around and was about to leave when he felt the corner of his shirt being gently tugged. He immediately froze, and his heart inexplicably skipped 3 beats. He stiffly turned around and saw Xian Zian pinching the corner of his shirt with 2 slender fingers. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. What's the matter? My. Xian Zian opened her small mouth as if she was very nervous. After a long time, she stuttered. I still don't know your name. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face turned a little awkward. He really didn't introduce himself. But in this situation, how could he introduce himself? It was already very difficult to speak calmly. She was simply in a hurry to leave. This made him feel a little helpless. He had never faced such a difficult person before. Yun Nuoxing. My name is Yun Nuoxing. Yun as in white clouds, Nuo as in promise, and Xing as in stars. After regaining his senses, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. The trace of nervousness in his heart disappeared, and he smiled knowingly. Wait a minute. Hearing this, the girl nodded slightly and said in a small voice. Then, she hurriedly rushed back to the side of the table and hurriedly took out a small knife and a jade pendant from the drawer. The jade pendant looked exactly the same as the one she was wearing. She lightly touched the jade pendant with the small knife and calmly began to draw on it. Seeing what she was doing at the table, Yun Nuoxing couldn't enter her boudoir to watch. He could only stand quietly outside the door and look at the room. The room wasn't very big. It was more than 10 meters long and wide. The layout was also very simple. On the bed, there was a neatly folded quilt, a table with the 4 treasures of the study, and a dressing table with only a mirror. There were many ink paintings hanging on the wall. They seemed to be the girl's work, and they looked quite artistic. Okay. When Yun Nuoxing was looking at the room, Xian Zian's nervous voice pulled him back to reality. Then, he calmed himself down and looked at her. He didn't know when she had walked to his side. At this moment, she was holding her hands horizontally and facing him. A jade pendant lay quietly on her flawless jade palms. On the jade pendant, a red string wound around it. A beautiful Yun character was carved on it. This seemed to be what she had just carved. With a slight smile, Yun Nuoxing solemnly took the jade pendant and turned it over. He saw his name engraved on the back of the jade pendant. When he saw these 2 words, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He smiled and shook his head. In front of the girl, he walked around the windbreaker and tied the jade pendant to the black clothes underneath. TSK, you've already left a love token. Little star, seize this opportunity. Seeing Yun Nuoxing take the jade pendant, Zai suddenly laughed in his heart. The sudden voice made Yun Nuoxing tremble. Then, he laughed bitterly. What the hell was a love token? The 2 of them barely knew each other. How could they talk about a love token? It's getting late. You should rest early. After doing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, Okay. Xian Zian nodded gently. He raised his head and looked straight into Yun Nuoxing's eyes. The moment their eyes met, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. It was as if he had returned to 3 days ago when they first met in the peach blossom forest. At that time, his beating heart seemed to have felt the same way. It was filled with joy and a faint, inexplicable feeling. The 2 of them stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Yun Nuoxing couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly turned his gaze away. He couldn't look at others directly for too long. Yun Nuoxing sighed and looked at the 2 moons that had risen to the sky. He waved at her, then jumped back and landed lightly in the brilliant sea of blooming flowers. Then, he waved at Xian Zian, who was still standing in front of the door, in the distance, then turned around and walked out. After watching Yun Nuoxing leave until he disappeared from her sight, the girl's restless heart finally returned to normal. Her lily-white hand touched her chest, and she sighed inexplicably. Then, she turned around and walked into the room. She closed the door behind her and gently walked over to the table. She pushed the pile of books to one side, then took out the rice paper that she had hurriedly rolled up and gently unfolded it. Under the white rice paper there was a portrait of a person. As the ink was rolled up before it dried, more than half of the rice paper was stained with black spots. However, one could still see the person in the portrait clearly. It was a young man with a smile that was as warm as the spring breeze on his face. However, there was a hint of unruly pride, but it was also heartwarming. And this portrait was none other than the person who had just left. Yun Nuo-shing, if he saw this portrait, he would definitely fall into the sea of flowers and faint sigh. The girl patted her plump chest and stared blankly at the portrait for a long time. Then, she sighed softly and carefully rolled it up again. She placed it beside the pile of books, then turned around and walked to the bed. She blew out the light and gently lay down on the bed. On the roof in the distance, Yun Nuo-shing also let out a long sigh when he saw the light in the room gradually dim. He touched the jade pendant on his black robe and suddenly smiled. He hugged Ming, turned around, flung his windbreaker, and walked towards the door on the top floor. Chapter 206. Little star, that girl is quite impressive. If it's possible, take her into your harem. In the dark room, Yun Nuo-shing had just closed the door and was about to climb into bed when Ziye's teasing voice suddenly rang out. Yun Nuo-shing was startled by the sudden voice and was stunned for a long time. When he heard what Ziye said, he spat out a mouthful of water, not because of the first sentence, but because of the last two words, cough, cough, cough. Hey hey hey! What the hell is a harem? The moment he reacted, Yun Nuo-shing held his breath and carefully placed Ming Ming under the blanket. Then, he directly roared. You have so many girls around you. If it's not a harem, what is it? Ziye teased again when she saw Yun Nuo-shing's reaction. Damn. She's not mine. How is she a harem? Yun Nuo-shing's face twitched rapidly and rolled her eyes in annoyance. She felt that it was pointless to continue arguing on this meaningless topic, and quickly changed the topic. You said she's impressive. Is there anything unusual about her? You stood there for so long. Didn't you sense anything? Ziye teased again when she heard Yun Nuo-shing's doubtful words. It seemed that this guy was only focused on staring at her, and didn't think about probing anything. Yun Nuo-shing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had really forgotten to detect anything. His eyes were glued to someone else, and he was completely infatuated with a vixen. There's not a trace of energy fluctuation in her body. Ziye sighed and said faintly. No energy? Hearing this, Yun Nuo-shing opened his mouth and couldn't help but feel shocked. Normally, only when the other party's cultivation level was far higher than his, would he not be able to sense the flow of energy, or the kind that was so weak that he couldn't sense it. But Ziye used to be a god-emperor powerhouse, plus she was a divine flame, so she could sense even the weakest ripple, but Yun Nuo-shing shuddered when she thought of a possibility. Could it be that he was just jumping around in front of a rebirth state expert? Calm down. She doesn't have any divine energy in her body. She's not a rebirth realm expert. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Moreover, have you seen such a young divine spirit expert? She's a real person in her teens. She's not like your little sister Xianyin, who just looks young. Knowing what Yun Nuo-shing was thinking, Ziye couldn't help but sneer. Then, he said, it's true that there are no energy fluctuations in his body, but I also discovered something else. What? Yun Nuo-shing couldn't help but ask when she heard Ziye's mysterious smile. There seems to be 5 types of extremely pure elemental energy in her body. 5? Innate 5 elements? Upon hearing this, Yun Nuo-shing frowned. Since when did the innate multiple elements become so worthless? Or was it because the world was too small for them to encounter such things? No, it's not like that. Upon hearing Yun Nuo-shing's anxious response, Ziye rebuked. Do you think it's so easy to be born with innate multiple elements? Cabbage? That's a rather special situation. It only contains 5 types of elemental energy, but it doesn't mean that there are 5 types of element. Only energy? Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's frown relaxed a little, but he frowned again. What did it mean that there were only 5 types of elemental energy? He had never heard of such a thing. These 5 types of energy are the most basic 5 types of elemental energy, which are the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. I think. Ziyi thought for a while, then said hesitantly, "It seems to be the 5 elements body?" 5 elements body? Upon hearing this name from Ziye's mouth, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. After learning that he had the spirit-receiving divine body, he had also learned about other physique. He also knew a little about the 5 elements body. It was said that people with the 5 elements body did not have any elements congenitally in their bodies, nor did they need any elements because the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in the world were the elements of the 5 elements body. They could control these 5 elements at will, and they could even use them as well as those who had these 5 elements. They used the world as their bodies, drew energy from the world, and were close to the power of the origin. This kind of physique did not need to specially cultivate, as the free elemental energy of the 5 elements could help them cultivate on their own. Moreover, there would be no resistance to controlling the 5 elements. When they waved them around, it would be as easy as waving their own arms. After the 5 elements body reached the great success stage, they could completely control the 5 elements in the world. In the territory they set up, they could even make those who had these 5 elements unable to use their own element. The 5 elements they possessed could also be secretly controlled by the 5 elements body. After the 5 elements body reached the great success stage, they could integrate the 5 types of energy in the world and really have the incredible ability to defy the heavens and change one's fate. There was once a 5 elements body that reached the great success stage. With a thought, he could control the 5 elements in the entire God's realm, causing chaos in the world. The dragon veins under the earth, the magma, and the power of the stars in the sky were all attracted. Many experts were alarmed, but it did not cause any disasters. In general, it was a rather magical physique. Xian has the 5 elements body. Recalling the introduction of this physique in the book, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. This physique was not inferior to his spiritual godly body. Although a godly body reached the great success stage and could also control all the energy in the world with a thought, it was not as specialized as the 5 elements body. It was hard to say which one was stronger and which one was weaker. Hee little star, it's better to take her in as soon as possible. The 5 elements body, a perfect fusion of the 5 elements, is essential for repairing god weapons. The Netherworld Ruin Sword and Ling Hong Sword are damaged now, but you will have to repair them sooner or later. Just treat it as preparation for the future. Ziyi chuckled, somewhat egging him on. No. It's fine as long as you know her. Yun Nuoshing shook his head vigorously when he heard that. In my opinion, you'd better take her in. You're tempted anyway, and I can see that the little girl herself seems to be tempted as well. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that she's still young to carve a mark of your own on her and make her obedient? This way, you'll be able to fix the divine weapon, and at the same time, you'll be able to settle your marriage. Isn't that great? Pursing her lips, Ziyi continued to instigate him. Go, go, go. What marriage? How old are you and you're already thinking about marriage? I don't want to marry. Ah no, marry so early. Yun Nuoshing's eyelids twitched, and he immediately retorted. However, because he was impatient, he seemed to have said something wrong. Haha, the two of them laughed and joked for a while. Yun Nuoshing suddenly muttered to herself. After a while, she said, Ziyi, you said that the receptive spirit divine body can absorb endless energy and get close to the power of heaven and earth, right? Yes, this is relative. It doesn't mean that you can absorb endless energy right now. If you were to absorb all the energy of an emperor god now, you'd probably be stuffed to death. As for the power of heaven and earth that you mentioned, Ziyi smiled and said, it should be getting close to the power of the origin of the world. It's this world, this primordial realm, and this great primordial realm that was born. At that time, the energy was called the power of the origin of the world. It's also the energy that shaped the entire great primordial realm. Therefore, the receptive spirit divine body is close to the power of the world and not the power of heaven and earth. Ha! Yun Nuoxing was confused when she heard that. She couldn't help but scratch her head. So complicated. Hearing that, Ziyi muttered to himself for a while and said, oh, then I'll change the power of the origin of the world to the power of the stars. Although there's a slight difference, it's actually about the same. The power of the stars? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He recalled that there seemed to be a period of time when there was always a rich power of the stars gathered around him at night. It was like lighting a lamp. Could it be? Yes, that's the power of the stars that was attracted by the receptive spirit divine body. The attraction of the receptive spirit divine body to the power of the stars is 1,000 times stronger than the attraction to other types of energy. Because it's close to the power of the stars, it's easy to attract. This is why you lit a lamp in the middle of the night, Ziyi replied after hearing his thoughts. Then between the receptive spirit divine body and the 5 elements body, which is more powerful? Yun Nuoxing asked. Hearing this slightly complicated question, Ziyi was also at a loss for words for a moment. She made a few hesitant sounds. After a while, she slowly said, go and sense it yourself tomorrow. This question I can't really answer. The 2 moons slowly descended into the sky. Together, they sprinkled the last of their purple radiance onto the realm of the gods. The light of dawn lit up in the east, slowly driving away the moonlight. The light of the 2 stars gradually replaced the hazy light of the 2 moons, dyeing the sky a fiery red. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rooster crows could be heard from afar, breaking the silence that lasted for an entire night. The morning began to emit vitality. Not long after the rooster crows fell, Yun Nuoxing's figure quietly appeared on the roof of the Xian family's main hall. She left behind drops of dazzling golden light. That pair of bright light purple eyes stared unblinkingly at the sea of flowers below. Xian Xian's room. There were some dark circles under her eyes. It seemed that she didn't sleep well. Cough. This matter. I'll make it clear first. I'm only doing it for the 5 elements body. I'm definitely not trying to understand anything about Xian. Yes. That's right, that's it, that's really it. Staring at the room below, Yun Nuoxing coughed heavily. Her face was a little red as she mumbled to herself. Io, you're already calling me by my name instead of my surname. Little star, are you sure you don't have any ulterior motives? Hearing this, Zai laughed in Yun Nuoxing's mind, causing her face to turn even redder. So long-winded. I said that I'm not doing anything. Didn't you ask me to sense it? Yun Nuoxing's face was red. She stomped her foot angrily and said in embarrassment. Okay. Our little star is doing it for the 5 elements body. It has nothing to do with Xian. Zai laughed again and joked. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really wasn't thinking of anything else. Is it okay to leave that little girl Ming in her room? I set up a barrier around Ling Hongjian and left a note. Ming will see it when she wakes up. She'll just leave for a while. Nothing will happen, right? Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said seriously, besides, even though I said that I wanted to understand her, stalking her is not a nice thing to do. It's better not to let her know, lest my image crumbles. Huh? What image do you have? Hearing this, Zai couldn't help but sneer. Yun Nuoxing was forced to the point where she was about to cry. The sun shone on the ground at a slanted angle. It was already past dawn. As the saying goes, a day's plan lies in the morning. When dawn arrived, every family had already started to work for their livelihood. Everyone in the Xian family had also woken up. Those who were doing business, and those who were cultivating. However, the garden in the north was still cold and cheerless. No one came to visit. It seemed that this place had been unknowingly abandoned. This made Yun Nuoxing a little suspicious. Why was the daughter of the Xian family's patriarch, the daughter of a wealthy family, neglected? However, it didn't seem like it was done on purpose. Yun Nuoxing noticed that many people from the Xian family would bow slightly when they passed by the Sea of Flowers. Their eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. There was also a little bit of pity. This made Yun Nuoxing very curious. His little gossipy heart was raised. However, because this was someone else's family matter and he was an outsider, it wasn't appropriate for him to understand. However, if he wanted to listen to the discussions like he usually did, no one in the Xian family talked about this matter. His soul energy covered the Xian family for a long time before he helplessly retracted it. Not being able to hear any news made him feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. It was unbearably itchy. He couldn't wait to jump off the roof and grab someone to interrogate them. He couldn't possibly ask Xian Ling directly, right? Although Xian Ling had the intention of befriending him, it didn't mean that he would tell him everything. Every family had their own difficulties. Xian Ling wouldn't tell him such a private matter. Their relationship wasn't that good. This made him cut off his final path. That was why he chose to follow Xian Ling to find out more. Just as he was pacing back and forth on the roof hesitantly, the door in the Sea of Flowers finally opened slowly. Yun Nuoxing's gaze was immediately attracted over. He faintly looked over with some anticipation. The door opened and a beautiful figure walked out. The sunlight poured down and shone on her body. It was as if all the warmth was offered to her. The golden light lingered around Xian Zian like speckles. The charming and gentle scenery was extremely beautiful. Xian Zian was still wearing that purple and gold dress. The long skirt was like layers of lotus flowers. It was draped neatly behind her, revealing a pair of slender and smooth jade legs. 2 purple knee-high socks extended to her dazzling thighs, revealing the slight curve of her legs. It was extremely seductive. Xian Zian walked out and lazily stretched. Her exquisite and delicate body was soft and supple. The fullness in front of her chest was on the verge of bursting out, revealing a deep cleavage that almost caused a certain someone to fall in love with her. I'll be damned. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were fixed on the round and smooth girl below. His face and ears were red from holding his breath. His heart was beating like thunder. The last bit of rationality he had left was tensing his nerve. That was why he didn't do anything wrong. Yun Nuoxing fiercely shook his head and slapped himself. His palm covered his heart as he hurriedly murmured, "Everything is fine, everything is fine." After saying this a few times, his restless heart finally calmed down. He had only seen her from afar and he was already like this. Why didn't he have such a big reaction yesterday? Yun Nuoxing helplessly laughed bitterly. It seemed like today was going to be very, very long. Chapter 207. The sun was shining brightly, and the wind was gentle. A slightly hot breeze blew past, and the colorful flowers swayed in the wind, creating a rain of petals that filled the sky. The girl stood in the sea of flowers. The petals were like light elves, dancing around her. It made her look like a fairy who lived in the mortal world. It made Yun Nuoxing want to stop at this moment and remember it forever in his heart. Of course, it was a beautiful fantasy. After he was in a daze for a while, Xian Zian jumped around the Sea of Flowers for a while, then walked towards the entrance of the Xian family manor. On the roof, Yun Nuoxing saw this and hurriedly collected his soul, which was almost lost, and followed after him. On the surface, Yun Nuoxing wanted to learn more about the 5 elements body, but he also had other intentions. Just as Zai said, he really wanted to know more about Xian Zian, his personality, hobbies, and so on. As for Zai saying that he was moved, He didn't know if this was true for the time being, but he was also trying his best to deny it. As for why he was so resistant, perhaps he had to ask him about his hidden memories. Yun Nuoxing didn't understand how he saw Xian Zian. Should he say that everyone loved beauty, or should he say that he really had an unintentional crush? He didn't really understand. He just felt a little strange because this was the first girl he took the initiative to pay attention to. When he faced Yuan Yishi or Xian Yin, he didn't feel this kind of throbbing or closeness. Perhaps he treated them as family. This kind of feeling that made him feel a little irritated when he couldn't see her made his self-proclaimed calmness and indifference not show at all. In just a few days, he seemed to have changed into a different person. This kind of change even shocked himself. He used to be a little self-centered, and rarely paid attention to other people or things that had nothing to do with him. What's wrong with me? Looking at Xian Zian walking around the street, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. His eyes didn't leave the former for more than 5 seconds, as if he was firmly attracted by a magnet, and he couldn't break free at all. It's said that eating something sweet can calm down. He bought a stick of sugar-coated haws and put it in his mouth with trembling hand. He glanced at the girl in purple in the distance, then looked at the people around him, and couldn't help but shake his head. He found that wherever Xian Zian passed by, the people who paid attention to her would turn their heads to an unbelievably high degree. Everyone's eyes flashed with amazement, and after she left, those who paid attention to her began to talk about her. Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and pretended to buy something as he approached a group of vendors and pricked up his ears. But unfortunately, he didn't hear any words related to the 5 elements body. Most of the words were related to Xian Zian's family or herself. It seemed that she was even crowned with the title of Divine Land's #1 beauty. Yun Nuoxing was so scared that he swallowed a gourd directly, choking on it and coughing for a long time. Then, he smiled bitterly. Divine Land was so vast that it couldn't be compared to the 4 main regions. If they were to talk about ranking, he could still accept that the scope was limited to a small region. How could it be ranked in the entire Divine Land? Moreover, he didn't hear any objections. It seemed that everyone had approved of it. Bypassing these vendors, Yun Nuoxing rushed toward the beautiful figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. He was afraid that in the blink of an eye, he wouldn't be able to find her again in this vast world. After turning a few corners, Yun Nuoxing's footsteps couldn't help but stop. The beautiful figure in dark purple in front of him was still slowly walking toward the group of blue buildings. In a short while, she reached the entrance. Yun Nuoxing raised his head in a daze and looked at the abnormally tall icy blue tower in the distance that was comparable to the spirit refining tower. His face could not help but twitch. Why did this girl go to the Galaxy Academy when it was easy to leave? What's the highest level of detection can Ling Hongjian block? Yun Nuoxing asked Ziyi as he touched his arm. There were definitely many strong people in Galaxy Academy. If he followed in rashly, would he be caught? Looking at its dilapidated appearance. Shenming is probably the limit. Ziyi thought for a while and said, in the realm of the gods, the most mysterious forces are these legitimate academies. They have nurtured generations of geniuses and elite. Perhaps they have already traveled the world. With the talent of those geniuses, after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, they will become gods of another generation. If one day the Academy encounters a calamity, as long as the Academy gives the order, those geniuses will probably return. It's not an exaggeration to say that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What if it's under normal circumstances? Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows. At the very least, there will be a few divine emperors and Shenming, right? Ziyi snorted lightly. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss and added, but the Red Star Academy is different. Not to mention that it has been passed down from a long time ago. Just in this era alone, your sister Xian Yin is a true deity. Also, Chuan Yun, Yen Xin and the others are unfathomable. At least, from your memories, I can't see their depth. This. I know. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. He looked at Xian Zian. She was slowly walking through the door. There were a few people at the door, all dressed in ice-blue robes. They seemed to be the disciples of Galaxy Academy. At this time, they were also staring at the former with a fiery light in their eyes. However, Yun Nuoshing seemed to see a trace of fear in their eyes. This little lass is a little mysterious. The evil spirit I took in the trace of fear, and Yun Nuoshing gave a smile that was not a smile. Looks like this was not only a 5 elements body without any energy. He gently clenched his right hand and a silver-blue energy spread out from his arm, slowly wrapping around his entire body. Under the wrapping of Ling Hongjian's energy, he even felt that he could walk in the void. After entering the immortal rank, Ling Hongjian's power seems to have increased a lot. Feeling this change, Yun Nuoshing was also a little surprised. When he was in the mortal rank, he did not feel this way. This is the benefit of a high-level god weapon. You will experience it in the future. Now, with the help of Ling Hongjian's energy, you can already walk in the air like a god who has entered the initial divine rank. However, you have to pay attention to the consumption of energy. If you fall, I won't help you. Ziyi laughed. Yes. Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly and nodded. His feet lightly stepped on the air, and he actually left the ground. This was an ability that only initial divine rank could have. Now Yun Nuoshing, who was still in the immortal rank, was displaying it. His feet forcefully stepped on the void, and his body shot up into the sky like a black arrow. He stopped at a height of nearly 1,000 meters. As if he was not at ease, he even used his feet to stomp on the void. After finding that it was safe, he let out a sigh of relief. His eyes quickly became brilliant and he quickly scanned the blue building below. Not long after, he found the dark figure. The evil spirit I turned slightly and the small array merged into the void. Yun Nuoshing also raised his gaze and looked straight ahead. He could see the scene below. This Galaxy Academy was much smaller than the Red Star Academy. However, it still took up almost half of the area of Star Universe City. There were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. Energy mist rose from the ground and merged into the air. Even if he was only 1,000 meters in the air, Yun Nuoshing could feel the abundance of energy in the academy. This Galaxy Academy is located on top of a huge dragon vein. The evil spirit I turned slightly and saw a milky white dragon passing through Star Universe City. It just happened to pass by the Galaxy Academy. He could not help but be surprised. Being located on such a precious place for cultivation, the students of the Galaxy Academy did not have to worry about not being strong. TSK, this condition is really good. Speaking of which, the Red Star Academy seems to be like this as well. However, the dragon vein there seems to be a little bigger. Sighing, Yun Nuoshing could not help but shake his head. These students take up so much resources, there's no need to worry about not being able to nurture strong cultivators. Xian Zian seemed to have quite a reputation in the academy. Along the way, there were quite a few people who greeted her with all sorts of expressions. However, Yun Nuoshing also noticed that without exception, those people all maintained a certain distance from her. It seemed to be unintentional, but it also seemed to be intentional. On the training grounds of the Galaxy Academy, Yun Nuoshing unexpectedly saw Xian Ming and his sister. This time, what surprised him even more was that Xian Zian actually took the initiative to keep a distance from them, and even retreated far away. What kind of situation is this? Yun Nuoshing looked at Xian Zian with a face full of confusion. Why was such a beautiful woman like her being guarded against like a wild beast? Is this an illusion? Scratching his head, Yun Nuoshing could not help but mutter. He looked at the tower that stood in the middle of the training grounds. Unknowingly, he had also followed Xian Zian to this place. Walking to the side of the tower, his body gently landed. With his back against the top of the tower, He let out a long sigh of relief. Ling Hongjian's consumption was not small. In just 2 hours, he had actually used up close to half of his immortal qi. This tower has a very rich elemental energy. Feeling the abundant elemental energy in the tower, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. Just by standing outside the tower, he could feel the surging elemental energy inside, which made him a little envious of the students in the academy. The bottom of the tower is connected to the underground dragon vein, and it also seals such a majestic elemental energy. The tower looks cold, but it doesn't feel cold at all. I wonder what special material it is made of. Touching the ice-blue tower with his palm, there was not a trace of coldness. Do you also want to go in and try something? Ziyi saw that he was moved and could not help but laugh. You guessed right, but it's just a thought. Yun Nuoxing said helplessly. Every academy has a unique training ground, and they have a unique way to open it. I have seen it in the Red Star Academy. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Xianxian, who was standing on the training grounds. No matter where he went, there would be a vacuum of people. Yun Nuoxing frowned, and the curiosity in his heart grew stronger. If you want to know, then go down and ask. Don't mutter in your heart, my ears are growing calluses. Ziyi rolled his eyes and could not help but say. This guy was muttering in his heart. Did he not know if she could hear him? Tilting his head, Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said, I am not a disciple of this academy. If I go down, I will be in trouble. Then please don't mutter. Ziye's eyebrows twitched as she said in a bad mood. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing nodded lightly. Then, under Ziye's surprised gaze, he turned around and jumped down from the tower. I'd better go and ask. Ziyi. He landed lightly at the edge of the training grounds, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Looking around for a while, he casually grabbed a student and said with a sweet smile, Senior, I would like to ask, who is that girl? Why is everyone so afraid of her? Damn it, your smile is giving me goosebumps. In the spiritual world, Ziyi trembled violently, and his jade hands could not help but rub his jade arms. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly, and this laugh made his soul tremble. That student said everything he knew with a stunned face, and watched as Yun Nuoxing left. Then, he muttered in a low voice, This kid is new? I haven't seen such a sissy among this year's freshmen. If Yun Nuoxing, who had left, heard this, he would definitely explode in anger. Didn't he just smile sweetly? How did he become a sissy? Yun Nuoxing's figure flipped over the ice tower like a black shadow, and his expression was a little strange. He looked around casually and saw Xianxian standing at the edge of the training grounds, looking a little bored. He could not help but repeat, She can't control her energy? It seems to be a little different from the 5 elements body I know. Actually I don't know either, I've never seen a 5 elements body before. Ziye's voice was also a little doubtful. That person just said that the energy around her would go berserk every few days, harming herself and others. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Before he knew about his own body constitution, he had never heard of such things. I've never heard of any body constitution that has such an ability, but I can guarantee that that girl definitely has a 5 elements body. Other than the 5 elements body, no other body constitution can have the energy of all 5 elements at the same time, Ziyi said firmly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. After walking with Xianxian for a while, he also noticed some clues. No matter where she went, there would be slight fluctuations in the elements in that area, and the basic 5 elements energy would be much more vigorous, as if they were inadvertently attracted to her. However, the girl herself didn't have any reaction. Looking at it through the evil spirit eye, he could see that the 5-colored energy was continuously flowing into her body, but the amount was too little, so little that it was negligible. It shouldn't be of much use in a short period of time. These movements should be the instinctive actions of the 5 elements body, and shouldn't have anything to do with her will. Through the evil spirit eye, Yun Nuoxing could also clearly see the energy in Xian Zian's body. There was only a pitifully thin wisp of energy circulating in Xian Zian's lower abdomen. This amount wasn't even as much as the energy in a Void Realm cultivator's body, and its degree of condensation was also at the lowest level. It was just like a person who had never cultivated before. However, he could see that many of the meridians for cultivation had already been opened up. From the looks of it, she should have already reached the quasi-mortal stage. As for why there was no energy circulating in her body, and why the energy would go berserk, Yun Nuoxing didn't know either. Mutated. Ziyi scratched his head in distress. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. Who knows, after staying in this noisy environment for so long, Xian Zian seemed to be a little tired. She covered her mouth with her lily-white hand and yawned, then got up and prepared to leave. Yun Nuoxing also quickly stood up, and Ling Hongjian's energy flowed out. Just as he was about to give chase, a thunderous shout came from the depths of Galaxy College. "Who is it? Spying on my Galaxy College?" Hearing this voice, Yun Nuoxing's face trembled slightly, and he laughed dryly. Damn it, Ling Hongjian's fluctuations. Chapter 208. The sudden roar startled all the disciples in the training grounds. Then they all looked towards the depths of Galaxy College, their faces filled with shock. That seemed to be the voice of the Great Elder. Why is the Great Elder making such a big commotion today? Could it be that someone is attacking the college? A terrifying aura that was just like a giant slumbering dragon was slowly awakening in the depths of the academy. The moment this aura appeared, all of the Star River Academy's training disciples hurriedly stood up. For a time, chaotic whispers continuously spread out. Deities, not good. Yun Nuoxing, who was at the top of the tower, swallowed her saliva in fright when she sensed this aura. Didn't they say that there were only divine underworld experts? Well, it's not surprising that there are deities in a slightly famous college, right? Ziyi was speechless. He opened his mouth and laughed dryly, causing Yun Nuoxing to roll her eyes. You're not surprising at all. You're trying to get people killed, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The shout also attracted the attention of the numerous experts from Star River Academy. Immediately, numerous figures rushed out from various places. Finally, they hovered in the air and surrounded the training ground. Numerous stern gazes swept across the area. When the students saw such a large lineup, they hurriedly calmed down. Everyone looked at each other. When they saw that many teachers and elders had come out, the commotion also calmed down. Let's retreat for now. Yun Nuoxing sighed helplessly when he saw the Galaxy Academy acting as if they were facing off against a peerless enemy. He glanced down and saw that Xian Zian had long since disappeared. He could not help but shake his head. Let's put the matter of that girl aside for now and escape first. His line of sight turned towards the direction of the explosive roar. There, a figure slowly appeared in his line of sight. He was still quite a distance away. However, for an expert of this level, this distance was equivalent to nothing. However, Yun Nuoxing did not have any plans to come out. She clenched her hand and the Ling Hong sword appeared in her hand. A strand of energy spread out from it. The energy of the barrier appeared and swallowed Yun Nuoxing. From the beginning to the end, no one noticed the top of the tower. Naturally, no one saw Yun Nuoxing's trace. However, there seemed to be one exception. The God of Heaven, who was called the Great Elder by the students, narrowed his eyes when Ling Hongjian's bounded domain was activated. His body swayed slightly and he appeared on the huge tower in an instant. He stood at the place where Yun Nuoxing had just disappeared and could not help but frown. Barrier? His soul power quietly spread out and scanned the area inch by inch, trying to find the person hiding in the barrier. However, after a moment, his soul power retracted back into his forehead. He sighed and looked at the calm sky. He muttered, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for such a powerhouse to visit Galaxy Academy. At this time, Yun Nuoxing had already hidden herself in the barrier world and quickly left Galaxy College. She only let out a sigh of relief when she was 1,000 meters away. She found a remote place with no one around and carefully dispersed the barrier. Phew! I really can't bear the pressure of a god of heaven. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. No matter how unconventional she was only an immortal. If she didn't use a divine weapon to resist, the pressure of a god of heaven was enough to make her suffer. No matter what, this risky infiltration into Galaxy College could be considered to have some gains. She found out that Xian Xian's physique seemed to have a problem. As for what the problem was, she wasn't too clear at the moment. "Ah, I lost my wife. Damn old man, you ruined my plans. You must be tired of living." In her heart, Violet Knight suddenly dragged out her words, scaring the absent-minded Yun Nuoxing. Her handsome face couldn't help but turn red when she heard those two words. She hurriedly coughed dryly. She was used to Violet Knight's indecent behavior. "That's why I said." She walked out of the alley and looked at the noisy street. She tilted her head and looked at the distant ice-blue gate. She couldn't help but sigh. "Why don't we go say goodbye to Xian Ling and leave?" Hearing this, Violet Knight exclaimed, "You don't want your wife anymore?" Rolling her eyes, Yun Nuoxing said, "5 elements body or whatever. Repairing a god weapon requires a perfect fusion of the 5 elements. Since you said that the Shernling godly body can devour all energy, then I should be able to do it too. Moreover, even if I want to repair a god weapon, it's not something I can do at my current level. So now there's no hurry." Is that so? Actually, you just don't want to deliberately get close to that girl. To think that I thought you suddenly became enlightened. I didn't expect you to still be so antisocial and don't like to get close to people. Are you planning to be alone for the rest of your life? Violet Knight sighed and said somewhat sadly. Her footsteps paused on the street. Yun Nuoxing's eyes dimmed slightly. After a moment, she sighed. Who knows, seeing her indifferent look, Violet Knight was also a little depressed. She rolled her eyes and said, "Then where do you plan to go? That guy called Divine Master Defying Heaven only told you that he was coming to the Divine Prefecture. He didn't say where he was going. The Western region? The Northern Wilderness? The Eastern Sea? Or the Southern Plains?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Also, why did he ask you to come to the Divine Prefecture? Your sister Xianyin didn't say anything. Did he ask you to recover your memory? Or to gain experience? Or to settle down and settle down? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. In the end, you still have to go back to the Taiyuan territory. You still have to go to the other 3 origin territories. Is there something that requires you to travel all over the divine realm, or to just wander around and wander around? Ha! Yun Nuoxing's face could not stop twitching. Right? There's no plan, no notice. You don't even know what you're doing in the Divine Prefecture, Violet Knight said angrily. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Well, I'll think about it slowly. I'll think about it eventually. Let's just wander around first. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. After turning a quiet corner, her footsteps stopped. Looking at the peach blossom forest in full bloom, Yun Nuoxing was a little dazed. She turned around and walked into the peach blossom forest. The peach-colored rain continued to fall, and the blooming peach blossoms were like a barrier that covered the sky, completely covering this place. Only a few rays of sunlight could penetrate through the gaps, and the pink light illuminated the space, making it seem somewhat dreamy and blurry. Her footsteps came to a stop under the peach tree that had existed for an unknown number of years. Yun Nuoxing's expression was a little complicated. After a while, she stared blankly at a certain spot under the tree. The spot under the thick branch was the closest they had been to each other at that time. This was also the place where they first met. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and gently leaped onto the branch. This branch was very wide, so she could lie down and spin around. To Xian Xian, this was a rather spacious bed. Leaning against the tree trunk behind him, Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms and leaned his head back. The warm sunlight fell on the peach blossoms and the heat penetrated through, caressing his body. It was fine and warm. Looking at the light pink forest, the peach blossoms fell with the wind and piled up on his body like a pink quilt. It had to be said that taking an afternoon nap here was quite artistic. This girl, she really knows how to choose a place to sleep. After stretching, Yun Nuoshing yawned and closed his eyes slightly. Even he felt like taking a nap. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a voice that was as light as a lark not far away. It made his heart tremble slightly. "Mr. Yun, that's my spot." He slowly opened his eyes and gently turned his head. He saw the beautiful dark purple figure standing not far away with her slender hands behind her back. Mei Mao had a smile on her face. The peach blossoms that filled the sky revolved around her body. Her slender figure was illuminated by the peach blossoms. Her already beautiful face was tainted with a happy smile, making her appear even more beautiful. Blinking his eyes, Yun Nuoshing suddenly let out a naughty laugh and said, "Is that so? But I don't see any exclusive symbol of the Xian family here. Could it be that this peach blossom forest belongs to the Xian family?" When Mei Mao saw the naughty smile at the corner of his mouth, Xian Zian couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said, "I've slept here for many years, and I've never seen anyone else come here. Mr. Yun, do you have the heart to take away this girl's meditation place?" After she finished speaking, she even winked at Yun Nuoshing. A trace of mischief flashed across her clear eyes. Seeing that she had actually electrocuted him, Yun Nuoshing was a little shocked. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He flipped over and jumped down from the tree. Spreading his hands helplessly, he said, "I'm coming down, okay?" "Hee, thank you, Mr. Yun." Seeing this, Xian Zian covered his mouth and chuckled. He walked past Yun Nuoshing and flipped over skillfully. He even pouted at the latter, as if announcing that she was the victor. This made Yun Nuoshing's bitter laugh even more. He hadn't seen this girl for one night, and it was as if she had changed into a different person. She was completely different from the delicate and sweet girl he had met at the beginning. Just like that, Xian Zian closed her eyes and felt the breeze that was filled with the fragrance of flowers sweep over her body. Her deep purple hair swayed in the wind. Yun Nuoshing quietly looked at her from under the tree. Neither of them said a word. Scratching his head, Yun Nuoshing's evil spirit eye was still in an open state. Just like that, he stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, his vision trembled and gradually returned to normal. The various colors that filled his vision slowly faded away. The evil spirit eye had the ability to see through things. Therefore, when Yun Nuoshing slowly retracted his evil spirit eye, a snow-white body suddenly appeared in his vision. Sparkling and translucent, flawless skin was directly exposed in front of Yun Nuoshing's eyes. It was like the color of ice crystals, so pure and white that it was a bit excessive. Although it was only the back view, he could still clearly see the alluring body. Perky but excellent curves, and slender waist that could not be held with one hand, were suddenly exposed in front of his eyes. Seeing this perfect body in front of him, Yun Nuoshing's heart fiercely thumped, and a certain part of his body actually had a shameful reaction. Damn! Yun Nuoshing was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He hurriedly slapped himself and forcefully closed the evil spirit essence. He hurriedly used his head to hit the peach tree, causing the pink petals on the tree to fall and land on his hair. I've never heard of such a function. Thinking back to the scene just now, Yun Nuoshing could not help but bitterly laugh. Was this an inadvertent benefit? Seeing Yun Nuoshing suddenly using his head to hit the tree, Xian Zian looked at him in surprise, then lightly shook his head with a smile. Hearing the faint laughter, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly raised her head. Seeing her smiling sweetly, the redness on her face became even more intense. Big pervert. Ziyi couldn't help but laugh in his heart, causing Yun Nuoshing's face to turn even redder, and his eyebrows twitched like something. However, He really couldn't explain anything. He had indeed seen it, whether it was intentional or not. Since you've seen it, shouldn't you? And Zai said with a naughty smile. His appearance was exactly the same as Yun Nuoxing's naughty smile just now. Rolling his eyes, Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked in another direction. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and look again. After standing in the peach blossom forest for a while, he felt like a scarecrow. Bored, he turned around and saw that Xian Zian had actually fallen asleep at some point. That peaceful sleeping posture was very cute. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Considering that there was a man standing here, okay? Sleeping like this was too defenseless. Sigh. Sighing softly, Yun Nuoxing shook his head and took off his windbreaker. Floating in the air, he gently covered Xian Zian with the windbreaker, then turned around and walked into the distance, once again hiding in the shadows. Night slowly fell, and the sun gradually set below the horizon. In the eastern sky, an ice-blue millstone slowly emitted light, sprinkling cool moonlight on the earth. The night was hazy, tranquil and peaceful. Xingyu City was brightly lit, like a city that never slept. The degree of liveliness was not much less than during the day, and the streets were not completely silent. In the distance, Yun Nuoxing stood at the corner of the street. Not all the streets were filled with people. At least, this street was empty, and the surrounding buildings were not lit up. He watched as Xian Zian finished his day of wandering and slowly walked back to the Xian family's manor. He let out a long yawn. Xian Zian had slept for most of the day, and he had stood like a wooden stake for most of the day. He was so sleepy, little star. Be careful. Just as Yun Nuoxing shook his head and was about to follow him back to the manor, Zai's warning shout suddenly sounded in his mind without warning. He was stunned for a moment, and his nerves reflexively took a step to the left. Rip! The sound of the blade cutting flesh was like a sneer, and it clearly passed into Yun Nuoxing's ears. The sudden sharp pain from his chest made his eyes go black, and bright red flowers bloomed wantonly on his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at his chest. A long sword that was 6 feet long, emitting a cold light, came out of his chest. Dripping blood dripped from the sword's edge, and there was a hint of gold in the red blood. Brat, you didn't expect this, did you? You followed someone for a day, but you didn't know that you were followed for a day too, right? In your next life, remember to learn how to counter-investigate. Behind him, a cold laugh filled with killing intent came slowly. The moonlight illuminated the source of this voice. It was the Shuang family patriarch who lost the battle in Xingyu Square and was expelled from Xingyu City, Shuang Long. Cough. Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but a fishy sweet liquid flowed back into his throat, blocking his words. Scram! His pitch-black eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he spat out a mouthful of blood with a voice filled with rage. The heavenly halberd shot out from his right hand and was held in a reverse grip. Without even looking, he viciously stabbed the halberd behind him. Yun Nuoxing's sudden attack stunned Shuang Long. After he reacted, he raised his sword and was about to retreat, but the heavenly halberd was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it directly pierced through his stomach, and blood splattered everywhere. The sudden sharp pain made Shuang Long's mind blur for a moment. He steeled his heart and retreated with the heavenly halberd. The heavenly halberd cut through his stomach again, and the sharp pain made Shuang Long suck in a breath of cold air. One hand covered the big hole in his stomach, and he kept coughing out mouthful after mouthful of blood. Even his white teeth were dyed red, and he couldn't speak clearly. Good boy, you're ruthless. Yun Nuoxing knelt on the ground with one knee. Because there was no sword to block the penetrating wound in his chest, blood spurted out like a fountain, following the beating of his heart. The broken string of blood-red jade beads dripped down the wound, turning into a beautiful blood-red flower. The blood-red jade beads turned into a warm current that flowed down his robe to his stomach, but his body temperature was gradually decreasing, and his face was gradually turning transparent. Immortal! Weapon? Rising purple flames lingered around the wound, and immortal chi continuously flowed into the wound, but it couldn't stop the blood from spurting out. Only immortal rank and above weapons could cause irreparable damage to an immortal rank master. Today, I've prepared well for you. Don't even think about leaving Xingyu City alive. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was still bitterly holding on, Shuang Long sneered, endured the sharp pain, and clapped his hands with all his might. Clap, clap. Swoosh. Following the sound of the clapping, the surrounding dark buildings suddenly flashed, and in just a moment, the rooftops were filled with people. Each and every one of them stared maliciously at Yun Nuoxing, who was kneeling on the ground, with shining weapons in their hands. Under the moonlight, they reflected a soul-stirring cold light, and connected into a ripple of energy, causing Yun Nuoxing's expression to change slightly. These people were all wearing blue robes, and it was obvious that they were from the Shuang clan. As soon as these people appeared, they didn't say anything, and rushed down with the weapons in their hands, like fierce tigers descending the mountain. The weapons in their hands were ready to be used, and rays of colorful energy flashed, rushing violently towards Yun Nuoxing. From the looks of it, if he was hit, even with his tyrannical body, he would die without a doubt. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, Yun Nuoxing grinned with his blood-stained teeth, and still smiled faintly. The sky piercer returned to his body, and a slender silver needle appeared in front of him. He held it with his right hand that was covered in blood, and the Ling Hong sword that was glowing with blue light was suddenly wrapped by a layer of blood-red film. Then, he slowly raised it, and fiercely drew a circle towards the Shuang clan people who were rushing down like wolves and tigers. Bang! Gotcha! A low muffled sound suddenly sounded, and it made people's hearts tighten. Immediately, a thick silver spatial sword radiance spread out at a speed that far exceeded the speed of light, and the space seemed to be divided into two parts at this moment. The sword radiance almost penetrated the entire Star Universe city, and the Shuang clan people who bore the brunt of it were annihilated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Cough. Who is the one who is going to walk out of here? After casually getting rid of Shuang Long and the others, Yun Nuoxing sneered as he lay on the ground. His hands no longer had any strength to support his upper body weight, and his gradually blurred vision made him feel a trace of fear in his heart, but he was also calm. I'm not even afraid of the Emperor of the Underworld, but I didn't expect that in the end, I would fall in the hands of a mere immortal stage. He used all his strength to turn his body over, lying on the ground, and his consciousness gradually blurred. The flourishing starlight shone on his dim eyes, and before his eyes finally closed, he muttered with a bitter smile, and his voice was filled with unwillingness. What was this called? Just as Yun Nuoxing's consciousness was about to dissipate, on the right side of his neck, 2 marks flickered. Don't die. Chapter 209. His consciousness was surrounded by a ball of silver and purple light, which slowly merged into his fragmented consciousness. It was as if it was pieced together with glue, and the faint warmth was slowly magnified by the ball of white light. He slowly squeezed his eyes open, and a faint light surged into his eyes. His blurry vision slowly became clear. What entered his eyes was not a ghastly, dark netherworld. Instead, the familiar ice-blue moon was suspended in the sky, sprinkling rays of light on his body. A faint, indescribable fragrance mixed with the fragrance of flowers flowed into Yun Nuoxing's nose. Still alive. When he saw the bright night sky in front of him, Yun Nuoxing's hand involuntarily touched his chest. However, he did not feel the wound that he had imagined. Other than feeling a little weak, everything else seemed to be just a dream. However, the piercing pain was so clear that he understood that this was definitely not a dream. It was something that had happened in reality. At that time, he had swung his Ling Hong sword, his hand felt a tear on his clothes. This made Yun Nuoxing heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was indeed real. You're awake. Just as Yun Nuoxing was mumbling to himself, a pleasant voice rang out beside him, causing him to be stunned. He turned his head and a beautiful purple figure entered his line of sight, causing his heart to suddenly stop for a beat. Who else could make Yun Nuoxing have such a reaction other than Xian Zian, whom he had been longing for? Yun Nuoxing was lying flat on the ground. Xian Zian was kneeling beside him. His long hair was curled up on the ground. The dazzling blue light around him poured down and shone on his dark purple hair. It was as if he was wearing a thin, silver-purple robe. When the breeze blew, his long hair fluttered with his robe. He was so beautiful that it was unreal. At this moment, on Xian Zian's beautiful face, a pair of Mei Mao was quietly looking at Yun Nuoxing with some gentleness. Her lily-white hand was tightly holding a purple gemstone pendant. When she saw that he had woken up, she put the pendant away without a trace. "I'm sorry." Xian Zian sighed when he saw Yun Nuoxing looking at him. He couldn't hide the self-blame in his eyes. Hearing her apology, Yun Nuoxing was stunned and looked at her in confusion. What did this apology mean? She didn't do anything to him. Why are you apologizing? Hearing this, Xian Zian Mei Mao looked at him with a complicated expression. She placed her hand on his chest and stretched out a slender finger to touch the torn part of his clothes. She murmured, "I'm sorry." Seeing her red and moist lips constantly moving as she apologized, Yun Nuoxing was flustered and did not know what was going on. Why was she apologizing so much? "It's because of our family's matter that you—" But after hearing Xian Zian's words, Yun Nuoxing understood. He was attacked by the Shuang family because he helped the Xian family. Of course, that was the truth. After all, if Yun Nuoxing didn't get involved in this mess, none of this would have happened. However, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He had to return the favor. He couldn't just walk away after being saved, right? Moreover, he could only blame it on his own carelessness. Who asked him to not be prepared at all? After regaining his senses, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Xian Zian's self-blaming expression. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand and laughed until his body was trembling. This matter was really bad. Xian Zian was stunned by the sudden burst of laughter. He stared blankly at Yun Nuoxing, who had turned over and sat up. He looked at Yun Nuoxing's chest a few more times, as if he was looking for the sword wound. After a while, he asked softly, "Are you all right?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing sensed his body and shook his head. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. The King of Hell probably couldn't be bothered to take me in and threw me back here." Xian Zian nodded gently and put away the purple gemstone pendant without leaving a trace. However, Yun Nuoxing noticed this action. He couldn't help but gently grab that delicate hand and take out the gemstone pendant under Yun Nuoxing's slightly panicked gaze. Yun Nuoxing sighed as he stared at the gemstone hanging in the pendant. He could sense that this gemstone no longer had any energy. The energy inside should have been injected into his body without reservation. In his days, he could feel an extremely strong vitality energy repairing his shattered consciousness and pulling him back from the brink of death. That energy was exactly the same as the energy imprint left on the gemstone in front of him. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing sighed and smiled bitterly. Didn't he owe him another favor? Xian Zian looked at Mei Mao and put the gemstone back in her hand. He said softly, "I owe you a life. Thank you." Hearing this, Xian Zian and Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She clenched her hand and shook her head. She said, "You did the Xian family a great favor. It's one thing for me to help the Xian family. It's another thing for you to save me. These two things don't cancel each other out." Waving her hand, Yun Nuoxing interrupted her without waiting for her to finish. He said, "Besides, I said that I was returning the favor. However, I was willing to do what happened at Xingyu Square. I'm alone. If I was afraid of the Shuang family, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter." But, sigh. Xian Zian raised her head and stared at Yun Nuoxing. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she just sighed. Although she was isolated now, she knew how much the Xian family owed Yun Nuoxing. Although Yun Nuoxing had helped the Xian family, the battle at Xingyu Square had pulled the Xian family out of a desperate situation. The Xian family would never forget this kindness. Just as Yun Nuoxing said, she saved him of her own free will. She didn't want to return the favor. Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook her head. She looked at the purple energy crystal in her hand and sighed. In the world of the gods, there was a profession that used crystals as a medium to store energy and activate formations. This profession was called an alchemist, also known as a jewelry master. Although alchemists were also called alchemists, it was actually just a branch of the profession. The two professions had the same status, but they each had their own strength. One specialized in alchemy, while the other specialized in gemstones. That gemstone. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but murmur. She suddenly felt that it wasn't appropriate, so she shut her mouth. Father gave it to me. I've always worn it with me. Xian Zian saw that her face was a little unnatural after hearing this, so he quickly said, "Don't worry about it. It's just sitting there. It's better to use it." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh in his heart. The difficulty of becoming a jewel master was much greater than that of becoming an alchemist. An ordinary healing jewel was worth millions on the market, and the one that Xian Zian used to save him was probably of the exceptionally precious kind. Little star, why don't you use this opportunity to repay him with your body? You owe him your life anyway, so you can sell yourself. Ziye's voice rang out in his heart at the same time. Her charming laughter caused Yun Nuoxing to suddenly lower his head. Why didn't you save me just now? Hearing Violet Knight's voice, Yun Nuoxing felt unwell. She couldn't help but ask in her heart. Since Violet Knight was able to warn her in advance, she must have noticed it in advance, right? My actions are based on your actions. I can't move freely if I don't show my body, so I've been paying attention to Xian Zian for a day just like you. At that time, I only warned you because I suddenly sensed danger. Speaking of which, you didn't even activate this little bit of instinct. You're really weak, Violet Knight said with a smile. She even sounded like she was lecturing her at the end. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. You're just throwing the blame. How can you blame me for not reacting? After all, he wasn't the kind of person who had experienced life and death battles for a long time. When he encountered an enemy, he would almost immediately use a relic or light element to kill them. Facing this situation now, he felt a little helpless. He didn't have any way to deal with a hidden attack, and his mind was completely focused on other places. It was normal that he didn't pay attention. Seeing Yun Nuoxing rolling her eyes, Xian Zian thought that he was feeling pain from his wound. She hurriedly asked, "Are you really all right?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. He slowly stood up. At this time, he realized that he wasn't in the Xian residence, but on a small mountain in Xingyu City. From afar, he could see a dozen wisps of black smoke rising in spirals from the city. Half of the city was covered in black smoke, as if there was a fire. Half of Xingyu City was destroyed by an unknown force. I saw you lying in a pool of blood outside the Xian residence. At that time, there were many Shuang family clothes on the ground, but there was no one around. At that time, the city was a little chaotic, and the Xian residence was also affected. At that time, I wanted to find a quiet place, so I had to carry you here. Xian Zian stood behind him and explained. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face suddenly stiffened. He laughed dryly and shifted his gaze unnaturally. His left hand pretended to casually touch the colorful pattern on his right forearm. It seemed that he had to think carefully before using the Linghong sword in the future. He didn't expect to destroy half of the city just by waving the sword. Of course, Yun Nuoxing could only use the Linghong sword 3 times in his strongest state. If he used it one more time, it would cause a backlash to his soul and hurt himself. It wasn't worth it. Let's go back first. Your father will be worried. With a sigh, Yun Nuoxing turned around and smiled at Xian Zian. At this time, the entire city was in chaos. If the daughter of the Xian family disappeared just like that, Xian Ling would probably be scared out of his wit. Looking at his self-blaming face, although he felt that he was too ashamed to see her, he was actually very concerned about her. After all, the sea of flowers outside the house was planted by Xian Ling himself. Unexpectedly, when Xian Zian heard him mention his family, his expression immediately darkened. His gem-like eyes also became dull. After a moment, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "No, they won't be worried. Why?" Hearing him say this, Yun Nuoxing immediately froze. Ever since I had an accident with my body, my father never came to see me again. He isolated me in the north side of the Xian residence and let me live alone," Xian Zian said. Mei Mao's eyes turned misty as her delicate body trembled slightly. Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised to see her like this. He didn't expect this seemingly strong little girl to be so distressed when talking about this. But what she said, Yun Nuoxing slapped his head. He really sympathized with this family now. Xian Ling thought that Xian Zian needed some time to calm down after something happened to her. Xian Ling thought that he didn't take good care of her and kept blaming himself. He felt that he was too ashamed to see her, so he built a small courtyard and personally planted a sea of flowers. He even told the Xian family not to disturb her. However, the latter misunderstood his intentions and thought that Xian Ling and his family had abandoned her. They all misunderstood each other's intentions. That's why communication between people is very important. How can you convey your thoughts if you don't speak? It's not like anyone can guess what you're thinking. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roar in his heart. After covering his face for a long time, Yun Nuoxing helplessly looked at the depressed Xian Zian. He sighed, put his hands on his hips, and said unhappily, "Silly. How do you know what Xian Ling is thinking? Have you asked him about it? What's the reason for this so-called isolation?" Hearing this, Xian Zian froze for a moment. Her bright eyes met Yun Nuoxing's pitch-black eyes. After a moment, she shook her head. She didn't ask him either. Ever since then, the two of them were basically strangers. Only her brother and sister would come to see her. However, they hadn't been close to each other in a long time. She deliberately kept a distance from them. "I knew it." Yun Nuoxing sighed when he saw her like this. This person, shaking his head, Yun Nuoxing said helplessly, "Let's go. You'll know when we get back." After speaking, he smiled and reached out his hand, placing it in front of Xian Zian as if he was inviting her. When Xian Zian saw the excessively fair and slender hand that was dyed an icy blue under the moonlight, her pretty face suddenly turned red. She twisted her jade-like hands together and couldn't reach out. "Zai, you've guessed wrong." Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly and said to Zai in his heart. At first, Zai said that Xian Zian had feelings for him, so he deliberately tested her. The result made him so embarrassed that he almost had cancer of embarrassment. "Ah? You shouldn't say it like that." Zai also saw this scene through Yun Nuoxing's line of sight and was immediately stunned. Look at this little girl's first awakening of love. It shouldn't be like that, right? Just as Yun Nuoxing helplessly wanted to withdraw his hand, a somewhat cold and tender hand obediently landed in his palm. This sudden action caused the emotions of both of them to change. Yun Nuoxing was puzzled, while Zai laughed delicately. "Little star, as expected, the earlier you laugh, the worse the result." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her in his heart. Holding that soft and tender hand, huge waves suddenly splashed in his heart. He hurriedly suppressed his churning state of mind, grabbed that small hand, and brought Xian Zian with him. The light element gushed out, and the two of them turned into a ray of light and rushed into the night. Chapter 210. Xian Manor, north of the Flower Garden. At this moment, Xian Ling was pacing back and forth in front of the door like an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were burning as he looked at the dark house. After the incident in Xingyu City, he quickly left the family matters to the elders and rushed over without looking for anyone. However, he found that Xian Zian wasn't in the house. He then went to a few places in the city that were heavily damaged. He was glad that he didn't find her, but at the same time, he was worried that something might have happened to her. After a long search, he could only stand outside the house and wait for her to come back. As long as he could make sure that she was safe, he would be able to calm his heart. Father! Just as Xian Ling was panicking, Xian Ming, who was dressed in purple and had a delicate face, descended from the sky with his sister in tow. He looked at the haggard Xian Ling, who seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, and couldn't help but sigh. We didn't find Yen or Xian Ling nodded stiffly, his face even paler. He couldn't think of what he would do if something happened to Xian Zian. We've searched most of the city, Zian shouldn't have run out of the city. The girl behind Xian Ming sighed, her eyes flashing with anxiety. It seemed that she was also very worried about Xian Zian. I'll go look for him again. Less than half a minute later, Xian Ming gritted his teeth and wanted to rush out of the city. However, he was stopped by Xian Ling. The latter shook his head and bitterly said, I'll go. I'll find Yen, even if I have to search the entire city. Sha, just as Xian Ling was about to rise into the air, the sound of light footsteps came from the entrance of the courtyard. Then, Xian Zian's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Her eyes were slightly red. She had heard every single word of the conversation between the three of them. Naturally, she understood that she had misunderstood them all this time. Zian. Just as Xian Zian walked out, 3 voices rang out in an instant. Then, the 3 of them appeared beside Xian Zian almost at the same time. They pulled her aside and examined her closely, as if they were afraid that something might go wrong. They seemed to have forgotten about the so-called energy riot. Father, brother, sister, I'm fine. Xian Zian felt warmth in her heart when she saw the anxiety and concern in their eyes. She smiled and said, it had been a long time since she had stood so close to them. They had always kept their distance from each other. It was rare for them to be so close to each other. Outside the courtyard, Yun Nuoxing almost cried tears of joy when she saw Xian Ling and the other 2. She smiled silently. This time, she would probably be able to have a good chat with them, right? Let them be alone for now. It would take some time for the gap between them to disappear. He gently turned around and quickly rushed towards his room. He had left Ming Ming in his room for a day already. He was also afraid that she would feel lonely and think that he had left her behind and ran away. Thus, in just a short distance of 100 meters, he actually threw out the light element. He was only short of breaking through the wall to show his eagerness. He rushed to his room after many twists and turns. When he suddenly opened the door, Ming, who was lying on the soft bed, opened her eyes. Her little hand was still holding the note. When she saw the door suddenly open, she shrank back in fear. However, when she saw that it was Yun Nuoxing, she was instantly wild with joy. She quickly crawled out of the bed and threw herself at Yun Nuoxing. Brother! She wrapped her little arms around Yun Nuoxing's neck and buried her head in his chest. She called out in an extremely reluctant manner. This made Yun Nuoxing feel warm in his heart. This feeling of being missed by someone was not ordinary. He almost couldn't see little Ming again. Ming, good girl. Brother is back. Yun Nuoxing smiled as he hugged this soft little body. However, when he thought of Yu Yin and the others, the smile on his face instantly stiffened. However, it only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. Nestled in Yun Nuoxing's arms, Ming laughed excitedly. Her giggles slowly lifted Yun Nuoxing's mood. Although she was a little resentful that Yun Nuoxing had left her behind, now that he was back, she didn't want to dwell on it anymore. And things are done. We've also strolled around Xingyu City. It seems that it's time to go. Sister Yu Yin has been missing for almost a month. But what about Zian? Suddenly thinking of something, Yun Nuoxing sighed in a daze. Although he had repaid Xian Fu for saving his life after the incident at Xingyu Square, he was later saved by Xian Zian. The 2 of them cancelled each other out. It seemed that, then, what should I do? Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and pondered for a long time in distress. He only came back to his senses when Ming pulled on his long hair. He lowered his head to look at the little guy whose eyes were shining with curiosity. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile faintly and shake his head. He put Ming to the side and stared blankly for a long time. Then, he bitterly smiled and sat cross-legged on the bed. Half of him reluctantly entered a state of cultivation. Buzz, in the middle of the night, the 2 moons were still hanging high in the sky. Yun Nuoshing, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a wave of energy that made his heart palpitate rapidly brewing nearby. That wave of majestic energy suddenly appeared under the night sky and tore apart the silence of the night. Moreover, this wave of energy was very close to him. If it exploded like this, he was afraid that he would be affected. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yun Nuoshing turned his gaze in surprise. His gaze pierced through the room and shot towards the north of the Xian residence. The direction of this wave of energy seemed to be, did something happen to Xian? The first thought that appeared in his mind was that there was a problem with Xian Xian's strange physique. The reason was that he heard from that person yesterday. Every once in a while, the energy around her would go berserk. Furthermore, this berserk energy seemed to be a little too much. This is a mixture of the 5 elements. It seems that there really is a problem with that girl. Ziyi was also awakened by this berserk energy. He sensed it for a moment and said in a low voice, "Quickly go and take a look. This berserk energy is too much. It might even blow up the entire Xian residence." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Then, he was shocked. He hurriedly jumped off the bed and ran towards the door. Just as he was about to pull the door open, he suddenly turned back to the bed and placed Ling Hongjian beside Ming. He opened the protective barrier, and only then did he feel at ease and run out of the door. Under the quiet night sky, a terrifying 5-colored energy storm stood abruptly in the Xian residence's northern courtyard like a tornado. The whistling elemental whirlwind caused the sea of flowers to sway. The petals and the storm rolled together, turning this energy storm into a sea of flowers. The fragrance of flowers filled the air and carried a concentrated wind as it spread far and wide. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out in the night sky. A few figures rushed towards the sea of flowers. However, due to the pressure of the energy storm, they could only hurriedly stop outside the sea of flowers. The moonlight faintly illuminated the figures of the people who came. It was Xian Ling, Xian Ming, and a few others. There were also some members of the Xian family beside them. Yen Er's energy has gone berserk again. However, this time, it's many times stronger than before. Xian Ming looked gravely at the sea of flowers that was engulfed in energy. He hurriedly turned his gaze towards Xian Ling. The pressure there made his legs go weak. It was not something he could touch. Xian Ling's gaze was fixed on the energy storm. He immediately said, "Great Elder, bring the Xian family's weapons here. Also, evacuate everyone in the Xian family. Let those of the immortal rank and above set up an energy barrier to protect the Xian family." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. One of them nodded gently. Then, his figure flashed and he rushed towards the Xian family's main hall. "The 2 of you, quickly take refuge." Xian Ling turned around and said to Xian Ming and Xian Ming in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 2 of them were stunned. Then, they hurriedly shook their heads. At such an urgent moment, even if the rest of the Xian family left, they would not leave. The person inside was their own sister. Now is not the time to be stubborn. "You." Seeing this, Xian Ling seemed to be a little angry. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 of them. Just as he was about to forcefully send the 2 of them away, he suddenly saw a black figure that was like a swallow resisting the storm. It flew over from afar and plunged into the energy storm. "Defend!" A gigantic formation suddenly appeared in the night sky. Soon after, the black figure pressed down on the formation, enveloping the entire sea of flowers in the northern courtyard. Golden energy flickered and surged. The space that was constantly in turmoil also stabilized with the appearance of the formation. After isolating the storm, the black figure hurriedly rushed into the sea of flowers. "Is that Mr. Yun?" Seeing the black figure, Xian Ming vaguely guessed something and could not help but mumble. "This seems to be it?" Xian Ling was also stunned. He nodded hesitantly. The anxiety in the depths of his eyes did not lessen at all because of the appearance of the formation. Although he knew that Yun Nuoxing's methods were extraordinary, the person inside was his daughter after all. However, there was no use in being anxious now. Even he could not approach the energy storm. If he carelessly approached it, he would not be able to protect himself. In the sea of flowers, Yun Nuoxing's body was covered by a thin layer of light. Under the protection of this light, the storm could not get close to him. He landed gently in the sea of flowers and his feet stomped on the ground. His body turned into a black shadow and charged towards the small house that was on the verge of collapse. Even he did not know why he was in such a hurry. It was completely driven by instinct. Her figure crashed through the door. Just as Yun Nuoxing landed, an extremely terrifying energy storm rushed towards her. Even with the protection of the divine weapon, the counterattack of the energy almost blew her over. She hurriedly steadied herself. The wild wind blew against her face, making it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes. She casually looked around the boudoir and saw the bed. The tightly wrapped blanket on the bed faintly outlined a moving curve. The person inside was curled up into a small ball, looking like a little bird. It was this small and delicate body that released this energy that made even Yun Nuoxing tremble in fear. The five elements body is going berserk. It seems that we have to use some special methods to suppress it. Ziyi sighed softly when he saw the situation. How do we suppress it? Yun Nuoxing hurriedly asked when she heard that. Although Ziyi wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, he knew that the situation was urgent and did not say much. He hurriedly sent a message into Yun Nuoxing's mind. When he received this message, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face instantly stiffened, as if sensing that someone was approaching. The figure under the blanket trembled slightly. Then, a pair of deep purple eyes that were filled with pain appeared. She looked at the black figure that walked to the side of the bed. Her delicate body clearly trembled, and there was a hint of weakness in her soft voice that was difficult to hide. "Mr. Yun, if you barge into my boudoir at night, I won't be able to get married in the future." When she heard this, Yun Nuoxing almost fell to the ground. Her face was trembling so much that it was about to fall off. How could she say such things at a time like this? Yun Nuoxing could not help but sigh softly when he saw that she hid the pain and bitterness very well and even tried her best to squeeze out a smile. He felt some sympathy in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. She was a strong girl and would not want others to see her like this. "Mr. Yun, quickly go and take shelter. There is a problem with my body. I will go berserk every once in a while. This level is just a common occurrence. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine after I sleep." Xian Zian smiled sweetly. "If I didn't hear your father and brother say that the energy berserk this time is many times stronger than usual, I would have believed you." When he heard this, Yun Nuoxing finally could not help but expose her. This girl was too strong. When the energy exploded, even if she was the initiator of the storm, she would still be greatly affected. After being exposed, Xian Zian was instantly speechless. Her little mouth opened and closed a few times, but nothing came out. In the end, she could only cover her head with the blanket with a red face. "Can I take a look for you?" Yun Nuoxing asked softly. Then, he felt that this girl would not be obedient, so he added, "If this energy storm reaches a critical point and explodes, it will blow up the Xian family. Is that fine?" Sure enough, when she heard this, Xian Zian's entire body trembled. She could not help but tighten her grip on the blanket. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly put down the blanket. Her little face was completely red. Her slender arm stretched out from under the blanket. At this moment, her arm was faintly emitting a gorgeous energy. When Yun Nuoshing saw this, the seriousness in his eyes became even more intense. He placed his finger on Xian Xian's wrist. A tiny flame seeped through the point of contact, then quickly entered her body. As the flame entered, Yun Nuoshing was fine. Instead, it was Ziye's expression that gradually became more unsightly. At this moment, Xian Xian's body was practically filled with that gorgeous energy. The energy that had been invisibly accumulated on a daily basis and could not be integrated into the body was being released like a torrent from a reservoir. If that chaotic energy continued to be released, not only the Xian family, but even half of Xingyu City would be destroyed. Looking at Yun Nuoshing's unsightly expression, Xian Xian's lively eyes dimmed slightly. She bit her lip and murmured, "Mr. Yun, thank you, but you don't have to help me. I've been a burden to my father and brother ever since I was born. Although my uncles did not say it, I know that they usually treat me as a scourge. Today is the happiest day of my life. You've untied the knot in our hearts, so I have no regrets." "Go to hell, what do you mean no regrets at such a young age? You're only in your teens, little girl. The world is so big. Are you going to fall asleep without even taking a look at it?" Hearing Xian Xian's last words, Yun Nuoshing immediately frowned and scolded. "Lord Nuoshing, because of my physique, I've never been too close to anyone outside my family. Can I treat you as my first friend? Perhaps this will also be the last." Xian Xian was not angered by Yun Nuoshing's scolding. Instead, a moving smile appeared on his face. His head was slightly tilted as he leaned against the pillow. A pair of deep purple eyes that flickered with a faint bewitching light stared blankly at Yun Nuoshing, whose expression was constantly changing, as he continued to mutter. Feeling Xian Xian's gaze, Yun Nuoshing's heart was also a little flustered. Her brows slightly furrowed into a knot. Zai had already told him the method to suppress it, but when he thought of that scene, his heart could not help but beat faster. "What are you still hesitating for? If you don't hurry up, this little girl will be completely destroyed by this energy storm." Seeing that he was hesitating and not making a move, Zai could not help but urge, "This little girl's body has absorbed energy that has not been refined for more than 10 years. Now it is pouring out in one breath. That energy is so frightening. If you drag it out, it will be fatal." Yun Nuoshing closed her eyes. After a long while, she finally opened them slowly. Her face was slightly flushed. She raised her head to look at Xian Xian on the bed and said softly, "Don't be silly, I can suppress it." Hearing this, Xian Xian was startled. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on his face. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing's face turned even redder. She could not help but let out a dry cough and stammered, "Can I borrow your hand?" Just as Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, a look of confusion flashed across Xian Xian's face. He tilted his head, but did not hesitate. Naturally, he extended his jade-like hand in front of Yun Nuoshing. "If you feel pain, just pinch me. It's okay, I can take it." Looking at that jade-like white arm, Yun Nuoshing's face turned even redder. She carefully glanced at Xian Xian, then took a deep breath. She carefully held that arm with both hands, and the 6 wings on her back shot out. Then, under her surprised and shy gaze, she bit down on her wrist. Chapter 2:11. Xian Xian, who was blushing, was curled up in her thin blanket. Her bright red eyes were staring at Yun Nuoshing as if they were about to burst out of water. Yun Nuoshing felt a little awkward being stared at like that, but she forced herself not to look at Xian Xian. She bit down on Yun Nuoshing's delicate skin. With a thought, a suction force came from her mouth, and the terrifying energy in Xian Xian's body was sucked away through her wrist. Xian Xian was slightly delighted when she felt the chaotic and violent energy in her body being sucked away. Her stiff body also slowly relaxed. Mei Mao inadvertently glanced at the 6 wings that were flapping violently. She wanted to reach out and touch them, but she felt that it wasn't the right time, so she could only stop. Yun Nuoxing sighed in her heart when she sensed Xian Xian's intentions. She slowly folded her wings and gently placed them on Xian Xian's face. She originally spread her wings so that she could better sense the energy. The uncontrollable energy was harmful to Xian Xian, but it was a great supplement to Yun Nuoxing. Her spiritual godly physique loved energy the most. She didn't have to worry about not having enough of it. Even though this posture was very strange, Lu Yi gently caressed her face. The soft feeling of the feathers made Xian Xian relax a little. The pain from her wrist made her bite her red lips. Her other hand, which was curled up under the blanket, clenched her dress tightly. Yun Nuoxing also heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Xian Xian had calmed down. She hurriedly focused on absorbing the energy again. Outside the sea of flowers, Xian Ling and the others were restlessly pacing back and forth. The Great Elder had returned with a weapon. It didn't seem to be of a low grade, but Xian Ling didn't even look at it. Yun Nuoxing had been in there for almost half a day. The sky was already turning bright, and the night was slowly receding. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of movement in the small house. He was worried that the energy storm inside would break through the formation, so he didn't dare to casually barge in. He held his weapon in his hand a few times and wanted to barge in, but he resisted. While Xian Ling's face was filled with anxiety, he suddenly saw that the wildly swaying sea of flowers had suddenly calmed down. The enormous storm seemed to show signs of calming down, causing him to immediately cast his gaze towards the small house with some excitement in his eyes. A long while later, when he heard a soft creaking sound and saw 2 figures walking out of the house, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Xian Ling and the others quickly went up to them. They only relaxed when they saw that the 2 of them were safe and sound. However, they soon asked worriedly. Yun Nuoxing smiled. She turned her gaze and saw Xian Xian. She took a step forward and gently held Xian Ling's hand. She softly said, "I'm fine. I'm sorry, Father. I've troubled you again. It's good that you're fine." "It's good that you're fine." Hearing this, Xian Ling completely relaxed and chuckled. He patted Xian Xian's shoulder and kept repeating those words. He seemed to have suffered quite a shock today. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Xian Xian's wrist. There was still a row of crimson teeth marks there. Her face trembled. She quickly turned away and looked at Xian Ling. She couldn't help but be startled. Her gaze caught a trace of unusual whiteness. When she looked carefully, she saw that Xian Ling's hair had unknowingly become snowy white. It seemed to prove his age. He seemed to have aged a lot overnight. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. The lifespan of an immortal steppe expert was extremely long. How could they age so easily? Yun Nuoxing looked at the happy Xian Ling and the others. She chuckled and retreated to the side. Her hand touched her lower abdomen. Xian Xian was fine. What should he do? I absorbed all that energy in one go and stored it all in my body. I can't release it. This. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and rubbed her stomach. What should she do now? Who told you to do it so casually? Even a demon steppe expert would be stuffed to death by this majestic energy. Only you can absorb it in your body because of your spiritual divine body. However, this energy isn't pure. Although it's all pure elemental energy of the 5 elements, it's not easy to refine it when entangled together. If you recklessly refine it into your body, the energy will become impure, Ziyi said softly. Then what should I do? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard the serious consequences. It's fine. Gather all that energy in a corner of your lower abdomen and seal it. I'll help you refine it day and night. It won't be too late to refine it when the energy is pure. At that time, your immortal qi should have a further qualitative change, Ziyi said. Yun Nuoxing was startled when she heard Ziye's words. Previously, she refined the purple night flame and turned the energy into divine flame energy. If she refined the energy of the 5 elements this time, what would happen? We'll talk about it later. Right now. Yun Nuoxing sighed and walked stiffly towards her small house. Now, the majestic and chaotic energy in her body was making her uncomfortable. She had to gather it together first. Otherwise, she would be stuffed to death. Xian Zian and the others were gathered together. When the former saw Yun Nuoxing quietly walking to the side, she couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly called out, "Mr. Yun." In the distance, Yun Nuoxing, who heard the call, didn't even turn her head. She raised her hand and waved lightly. Then, she turned a corner and disappeared from their sight. Brother Yun seems to be a little off. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's stiff footsteps, Xian Ling frowned. Then, he turned his head and said to Xian Ming, Go take a look at Brother Yun later. From the looks of it, he seems to have suffered a backlash when he was suppressing Yen Er's energy. If necessary, invite the Xian family's alchemist over." Hearing this, Xian Ming nodded. Just as he was about to go out, Xian Zian pulled him back and said with a light smile, "Brother, let me go. If Mr. Yun suffered a backlash when he was suppressing my energy, I should be the one to take a look." After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for the others to react and jogged over. Xian Ling and the other 2 looked at each other in dismay. "This girl didn't seem to be right? You're leaving?" The next morning, in the Xian family's hall, Xian Ling, Xian Fu and the others looked at Yun Nuoxing, who had just sat down, and asked in surprise after hearing his words. "Yes, I have some matters to attend to in the Divine Continent. Although I'm not in a hurry, I can't stay in one place and not move forward. It's time to continue my journey. This time, I came to tell you guys that I'm saying goodbye." Yun Nuoxing nodded and said with a smile, "All right, after all, everyone has their own matters. However, Brother Yun, you just have to remember that no matter what trouble you have, you can come to the Xian family. We will always be your friends." Hearing this, Xian Ling nodded. Then, he solemnly cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, he had the intention of befriending Yun Nuoxing. Moreover, their Xian family owed him too much. Once for the Xian family, once for Xian Zian. Although Yun Nuoxing did all of this voluntarily and didn't mind, he had still helped the Xian family no matter what. I will remember. You guys are the first group of friends I met in the Divine Continent. I won't forget. Yun Nuoxing smiled. As for what Xian Ling said, he didn't take it to heart. This was because if he had trouble that he couldn't solve himself and brought it to the Xian family, there seemed to be no other way other than to lead the disaster to the Xian family. Suddenly, Xian Ling rubbed his chin and looked at Yun Nuoxing. An inexplicable expression flickered in his eyes. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Oh, Brother Yun, there's a surprise, or rather, a shock waiting for you. In short, when you go out, you have to be mentally prepared. No matter what, please handle it appropriately." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then, he smiled and nodded, "I will." However, he muttered in his heart, "A surprise or a shock?" He shook his head. In any case, he would know once he went out. Slowly walking out of the hall, Yun Nuoxing raised his hand to block the glaring sunlight. He smiled slightly, took a light breath, and walked towards the door. He didn't plan to go to the north to see Xian Zian. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear to leave after seeing her. Thus, it was better to leave directly and not drag things out. He wasn't familiar with her anyway. Star Lord Nuoxing. Just as he walked out of a green corridor, and was about to use his 6 wings to fly away, a light and pleasant voice sounded beside him. Then, a small hand grabbed onto the corner of his clothes, causing Yun Nuoxing to suddenly freeze. He slowly turned around and saw Xian Zian standing at the corner of the corridor. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at him. Her jade-like hand was pulling on the corner of his clothes, as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly when Xian Zian pulled on the corner of his clothes. He couldn't help but ask when he saw that she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Xian Zian seemed to be shocked when she heard his response. She quickly pulled her hand back. Her two small hands were twisted together uneasily. Her pretty face was a little red. She turned her head to the side, hesitating about something. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. If you don't say anything, how am I supposed to know what you want to say? Could it be that this little girl is afraid of strangers? But yesterday when she was on the streets, she didn't seem to be afraid at all. She was as lively as a little princess. He couldn't tell that she was afraid of strangers at all. After a while, Xian Zian raised her head and took a deep breath. She summoned her courage and seemed to have made up her mind. Mei Mao, who was dodging, stared straight into those light purple eyes. Her pretty face was a little red from holding her breath. Even Yun Nuoxing's face was a little red. She was a little uneasy. After a while, she said, if you're leaving, can you take me with you? Silence. At this moment, a cool breeze blew past. Her light purple hair danced in the wind, but the sound of the wind that filled her ears disappeared. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing felt incomparably peaceful. Her heart was about to stop and her head was a little dizzy. Brother, how did you find another little sister? In Yun Nuoxing's arms, Ming's little face collapsed when she heard this. She subconsciously thought that Xian Zian was Yun Nuoxing's little sister. Little star, this is a good chance. Hurry up and say yes. After a while, Zai was the first to react. She was overjoyed. In her opinion, this little girl had delivered herself to her doorstep. What reason did she have to not accept her? After a long time, Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. Her face was so hot that it seemed like it was about to burn. Her lips were trembling slightly. She stuttered for a long time but couldn't say anything. Suddenly, he remembered what Xian Ling said. Black lines hung on his forehead. Don't tell me this is the surprise he's talking about? He was about to be scared out of his wits, can't I? Seeing Yun Nuoxing's frightened expression, Xian Zian's face darkened slightly. Even his gem-like eyes seemed to have lost their luster. His pitiful look was heartbreaking. Of course, Yun Nuoxing was no exception. At least, at this moment, he could hear the sound of heartache. I'm going somewhere far away. It's not certain. I'll come back here. You're following me. Does family head Xian and the others know? Seeing Xian Zian's pitiful look, Yun Nuoxing shuddered. She laughed bitterly and stuttered. I told father and big brother. They just reminded me to be careful, Xian Zian said softly. Huh? Be careful? What did you tell them? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Seeing how Xian Ling pampered her, it seemed like he really cherished his family. How could he let his precious daughter run away with a strange man? Wasn't he afraid of being sold off? I told father and the others, told them, that I'm going out to play for a few days. Xian Zian's Mei Mao blinked and said, You didn't mention anything about going out with me? No. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched violently. What was going on? Why was she so frightened if she didn't say anything? Ahaha. Little star, this little girl wants to elope with you. Elope? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take her away. Take her away. Ziyi laughed loudly in Yun Nuoxing's mind. His egging look made Yun Nuoxing speechless. Can't I? I left a note. They'll find out sooner or later. Father also said. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's hesitation, Xian Zian quickly said. He looked like he was going to follow her for the rest of his life, making Yun Nuoxing's face turn red. Little girl, you just ran away with a random man. Aren't you afraid that he's a bad guy? Does your family know that you're so capable? Yun Nuoxing facepalmed. She wanted to persuade Xian Ling again, but her heart began to waver. Father said that you're not a bad guy. Xian Zian shook his head and said. But. Although Yun Nuoxing didn't receive the good guy card, her psychological defenses were rapidly collapsing. Really, can't I? Xian Zian took a step closer. She was wearing high-heeled shoes, so she was the same height as him. She was even taller than Yun. Their eyes met and a cool breeze with a seductive scent hit Yun Nuoxing's body. It seemed like she was determined to go with him. Yun Nuoxing almost lost his mind because of the fragrance. Yun Nuoxing almost lost his mind after a long time. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was still unmoved, Xian Zian seemed a little disappointed. She laughed self-deprecatingly, bowed and said, "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." After speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Seeing Xian Zian turn around, Yun Nuoxing suddenly had a feeling that if he didn't stop her, he might never see her again. Driven by this feeling, he reached out and grabbed Xian Zian's soft, jade-like arm. Xian Zian jumped in fright when Yun Nuoxing suddenly grabbed her arm. Her delicate body stiffened for a moment before she slowly turned around. Her charming face carried some shyness and hope as she looked at the former. Do you really intend to follow me?" Yun Nuoxing sighed, his eyes looking at her seriously, and said, "Yes." Xian Zian nodded seriously when she heard this. Her heart was filled with joy when she heard him soften his tone. Other people might not know why she wanted to follow Yun Nuoxing, but she knew very well. Apart from confirming something, there was another reason. That night, when she mentioned that she wanted to go out with Yun Nuoxing, Xian Ling and the others were shocked. However, they weren't too surprised. At the time, Xian Ling said, "Girl, in life, there are times when you don't need to be restrained. Take advantage of your youth and be a little impulsive. You've suppressed it for so many years." At the time, Xian Ling probably hoped that she would go out with Yun Nuoxing. If you don't feel lonely after being away from home for so long. Of course, Yun Nuoxing didn't know this. If he knew, he would definitely vomit blood. He was just worried that Xian Zian would be away for a long time with him. After all, the Divine Continent was only the first stop. They would have to visit the realm of the gods before returning. By then, who knew how much time would have passed? In short, it would definitely be more than 10 years. He was worried that she would miss home and feel lonely. "Yes, I'll get used to it." Xian Zian smiled briefly when she heard this. Yun Nuoxing's eyes instantly lit up. "All right." He nodded helplessly and said, "Then, I wish us a pleasant journey." Yun Nuoxing smiled and gently stretched out his hand. Xian Zian blushed when she saw this, but she also stretched out her hand naturally and gracefully. She shook hands with Yun Nuoxing and smiled sweetly. "Have a pleasant journey." Chapter 212. On a small hill in Xingyu City, the place where Yun Nuoxing and Xian Zian stayed last night. In the beginning, when the two of them left, Yun Nuoxing planned to just fly away. But now, because there was another person, he had to change to another method. Moreover, Xian Zian couldn't fly. Just as Ziyi said, she didn't have the slightest bit of energy in her body. On a small mountain, Yun Nuoxing looked down at the city. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Xian Zian beside him. He smiled and said, "Let's take one last look and say goodbye. In the future, it will be a long time before we can return." Hearing this, Xian Zian nodded. She took light steps and walked closer. Looking at the city that she had lived in for more than 10 years, she sighed. She felt somewhat reluctant and uneasy in her heart. Suddenly leaving a familiar environment, no matter who it was, they would need some time to adapt, right? "I have another sister." While Xian Zian was reminiscing, Ming was in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Her little hands were tightly clutching his clothes. It seemed that she didn't like the sudden appearance of Xian Zian. Let nature take its course. "We have to meet her, right?" Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly when he heard that. He rubbed Ming Ming's head and tossed the sun god Bao over with a wave of his hand. However, he was in no hurry to enlarge it. If he hastily took out a god artifact here, it would more or less cause some unnecessary chaos. "You said you want to meet her, but little star, you're afraid of death. Didn't you see how hesitant you were just now? You couldn't say anything for a long time. Do you have a phobia of communication?" Zai couldn't help but laugh when she heard Xian Zian's words. That, who knows? Shaking his head with a faint smile, Yun Nuoxing looked at the graceful figure and smiled knowingly. He was also very happy with the sudden addition of a companion, not to mention whether he really had any thoughts in his heart. Just Xian Zian's appearance alone was pleasing to the eye. As the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. With a beauty accompanying them, the dullness of the journey would be reduced by a lot. After a while, Xian Zian sighed and slowly turned around. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled. If we stay for too long, we won't be able to bear to leave. Let's go. Nodding, Yun Nuoxing grabbed her wrist and spread out her 6 wings. Her body turned into a black shadow and soared into the sky. Suddenly, he felt a soft arm tightly wrapped around his waist. His heart was shaken for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and continued to soar into the sky with Xian Zian. It wasn't until the 3 of them disappeared into the clouds that they slowly came to a stop. She threw out the sun god bow in her hand and enlarged it to 100 feet long. She pulled Xian Zian and sat on it. When she felt her feet touch the bow, Xian Zian breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly opened her Mei Mao and gently patted her plump chest. It seemed that this first flight gave her a fright. Sit tight. Let's go. Raising his head to look at the 2 stars hanging in the sky, Yun Nuoxing faintly smiled, then pulled Xian Zian to sit down. Controlling the sun god bow, he quickly shot towards the eastern horizon, turned into a golden ray of light, and disappeared on the spot. Zian, can you tell me what happened to you? Yun Nuoxing opened the energy barrier of the sun god bow and blocked the gale that was blowing towards him. Only then did he clap his hands and turn his head to ask. He had always been curious about Xian Zian. That kind of violent and chaotic energy did not seem to be something that was recorded in the 5 elements. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's intimate address, Xian Zian's pretty face blushed slightly. Yun Nuoxing also reacted. She turned her gaze and saw her blushing face. She smiled awkwardly, but didn't say anything to correct her. Instead, she said, "You can also call me Nuoxing or Little Star." Xian Zian nodded. She tidied up her long hair and thought for a while. She seemed to be organizing her words. After a while, she said, "Because the Xian family is powerful, almost everyone in Xingyu City knows a little about me. My physique is naturally sensitive to energy. When others are still in the void stage and just start to sense the energy of heaven and earth, I can already absorb it into my body. My cultivation speed is also several times faster than ordinary people." The entire Xian family cheered for my birth. They said that the Xian family has a genius. 10,000 years later, I will definitely be a god. The family wants to worship me and almost uses all their resources to let me cultivate. Xian Zian said faintly. However, a moment later, she laughed bitterly. Yun Nuoxing could clearly see a hint of sadness on her face. She then said in a self-deprecating manner, "However, all of this stopped when I was 6 years old. That time, I went out to play with Dad and the others. When we passed through the forest, we were ambushed by a group of magical beasts. 2 of the magical beasts seemed to be as strong as Dad. We quickly fell into danger. While Dad was dealing with those 2 magical beasts, he still had to spare some attention to protect me. He also had to look after Brother and the others. He was multitasking and soon couldn't take it anymore. At that time, one of the magical beasts took advantage of the gap between the guards and pounced on me. I don't remember what happened after that. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Dad and Brother anxiously surrounding me. I also didn't know what happened. The family's alchemist seemed to say that I couldn't cultivate anymore. I don't know if he was talking about me, but after so many years, my cultivation didn't improve at all. There were also no signs of elements in my body. There were also people in the family who called me little trash behind my back. Later, Dad found out and helped me build that courtyard. He also severely punished those people. Until now, I still don't know what happened to me. Later, my constitution became like this. I completely lost contact with the energy of heaven and earth that I could easily sense. From time to time, the energy would go berserk. Brother and the others ran around a lot because of this, but when Xian Zian talked about this matter, she seemed especially calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised, but what made him even more surprised was that she actually said it out loud. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuoxing placed his palm on her soft, snow-white skin. When he saw that she only blushed a little, he felt relieved and closed his eyes. A wave of soul energy slowly entered her body. Yun Nuoxing's face instantly became extremely ugly when his soul energy wandered around Xian Zian's body. No wonder she couldn't cultivate. It wasn't a problem with talent, nor was it because the energy in her body was strange. The cultivation speed of the 5 elements constitution could be said to be terrifying. It was equivalent to the cultivation speed of a possessor of the 5 elements. No matter how strange the energy requirements were, it could be fulfilled. Moreover, she was born with the ability to sense the energy of heaven and earth. However, the root cause wasn't in these aspects. The meridians in her body had long been broken, inch by inch. There was simply no room for the slightest bit of energy to flow within them. The energy of the 5 elements would only stay in her body for a short while before automatically leaving. In other words, she was actually equivalent to a cripple who couldn't cultivate this 5 elements constitution is equivalent to being crippled. Zai, who was connected to Yun Nuoxing's mind, also saw this situation and sighed regretfully. It can't be repaired? Completely impossible? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly asked. He felt that it was a little pitiful for this kind of thing to happen to a girl. After all, in the world of the gods, strength was everything. People who didn't have the slightest bit of strength would be looked down upon by others. They wouldn't even have the so-called dignity to speak of. Let's not talk about whether or not it can be repaired first. Do you know what the most important thing in the 5 elements constitution is? Zai sighed and said faintly, in every 5 elements constitution body, there will be a 5 elements origin. That is the origin energy stored in the 5 corners of the body. I didn't sense any origin energy in this girl's body. Just like your spiritual receiving divine body, there will also be origin energy in your divine body. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then, she concentrated on sensing the inside of her body, but she didn't discover anything different. The energy was still the same. Origin energy is also a kind of energy. It's not something you can sense just because you want to. As I said, your spiritual receiving divine body hasn't awakened yet. How can you use origin energy? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and asked, I didn't sense it. In other words, it hasn't awakened yet? No. Zai sighed with a headache and said, I didn't sense any origin energy. In other words, the origin energy in her body has completely dissipated. I can still sense the origin energy of the spiritual receiving divine body in your body, but she doesn't have it at all. I reckon this is the reason why she was able to survive the attack of the demonic beasts when she was young. The origin energy automatically protected her body, but it ran out of energy and dissipated. And it was also from that time onwards that the 5 elements body, which had lost its energy source, had probably undergone some sort of mutation, causing the energy to go berserk. For example, the original energy source of the 5 elements body was used to suppress the body that contained the energy, the lock. Now that the lock was gone, all the energy in the container would go out of her control and move about as it pleased. The energy in her body would collide randomly, and it was also because of this that her meridians were shattered. It has to be said that it is a miracle that she was able to live until now. Zai sighed regretfully. He paused for a moment and said with a complicated voice, Moreover, this energy riot will be stronger each time. Although she can't cultivate, it doesn't mean that her body won't absorb energy anymore. It's just that the energy absorbed into her body can't be controlled at all. The five elements body was a rather special body constitution. It was divided into innate and acquired. Comparing the two, the former was naturally more tyrannical. However, the five elements body could be handed over to others. The only way was to hand over the five elements origin in the body. This method was too forceful. Once it was taken out, the five elements body would instantly become a cripple, and it could even endanger one's life. There had been a bloodbath in the divine realm for the sake of the five elements body. It was extremely tragic. With the five elements origin, it was equivalent to controlling these five elements. This was a power that countless people dreamed of. After all, the fusion of elements was too dangerous, and very few people were willing to try it. Now that there was a safer method in front of them, how could they not be moved? Moreover, there were five elements at once. The temptation was multiplied by several times. Is there no way to save her? Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes and looked at the side of the unbelievably beautiful face that was suffused with some rosy color. Yun Nuoshing sighed imperceptibly. The five elements body was one of the most peculiar body constitutions. Originally, she could have achieved things that ordinary people couldn't reach. However, all of this turned into bubbles so easily. Yun Nuoshing felt that it wasn't worth it and also felt that it was a pity. We can repair the meridians in her body, but the five elements origin will be a little troublesome. Zai thought for a while and said, "What do you want?" Yun Nuoshing asked directly when she heard that there was hope. "Little star, you're very concerned about her?" Zai teased when he heard Yun Nuoshing's anxious voice. He waited until she was speechless before he smiled and said, "There are only two ways to repair the missing five elements body in this world." Yun Nuoshing immediately pricked up her ears when she heard Zai cut to the chase. "The first way is to retrieve the five elements origin that belonged to Xian Zian. The five elements origin won't dissipate. As I said just now, it's just scattered. Because its energy is exhausted, it will replenish itself. However, if it loses the imprint of its original owner, it won't return to its original owner by itself. The owner can only search for it personally. Lost things can naturally be retrieved, but the five elements origin has the instinct to bring luck and avoid calamity. Generally, if it isn't captured the moment it's separated, it will be very difficult to summon it after it's scattered. Only the original owner of the origin can sense it subtly, approach it, and retrieve it. The second way, to be honest, the success rate of the second method isn't high. Moreover, even if the second method is completed, the power of the five elements body will be more or less reduced. This method is to help her condense the five basic elements, then gather the energy of heaven and earth to complete the condensation and transform it into a new five elements origin. Hearing Zai's words, Yun Nuoshing's expression slowly changed from solemn to solemn. Then, it showed signs of evolving into a sluggish state. Now, she was completely dumbfounded. F***ck. How was he going to find something that was lost? The realm of the gods was so big. Who the hell knew which corner of the realm of the gods the so-called five elements origin was in? Without a target or destination, searching like this was tantamount to searching for a needle in a haystack. What's more, if he flew directly into the galaxy, how far would he have to go to find it? Moreover, if it was collected by someone, wouldn't he have to announce the end of the game? Condense the five basic elements? Unless he called Xian Yin over, he really couldn't think of any other way to safely integrate the five elements into Xian Zian's body. Is there no other way? Yun Nuoshing wiped her forehead and laughed bitterly. No, these are the only two ways. Oh right, I forgot. Condensing the five elements doesn't mean condensing them one by one, but condensing them all at the same time. Fusing them into the body. Using heaven and earth as the furnace and the body as the object, condensing them. Not a single one can be missing. If only one element is fused, the result won't be the five elements body. Zai sighed and added as if he suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing blinked. Suddenly, a feeling of dizziness surged in her head, and a sentence uncontrollably came out of her mouth. This is going to King explode. Chapter 213. A cool breeze brushed past Yun Nuoxing's ears. Even though the sun was high in the sky, he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What the hell was this? Fusing the 5 elements separately was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now he wanted to fuse all 5 elements at the same time? Did he really think that fusing the elements was that easy? What's wrong? Do you think it's too difficult? Are you thinking of giving up? Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was silent, Zai smiled charmingly. Well. Yun Nuoxing touched his sweaty face and smiled bitterly. I'll think about the second method. I can try the first method. After all, I'm going to travel the entire God realm. Who knows, maybe I'll be lucky enough to find it. Tsk. Do you really think that your luck is through the roof? Zai sneered. I have to at least try. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. He was not an indecisive person. Since he was going to explore the realm of the gods, there was nothing wrong with helping Ziyan find her origin energy while he was at it. After all, he still owed her his life. It was only right that he do something for her. Letting out a sigh, Yun Nuoxing loosened his grip on Xian Ziyan's hand and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the latter staring at him with her gem-like eyes, he was stunned for a moment. Letting out a dry laugh, he hurriedly turned his gaze away. What's wrong? Seeing Yun Nuoxing's appearance, Xian Ziyan was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Perhaps it was because they were traveling together, but from the beginning, she didn't have much shyness or uneasiness. It should be said that other than the first and second time they met, she didn't have that so-called uneasiness. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled and turned his head. He stared unblinkingly at Mei Mao's dark purple eyes and said half-jokingly, If I told you that I could help you change your appearance, would you believe me? Xian Ziyan didn't answer immediately. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes and looked into his calm eyes with a hint of mischief. After a long time, she smiled sweetly. I don't think Mr. Yun would make such a meaningless joke with a little girl like me. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when he heard her answer. He smiled bitterly and scratched his head. He really didn't know how to make such a meaningless joke. After smiling bitterly for a while, Yun Nuoxing shook his head and waved his hand in the air. He took out the branch of the Glories Will tree that he hadn't taken out in a long time. He looked at Xian Ziyan and shook the long branch. Finally, he took out a 3-meter-long branch and a dozen green leaves. When the 3-meter-long branch and the dozen emerald-like leaves appeared, the surrounding space was suddenly filled with endless vitality. A green aura slowly spread out like water ripples. The green energy mist completely covered the sky. The dense wood element energy lingered, causing the wood element in Yun Nuoxing's body to become active. He could even faintly hear the sound of cheering. The Glories Will tree was one of the top 3 divine items on the Heaven and Earth treasure ranking. Every leaf, flower, branch, and fruit had an inconceivable use. It could heal any injury at will. And for Xian Ziyan, whose meridians were destroyed, this was the best tonic. This is... Xian Ziyan asked in surprise when he saw Yun Nuoxing take out the emerald-like branch that was flowing with energy and felt the vitality in the surroundings. Take a guess. Yun Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and laughed. Yun Nuoxing held back the greedy cheers in his body. His eyebrows twitched and he calmly took out the black medicinal cauldron. The purple night flame appeared on his palm and a blazing high temperature appeared, raising the temperature of the surrounding space by dozens of times. However, before this heat could spread out, Yun Nuoxing threw it into the medicinal cauldron. He felt the sudden drop in temperature and heaved a sigh of relief. When the medicinal cauldron's temperature had risen enough, he threw the Glories Will tree branch and leaves into the medicinal cauldron. With a thought, the purple night flame immediately surrounded them. When the latter came into contact with the flame that contained a terrifying amount of energy, it immediately released a dark green light, isolating the blazing heat. A rich aura of life filled the air, and one would feel refreshed just by smelling it. All heaven and earth treasures had an instinct to protect themselves. After all, every heaven and earth treasure had undergone countless years of growth. The energy contained in it naturally couldn't be underestimated. For example, the method Yun Nuoshing used to refine it was too crude and couldn't maximize the use of the energy. Generally speaking, divine items like this could only be used in alchemy to maximize the effect. However, he didn't have a prescription and Xian Xian's meridians were shattered. They couldn't accommodate the flow of energy, so alchemy wouldn't work. Therefore, using the purple night flame to refine it wasn't for alchemy or anything. The glory's will tree branch and leaves contained a huge amount of life energy. It was the best thing to use to heal injuries in the body. If the body couldn't accommodate the flow of energy, then it would be fine to refine it outside the body first. Once it was integrated into the body, it could be used directly to heal injuries. However, refining it wasn't an easy task. Even if it was just a branch of the glory's will tree or a dozen leaves, the energy contained within was too great. Even with the assistance of the purple night flame, it would still take 4 to 5 days. If it was a normal flame, it would take at least a year to refine it. Looking at the branches flying in the flames, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He glanced at Xian Xian, who was looking over curiously, and then slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, he separated a bit of his mind to circulate the soul-burning technique and slowly absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was concentrating on refining, Ming also obediently escaped from his arms and sat to the side. His gem-like eyes looked strangely at Xian Xian, and then looked elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The energy of the glory's will tree branch was finally exhausted, and it quickly surrendered. Little bits of dark green liquid slowly peeled out and rolled in the flames. It was beyond Yun Nuoshing's imagination. He originally thought that it would take at least 4 to 5 days, but he didn't expect it to be resolved in less than 3 days. As expected of the purple night flame. Seeing such a fast refining efficiency, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but shake his head. His mind carefully controlled the flames and slowly lowered the temperature. He extracted the fist-sized dark green energy from the purple night flame and refined it. A faint green mist lingered in the medicinal cauldron. Occasionally, a wisp of clear air would float out from the cauldron. The rich vitality made the three of them feel as if their fatigue had been eliminated when they took a whiff. Yun Nuoshing's body even trembled. A wonderful feeling was born in his heart, making him feel as if he was floating in the air. After refining the branches, the dozen or so leaves were also gradually refined. Drops of pure emerald liquid flowed out, and under Yun Nuoshing's majestic soul power, they carefully merged with the dark green liquid. Let me think. How do I use heaven transformation? Heaven transformation. Seeing the dark green liquid floating in the medicinal cauldron, Yun Nuoshing nodded. He muttered to himself for a moment and searched in his mind. If he used heaven transformation, he would be able to maximize the effect of the energy. However, he hadn't tried to use heaven transformation on others, so he didn't know if it would work. After thinking for a moment, Yun Nuoshing nodded. In the medicinal cauldron, the purple flame slowly weakened, and the dark green liquid slowly flew out. Then, it floated in front of Yun Nuoshing and swallowed the warm liquid in one gulp. When the energy liquid flowed into his body, before the energy could disperse, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly wrapped it with his soul power. He slowly formed a hand seal, and with the change of his hand seal, the energy liquid followed his soul power and merged with every part of his body, causing Yun Nuoshing's skin to shine with a dark green light. The light lasted for a while, and many dark green threads suddenly grew on his skin, just like a silkworm that was spinning silk. Seeing this, Xian Xian's pretty face revealed a trace of astonishment. Hee hee. Seeing her astonished expression, Yun Nuoshing chuckled. He controlled the threads with his mind and extended them towards Xian Zian. What is this? Xian Zian was a bit confused when she was suddenly surrounded by the threads. However, she didn't put up any resistance, as if she believed that Yun Nuoshing wouldn't do anything to harm her. She only asked in a panic. Heaven transformation, it can maximize the effect of the energy, Yun Nuoshing explained with a smile. Hearing this, Xian Zian nodded. She was a little nervous as she watched the dark green threads slowly wrap around her body. An icy cold feeling could be felt on her soft skin. After a short while, the threads slowly gathered together and formed a huge cocoon of light. Dark green light gently flickered around it. When the last thread left his body, Yun Nuoshing sighed. He looked at the cocoon of light in front of him, and he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Xian Zian seemed to trust him too much, didn't she? He wasn't on guard at all. We've only met a few times already? Scratching his head, Yun Nuoshing felt that it was strange. Ming was like this, and Purple Soul was like this. They could be attributed to their good looks, which didn't make any sense. However, it didn't make sense that Xian Zian was also like this. Could it be that he looked so amiable and harmless to humans and animals? TSK, little star, look at how the little girl isn't on guard against you at all. Are you going to, Seeing this, Zai couldn't help but tease. Your head. I say, Zai, you're both girls, can you not be so sarcastic? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. It was as if Zai had been inciting him to do something bad. I didn't say I wanted you to do anything. You're thinking the wrong way, aren't you? Also, do flames have a gender? Zai laughed strangely. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. After stuttering for a while, he said unhappily, but you're a girl right now, Little star, you care about me a lot, huh? Have you fallen for me? Zai suddenly used a charming voice to tease him. Go away, go away. Yun Nuoshing held his head weakly. Now he finally understood why it was best not to compete with girls. You would never be able to win against them. Cough, I won't laugh at you anymore. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing didn't say anything, Zai finally stopped laughing. Seeing that dark green cocoon of light, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but think of the person who was still sleeping in his soul. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing's consciousness slowly entered his soul. He slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was still that unchanging sea of purple flames. The warm light of the flames shone on his body. Yun Nuoshing looked at the huge cocoon of light in front of him and reached out to pat it gently. He couldn't help but sigh. As if he was talking to himself, he muttered, she hasn't woken up yet? The soul of a netherworld emperor expert is damaged. It won't be so easy to recover. Just as he finished speaking, the space beside him shook slightly. A slender figure appeared in the light of the flames. The soft voice made Yun Nuoshing sigh again. How long will it take for her to recover? I don't know. If it's good, a few years. If it's bad, it'll take a few thousand years. Zai shook his head and said, Fortunately, you taught her the soul-burning technique so that she can heal her soul better. Otherwise, it would take several times longer. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing let out another long sigh. If only he was an alchemist. People in this profession were extremely proficient in the use of souls. Perhaps they would have a way to heal souls. Seeing the sadness on his face, Zai became serious and said, If you want to find the origins of the 5 elements, you just have to focus on a few places. The chances of them flying to those places will be higher. Hearing her mention the origins of the 5 elements, Yun Nuoshing immediately pulled himself together and asked, Where? As the purple night flame, Zai must have existed for a long time. Although he had been sealed once and a part of his memories had been erased, there was still a part of his memories left. Based on what he had seen and heard, he should know something. Actually, it's not hard to guess. I think you should know too. Zai smiled and kept him in suspense. Should I know too? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. If he knew, he wouldn't be so distressed. However, with his head full of weeds, he couldn't think of any place where the origins of the 5 elements could hide. One had to know that the origins of the 5 elements were the purest elemental energy. The places they would choose to hide were probably places that were filled with countless elemental energies. Moreover, they had to be places that were rarely visited. Considering the vastness of the realm of the gods, of course there were places like that. However, they weren't as numerous as sand and stone. However, they were all slightly special places that were filled with a lot of elemental energies. Wait. Yun Nuoshing suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face twitched a few times. His heart was dry and he said uncertainly, "The place you're talking about, could it be?" "Yes, that's right. It's those unique places that are completely themed around a single element, the forbidden areas." Zai continued, "As far as I know, there are a few places in the Divine Continent. The Earth Grotto controlled by the Earth element, the Tana's Water God Temple controlled by the Water element, the Fengyan Mountain controlled by the Fire element, and the Golden Forest controlled by both the Metal and Wood elements. Well, they're all places that are extremely dangerous. If you go in, it's not certain that you'll die, but it's very likely that you'll die." Ugh. Wow. It's really those places? Yun Nuoshing wiped his cold forehead and laughed bitterly. Chapter 214. Yun Nuoshing knew about these 4 places and had some understanding of them. He had once used the big tree in his memory fragments as a clue to his origins. Based on his investigations over the years, he treated the Golden Forest as a must-visit place. These places were also recorded in books, so everyone in the gods' world knew about them. Out of interest, he also took a look at the other forbidden areas and more or less knew their names. However, his knowledge stopped at the name and couldn't go any deeper. This was because these places were indeed, as Violet Knight had said. They were either dead or 9 out of 10. Therefore, no one had investigated them, let alone the internal situation. They weren't noble enough to throw their lives away for the sake of investigating something. Since no one had investigated them, there were naturally no records of it in the books. There's no need to talk about the Golden Forest. You'll have to make a trip there sooner or later. However, those places are all forbidden areas. To put it bluntly, if you rush over like this, it seems like you won't even be able to enter the core area. When Yun Nuoshing became mute, Ziye's voice slowly rang out in his mind again. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Yun Nuoshing was silent. Even though he seemed to be able to fly with the 18 divine artifacts in his hands, in reality, he was only an immortal realm cultivator who could barely become a powerhouse. However, with this level of strength, he couldn't guarantee that he could enter and leave the forbidden areas as easily as he wanted. After all, since ancient times, there were many first-rate forces in the Divine Prefecture who rushed into the forbidden areas and didn't even leave a trace behind. This painful lesson made everyone stay away from the forbidden areas. Even gods didn't dare to casually jump into them, let alone a mere immortal realm cultivator like him. According to his speculations, he had to be at least a divine emperor to be able to step into the forbidden areas with ease. However, even though your strength isn't enough, you can still step in with ease. You don't have to wait until you've reached the elementary god realm. Ziyi knew what he was thinking and chuckled. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was startled. After thinking for a moment, he tilted his head and said, "Spiritual divine physique?" If there was something about him that stood out the most, it would probably be this abnormal and strange physique. "Oh, you actually remembered your own constitution. I thought you had already forgotten about it," Ziyi said in surprise. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She had been repeating it so much that calluses were forming in her ears. If she still couldn't remember it, then there must be something wrong with her brain. The spirit receiving divine physique is the most miraculous physique in the god realm. It is said to be able to contain all things in the world, and all the energy between heaven and earth can be refined into the body. It is the most extreme and unpredictable physique. If you rely on the special characteristics of the spirit receiving divine physique, and with the help of elemental restraint, it is not impossible for you to take a walk in those elemental forbidden zones. The 5 elements in your body are wood, fire, and water. In other words, you can first go to the Earth Grotto, Tana's Water God Temple, or Fengyan Mountain. If you can successfully obtain the other elemental origins, then you can consider whether to go to other forbidden zones. Hearing Ziye's detailed explanation, Yun Nuoshing nodded slowly. It would naturally be good if he could enter those forbidden zones. However, as mentioned earlier, it was only a possibility and not a certainty that it would be there. Moreover, even if he had the spirit receiving divine physique, he still had to be careful. No matter how abnormal this constitution would be after it was fully developed, it was only the beginning. He still had to maintain a 100% fear of forbidden zone. The locations of these places are also very easy to find. You should be able to find them with the map in your hand. Moreover, I remember that the Earth Grotto seems to be in the western region of the Divine Land. That map? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. It's that map that is engraved with space arrays and can be used to find me. The map that Xian Yin gave you. Ziyi rolled his eyes. Now that she mentioned it, he knew which map she was talking about. It was the map that he had received from Xian Yin. It was said that he had drawn it himself. It was a huge map with countless marked places and countless strange lines. It was also thanks to this map that he had found the purple night flame and subdued it. Shao Chun blinked his eyes, and with a thought, the sun god Bao slowly slowed down. Finally, it floated in the clouds and looked at the clumps of white clouds in front of him. When he looked down, he could not see the ground below. A gentle breeze blew his light purple hair, making it flutter like silk. Brother? Seeing Yun Nuoshing stop, the sun god Bao Ming, who had been sitting quietly at the side, raised his head and looked at him with his big eyes, puzzled. I have something to do. Yun Nuoshing smiled and gently stood up. He placed his finger on the pendant and a purplish-red light flashed. An ancient scroll appeared in his hand. Looking at this yellowed scroll, Yun Nuoshing smiled silently. He suddenly thought of the girl who was emitting a moving silver light and who could stir one's soul. He shook his head and threw all these thoughts away. With a shake of his hand, he threw the scroll out. Then, he suddenly opened it and it expanded to 100 feet long and wide. The map opened and a huge plate appeared in front of him. He could clearly see that the plate was divided into several huge areas. The area in the middle was much larger than the other 4 areas. In the upper left corner of the map, a very small but very bright red dot was flickering slightly. This was where Yun Nuoshing and the others were. Ming, help brother look. In the upper left corner of the central plate, do you see the words Earth Grotto? Yun Nuoshing picked up Ming and held her in his arms. He controlled the sun god Bao to fly closer and patted her head with a smile. Oh! Hearing this, Ming nodded obediently. Her big eyes swayed back and forth in the upper left corner of China. While she was searching seriously, Yun Nuoshing was not idle either. His eyes swept across the map inch by inch. The map was too big, but the words were very small. If he did not lie on the map and open his eyes wide, it might be difficult to find the 4 words. Therefore, even if they searched very seriously with their 4 eyes, it still took them a long time to find it. Earth Grotto. Yun Nuoshing's finger pointed at the upper left corner of the china plate, near the west. Seeing the 4 black words, he rubbed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Are we going to the southeast now? It's not very far. His finger swiped across the map and drew a circle around the 4 word. Then, he connected the circle to the red dot where they were and murmured to himself. But there doesn't seem to be anything in that place. His eyes wandered around the Earth Grotto, but he did not see anything special. He could not help but shake his head. He wanted to see if he could find anything while he was searching. After finding the Earth Grotto, Yun Nuoxing did not immediately put away the map. Instead, he continued to search for an hour and found several other places on the plate. Then, he found that these places were located in the 4 cardinal directions of China. In other words, they had to travel all over China in a different way. Well, we'll have to go there sooner or later. Let's just take it as it's on the way. Yun Nuoxing patted Ming's head out of habit and smiled helplessly. What are you looking for? A curious voice suddenly came from behind. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He quickly turned his head and saw that Xian Zian had broken out of her cocoon. She was standing gracefully behind him and even stretched, as if she had just woken up. Her seductive figure and prominent curves made a certain someone's breathing quicken. Yun Nuoxing stared at her without blinking for quite a while until she finished stretching and fixed her bright eyes on him. Only then did he shift his gaze away and smile. He hesitated for a while in his heart, but still felt that it was better to tell her about her own matters, so he told her everything. Of course, he did not hide anything about the 5 elements body. After listening to Yun Nuoxing calmly, the expression on Xian Zian's beautiful face changed a few times. After a long time, she was still in a daze. It seemed that she was too shocked to suddenly know so many things about herself. She only came back to her senses when Yun Nuoxing reached out to take her pulse. Xian Zian tilted her head and looked at his serious face with a strange determination. She felt an inexplicable smile. In her impression, Yun Nuoxing was more suited to have a warm smile. However, with this serious side profile, she had to admit that he looked quite charming. The situation is better than I thought. Yun Nuoxing moved his hand away from her wrist and opened his eyes. He couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps it's because of the 5 elements body. Although the source of your body has been lost, some of your instincts are still intact. Those energies have been stimulated to the maximum effect. The hidden dangers in your body have been completely eliminated, and your meridians have been connected. There is also a large amount of elemental energy circulating. In other words, you can cultivate in the future. Seeing him look over, Xian Zian also hurriedly turned her gaze over. She looked at the vast sky in front of her, and lightly nodded after hearing what he said. A hint of joy surged in her heart. Although she had always acted like she didn't care and didn't pay attention to it, in this world where strength was respected, people who couldn't cultivate were like cripples. Even ordinary people would cultivate to prolong their lives and strengthen their vitality. As for the energy riot, I don't see any energy flying around in your body. Logically speaking, it shouldn't appear again, right? Yun Nuoxing touched his face and said, however, I'll observe for a while first. If there is anything wrong, tell me as soon as possible. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know if it was because the branches and leaves of the Glory's Will Tree were too strong or because the 5 elements body was too abnormal. According to his estimation, being able to completely repair her meridians was already a big deal. However, her situation was even better. Her strength had gone from 0 to the emptiness realm, divine soul realm, divine heart realm, pantheon realm, and quasi-mortal realm. She had directly reached the mortal realm and seemed to have jumped several realms. This doesn't make sense. Looking at the rotating cube of black and light green alternating in her lower abdomen, Yun Nuoxing could not help but mutter. Back then, he had refined a 3-meter-long branch, and only then had he advanced by a large realm, right? Why did it soar when it came to Xian Zian? Come to think of it, when Yuan refined it back then, her level also soared like a racing car, although it still couldn't be compared to the former. Why don't you take a look at how condensed the energy in your body is? Although there is only a 1-word difference between a crystal and a solid, the energy difference is more than 10 times. How can it be compared? Hearing Yun Nuoxing's nagging, Zai couldn't help but rebuke, Also, the energy required to reach the first transition of the mortal realm isn't something that can be compared to the energy required to reach the quasi-mortal realm by one level. They are all in different realms and can't be compared. It doesn't matter even if it leaps several realms. Moreover, although half of her 5 elements body is crippled, it doesn't mean that she can't cultivate anymore. The energy that entered her body is scattered in every corner of her body and accumulated over a long period of time. Even if there is an energy riot that disperses it, it won't be completely released. There is still a lot of energy left. I would be surprised if she didn't reach the mortal realm. Ziyi rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and laughed dryly. Seeing Xian Zian looking at her in a daze, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile. Have you recovered? Hearing this, Xian Zian's face flushed slightly red. She nodded. It was the first time she felt the energy flowing through her body. It was incomparably wonderful. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing gratefully and said, "Thank you, Star Monarch Nuoxing." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and said with a teasing smile, "You saved me, so my life is yours. I will do whatever you want me to do, and I will do my best to fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Zian's delicate face instantly turned fiery red. A smear of blood spread from her slender neck all the way to the tip of her sparkling ears. She hurriedly lowered her head and her eyes flickered. She didn't dare to raise her head. "Brother, you're teasing me." Xian Zian didn't hear the teasing, but Ming did. She gently tugged on Yun Nuoxing's long hair, and couldn't help but mutter, "Ahaha!" Seeing Xian Zian's shy appearance, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand and put away the map. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the sun. Then, she steered the sun god bow and flew towards the south. "Well, let's go take a look at the Earth Grotto first. It'll be great if you can successfully recover your power." During the flight, Yun Nuoxing turned her head and smiled at Xian Zian, whose face was still a little red. After the initial shock and daze, he was able to converse with her properly. It wasn't like at the beginning, when the two of them were facing each other and couldn't squeeze out a single word for a long time. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Xian Zian smoothed out a strand of hair in front of her forehead and nodded without any objection. Chapter 215. The Earth Grotto was located in the west of the Divine Prefecture. It was called a grotto to put it nicely, but it was actually a cave. It was a huge cave hidden in the giant rock mountains. It was the size of a small world. No one knew how deep the cave was. It stretched underground like a snake cave. Curiosity was the source of motivation for people to act. Since ancient times, many people had been driven by curiosity and entered the Earth Grotto to explore. However, less than 1,000th of the people who went in returned. It was as if the cave was directly connected to the underworld. No matter how powerful someone was, they would fall in there. Once, there was a god who specialized in the earth element. He used his extraordinary earth element ability to resonate with the earth element in the giant rock mountains. He penetrated his consciousness into the earth and analyzed the layout of the Earth Grotto. Finally, he drew a map according to what he sensed. It was a magnificent map. The entire underground world was like a huge maze. The crisscrossing paths and messy passages dazzled the eyes. Moreover, the borders of the map were not sealed. It was obvious that the map was not finished. The size of the Earth Grotto was beyond the range of what he could sense. In other words, the area of the entire underground world had exceeded the range of the giant rock mountains. That was a god. No matter what, he was still a master at the top of the pyramid. His strength was unparalleled. Any place that could be covered by his aura could be detected. Moreover, because he specialized in the earth element, he could use the earth element energy to expand his detection range and enhance his detection. However, the map was not finished. One could imagine how big the underground world was. Although they didn't know exactly how big the underground world was, there was one thing they didn't doubt. The Earth Grotto was definitely filled with countless dangers. If they weren't careful, they might leave the explorers there forever. After all, the Earth Grotto was a famous forbidden area and a legendary tourist attraction. It wasn't surprising that there were dangers there. No one knew how the Earth Grotto was formed. Such a huge underground world was completely formed by nature. One could not help but sigh. Nature was really a work of God. There's nothing wrong with the bracelet. Sister Yuan and the others should be fine. The route to the Earth Grotto is considered to be east, so it shouldn't be a problem to deviate from the path a little. We can just turn back when the time comes. Yun Nuoshing muttered as she looked at the pure green jade bracelet on her wrist. The strand of bright red was still bright. She made a mark on the map and then continued to fly towards the Earth Grotto on her sun god bow. It wasn't that he didn't care about Yuan and the others. Based on his principles, he would run east first and turn back once he found them. It was too troublesome to go to the catacombs, so it was better to go directly to the catacombs and continue east. Nuoshing, thank you, Mei Mao said gently as she looked at Yun Nuoshing. Xian suddenly moved closer to her. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment and felt that it was a little ridiculous. She didn't know why she suddenly wanted to thank him. What's wrong? I don't think I did anything, right? Hearing this, Xian shook her head and smiled. If it weren't for you, Dad and I might still be ignoring each other. Thank you for helping us untie the knot in our hearts. Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood, then smiled and said, I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I moved my mouth. In fact, I didn't do anything. The one who wanted to take this step was you, and the one who took this step in the end was also you. I just gave you a push, and it has nothing to do with me. If you didn't have such thoughts, I wouldn't have been able to do it even if I pulled you, and also. Yun Nuoshing sighed and scratched her head. She continued, I think that if family members can't talk to each other and understand each other, it's sad that it leads to estrangement. I couldn't stand it, so I said something. As long as you don't blame me for being nosy, that's all. Xian nodded and said, but without you, none of us would have taken this step, so we still have to thank you. Seeing her serious expression, Yun Nuoshing smiled silently and nodded. Although it wasn't very far, it still took them a month to reach their destination. Seeing the red dot on the map next to a city below the Earth Grotto, Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. Boulder City was located 100 miles away from the Boulder Mountains. It was the first base to explore the Boulder Mountains, and the only city within 1,000,000 miles. This place was too close to the forbidden land of death, the Earth Grotto. People without a purpose wouldn't come here. Almost everyone who came here used this place as a foothold, right? A foothold set up by many powerhouses in order to explore the Earth Grotto. Boulder City wasn't very large. It was only a few thousand miles in length and width. It sounded like a relatively large number, but compared to most cities, it was 10 times or even 100 times smaller. Boulder City, outside the Boulder Mountains, the front line of the assault. Looking at the many figures below, Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect so many people to come and explore such a dangerous place. How is it? Did you sense anything? She turned her head and smiled at Xian. Naturally, she was asking about the Earth origin of the 5 elements. If the Earth Grotto really had it, it would only be this. Hearing this, Xian closed Mei Mao and seriously sensed for a while. After a while, she shook her head and said, There's no sign. It's probably too far away. Then let's go down and rest for a while. Find out if there's any situation before deciding when to enter the Earth Grotto. Yun Nuoshing nodded. It was normal that she couldn't sense anything. There was still a long way to go to the Earth Grotto. With that, she controlled the sun god bow and landed in a forest outside the city. She put it away and slowly walked towards the city gate. The sun god bow was too conspicuous. If she flew in like this, it would attract unnecessary trouble. After settling Xian and Ming in a restaurant and leaving behind the halberd, Yun Nuoshing finally left with peace of mind. This city was quite large in the eyes of ordinary people, but to cultivators like them who had seen countless large cities, it was nothing special. As a result, she only used an hour to look through the entire city. There's actually a transportation portal to the Earth Grotto. Is this really common in the Divine Prefecture? Outside the city in the north, a transportation portal that was thousands of meters wide was operating quietly. A silver-blue waterfall fell from the top, and dense spatial power radiated out. Even in the city they could clearly sense this enormous energy. Yun Nuoxing thought that this was something that required a formation master to spend a lot of effort on. Originally, she thought that such a wondrous thing could only be found between various large cities. She didn't expect there to be a transportation portal in such a small distance. Standing in front of the transportation portal, and looking at the words Earth Grotto floating above the portal, Yun Nuoxing sighed in amazement. They even made a transportation portal, as expected of a city that was specially set up for the Earth Grotto. Should she praise its convenience and speed? However, this transportation portal seemed a little lonely. There didn't seem to be any transportation portals from other places. There was only one from here to the Earth Grotto. Moreover, it's only 100 kilometers away. Is there a need to make a transportation portal? I can understand if you say that it's millions of kilometers away. But for such a small distance, it'll only take less than an hour to fly over. Could it be that it's convenient to come back? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and mumbled in confusion. It's to make it easier for people to die. You would also say that it's more convenient to have a transportation portal, Zai said calmly. Huh! Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Die. Zai calmly closed Yun Nuoxing's Encyclopedia of the God's World of Plants, then smiled faintly and said, It's true that the Forbidden Zone is very dangerous, but it's also a place that was formed naturally. It doesn't mean that the whole place is very dangerous. The places that are dangerous will be very dangerous, but there will also be safe zones in the Forbidden Zone. Those are also relatively safe places. Moreover, it's very easy for some strange things to be born in the Forbidden Zone, especially this kind of single-element Forbidden Zone. Magical beasts or all kinds of natural treasures, so many people will walk into the Forbidden Zone. Of course, after millions of years of exploration, people will eventually find a so-called safe zone. They will also be looking for the things they want to find in those places. As for whether they will be able to find anything, after saying that, Ziyi chuckled and shook his head. A moment later, he said, So, the current Forbidden Zone is far less terrifying than it was in the past. In the ancient times, the Forbidden Zone was truly a place people would stay at a respectful distance from. At this moment, there were many people gathered in front of the teleportation portal. They were in groups of 3 or 5, and all of them were fully armed. It seemed that they were ready to explore the earthen grotto. Withdrawing his gaze from the crowd, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. With his outstanding soul energy, he could naturally sense the strength of this large group of people. The weakest were at the immortal level, while the strongest were around the demonic level. Of course, there were some that he couldn't sense. They should be even stronger, but to this Forbidden Zone, they didn't seem to be a huge amount of energy. The earthen grotto was a forbidden zone that everyone in the God's world knew about. Its fame spread far and wide, and it was a place that countless experts paid attention to. This fame must have been accumulated by the countless lives that had perished. Among the countless experts that had perished, there was no lack of divine-level experts. Don't you think it's a kind of irony to build such a prosperous city in front of a forbidden zone of death? Death is clearly not far away, but this place is incomparably prosperous. While Yun Nuoxing was sighing, a laughter suddenly came from behind him. It stunned him for a moment. After a moment, he slowly turned around and looked at the young man who was talking not far away. His gaze froze. A young man with golden hair and beard, wearing a golden robe and a golden cape that fluttered in the wind, stood behind him. The young man looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, and was about the same age as Yun Nuoxing. He was rather handsome, and had a trace of a cold, heroic spirit. However, there was a warm smile on his face, and his eyebrows were drooping lazily. As the bright and beautiful sunlight shone on him, he seemed to be of the same color, and he seemed to have a different kind of charm. Seeing this sunny young man, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but be stunned. However, a teleportation portal that can bring people closer to death, I feel that it's a kind of mockery. Or do you think that it has nothing to do with you if you don't know how to go? The golden young man smiled and slowly turned his head. His golden eyes looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, "What do you think? Yun Nuoxing?" You. Hearing this person say his name, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He was certain that he had never seen this person before. Who are you? Could it be someone he once knew? Me. The young man smiled inexplicably and said, "I am." The young man opened his mouth and mouthed something, as if he didn't want to say it clearly. Then, he smiled again and turned around. His golden cape fluttered and his figure flashed. He instantly disappeared from where he was, leaving behind a sentence that floated in the wind. "Let's talk later." Yun Nuoxing was confused. As the breeze blew past, his mind was in a mess. A bunch of question marks jumped out of Yun Nuoxing's head. He didn't pay attention to the young man's mouth just now, so naturally, he didn't know what he said. He felt a little strange. Why did he say his name so vaguely? Ziyi, who is this guy? Scratching his head, Yun Nuoxing, who was clueless, threw this question to Ziyi. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Ziyi said speechlessly. Did he think she was an encyclopedia? Why did he ask her about everything? There were countless people in the realm of the gods. Did she have to remember everyone's name? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled embarrassedly. He stood on the spot and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Sighing, he glanced at the teleportation gate again. His figure trembled slightly, and he instantly disappeared from where he was. Standing in front of the giant teleportation gate, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the 1,000-foot-tall teleportation gate. After a while, he lowered his head and swept his gaze across the crowd. After a long time, he finally found the guard of the teleportation gate on the other side. He secretly glanced at the fee paid by the person who wanted to use the teleportation gate and inadvertently sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a lot. With his hands behind his back, Yun Nuoxing quietly looked at the surrounding groups of people who were exploring the Earth Grotto. They were shouting to find someone, and quite a few people also joined the group. "Young man, you want to go to the Earth Grotto? But looking at your small body, you should train more, haha." The old mercenary beside him couldn't help but laugh loudly when he saw Yun Nuoxing's interested gaze. It was as if he was giving some pointers. Yun Nuoxing smiled and cupped his hands, then turned and flew towards Boulder City. Nuoxing. In the restaurant, Xian and Ming saw a figure suddenly appear on the table in front of them. The former couldn't help but call out. Yun Nuoxing sat down gently, took a sip of tea and said, "I don't have any special news. Perhaps I'll have to make a trip there myself. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. I saw a lot of people gathering. It should be safer to explore behind them." Xian and Ming nodded. They naturally wouldn't object to Yun Nuoxing's arrangement. They immediately picked up their halberds and followed Yun Nuoxing, who stood up out of the restaurant. Chapter 216. Yun Nuoxing led the two straight to the portal. Perhaps it was because the distance wasn't too far, but the fee wasn't as high as she had imagined. At the very least, it was a few dozen times cheaper than what she had seen in Xingming City. With Yun Nuoxing's current wealth, she could still afford it. Furthermore, it was their first time going to the Earth Grotto. They didn't know the way, so it would take a lot of effort to find it. As a result, Yun Nuoxing directly chose this more expensive method of transportation. "I didn't expect so many people to go to the Earth Grotto." When they arrived at the plaza outside the city, Xian was surprised to see a large group of people rushing toward the portal. She didn't seem to understand why the forbidden area, which was known as the Land of Death, was so popular. Wasn't it said that it was too late to avoid it? Well, the forbidden area is full of danger, but it's precisely because of this that countless people are attracted to it. Danger and opportunity coexist. If you encounter a rare opportunity inside, you might be able to greatly increase your strength and reach the heavens in a single step, becoming a powerhouse that everyone dreams of, Yun Nuoxing explained with a smile when he saw the confusion in her eyes. Furthermore, after countless years of exploration, some valuable and safe places have been discovered in this so-called forbidden area. Places filled with energy can easily produce strange materials. These conditions have attracted the attention of countless people. Yun Nuoxing repeated Zai's words. She led the two of them to the back of the long queue. Due to Xian's peerless beauty, countless gazes had gathered at this place. Even the people in front couldn't help but turn around to line up and stare at her with undisguised amazement in their eyes. Being able to see such an eye-catching girl at such a boring time was a good way to relieve their boredom. Perhaps it was the first time that so many people were staring at her. Xian's beautiful face flushed red, but she didn't feel too awkward. She just stared at the sky in a daze. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw her like this. He couldn't stand so many people staring at him. If they were all staring at him, he might just fly out of here. After half an hour, Yun Nuoxing and the others finally arrived at the teleportation gate. After paying the fee, he hurriedly led the two of them into the teleportation gate. He couldn't stand the gazes that were everywhere. Yun Nuoxing rushed into the teleportation portal, and the rich spatial energy wrapped around her. Before she could react, the scenery in front of her suddenly changed. It was no longer the flat plaza. Through the silver-blue waterfall, she could clearly see that in the distance, there were countless huge brown-red rocks rising from the ground. They intertwined and meandered, and extended to the end of her vision. It was like a mountain range made of red rock. At the edge of the mountain range, huge rocks were inserted horizontally like blades, protecting the mountain range like countless sharp blades. It was more like a mountain range of blades than a mountain range of boulders. At this time, there were constantly figures flashing around, flying out of the teleportation gate. When they saw the mountain range, they didn't stop and flew straight into the mountain range. It seemed that they had been here many times and were already familiar with the place. Looking at the mountain range, Yun Nuoxing's eyes showed some surprise. He stared blankly for a moment before coming back to his senses. He walked out with Xian and turned to look at the teleportation gate. Although people were constantly rushing out, there were also people walking in on the other side. It seemed like they were returning to Boulder City. The teleportation gate stood at the top of a mountain. To be precise, it was at the top of a huge rock. The top was so flat that it looked like it had been shaved off by a knife. Standing at the edge, one could clearly see the bottom. This was the highest point in the Boulder Mountain Range, and one could see the entire mountain range at a glance. So, where is the Earth Grotto? On the 1,000-meter-tall rock, Yun Nuoxing stood at the edge of the mountain peak and looked down. He was a little lost in thought as he looked at the mountain range formed by blades and boulders. After a long while, he stretched lazily and muttered casually, "Are you new? The Earth Grotto is just below the mountain peak over there. Just jump down and you'll find it." Someone beside him heard his muttering and looked at him in surprise. Then, he pointed at the huge rock in the distance that looked a little like the top of a tower and said, Thank you." Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing smiled embarrassedly and cupped his hands at the person who spoke. Then, he jumped down with Xian and rushed towards the huge rock in the distance. There are quite a lot of people. In just a short distance of 1,000 meters, Yun Nuoxing saw no less than 100 people who were following the same path as them. They were all heading towards the top of the tower. Moreover, they could hear some people discussing something excitedly. It seemed that this was not their first time here. Xian also nodded and looked at the mountain range with interest. She had never left Xingyu City in her life and naturally had never been to this place. Seeing this strange terrain for the first time, she couldn't help but be curious. Yun Nuoxing didn't open his 6 wings until he was close to the ground. He raised a gust of wind and slowly landed on the ground. As soon as the soles of his feet touched the ground, Xian let out a small cry of surprise. Her lily-white hand naturally touched her chest. "What's wrong?" Hearing her cry of surprise, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and saw Xian's stunned expression. He couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Xian blinked and looked at Yun Nuoxing and said seriously, "Just now, I seem to have sensed something spontaneously in my heart as if something was calling me." "Calling?" Yun Nuoxing murmured. He turned his head and looked at the huge hole in front of him. He couldn't help but say, "It seems that I really found the right place." Finding the right place on the first time, it seemed that his luck was a little too good? He raised his head slightly. What appeared in front of him was a hole about 5 meters tall. It was surrounded by piles of huge rocks, leaving only a small gap that allowed one person to pass through. From afar, it only revealed a small hole. The concealment was quite good. If one didn't look carefully, they probably wouldn't be able to see that there was a hole here. At this time, there were many people flying towards the hole. These people all had one thing in common. Their breaths were very long. It was obvious that they weren't weak. When Yun Nuoxing was looking at the big hole, Ming pulled his long hair and whispered, "Brother, there's something down there." "There's something?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He looked at Ming, who was curled up in his arms, and asked in surprise. "I don't know." Ming shook his head. He patted her little head. He knew that Ming seemed to be able to sense something special. Just like how she had sensed Ling Hongjian before, she might have sensed something this time. Yun Nuoxing looked at the ground, as if she wanted to pierce through the thick layer of earth to see what was below. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't open her evil spirit eye. She turned her head and smiled at Xian. Then, she slowly walked towards the hole. There were many people walking towards the earth grotto. At least, Yun Nuoxing saw the hundreds of people walking towards the dark hole. They looked like they were taking a stroll, as if they weren't afraid of this place at all. Just as he walked in front of the earth grotto, before he could enter, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt a chill run through his body. It ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing him to shiver violently. His whole body trembled, and his face couldn't help but tremble a few times. His body stopped moving forward. "Lord Nuoxing?" Seeing him suddenly stop, Xian couldn't help but call out. "No. I suddenly felt a little cold." Hearing Xian's voice, he came back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly, then waved his hand and said, "Follow those people in and take a look." After saying that, he grabbed Xian's wrist with one hand and stepped into the hole, disappearing into the darkness. Buzz. Immortal chi flowed and spread out into the distance, illuminating the surroundings. What appeared in front of Yun Nuo was an incomparably wide passageway paved with bluestone. As they went deeper and deeper into the cave, it became higher and wider. The people who entered first all walked quietly and quickly. There was actually no sound as they rose and fell. This has been artificially developed. Seeing the inside of the cave, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but twitch his face. Wasn't the forbidden area supposed to be a desolate and uninhabited wasteland? It seems that as long as there's a profit motive, as long as it's a forbidden area, it can be developed for others to see. Thinking of some possibilities, Yun Nuoxing helplessly covered his face. These people's auras are so strong, and they all control the wood element. Looking at the people in front of him, Yun Nuoxing's eyes showed some surprise. He didn't sense any other elements, only the wood element. Moreover, these people's auras were all above the immortal level. The strongest one had a majestic demonic aura, and was obviously a demonic level powerhouse. would counters Earth. The Earthen Grotto is a world made entirely of Earth elemental energy. It's not safe for other elemental energy holders to enter. If a water elemental energy holder enters, they'll be countered. Seeing that those people were tiptoeing, Yun Nuashing and Xian also tiptoed behind them. Their cautious appearance looked very comical. After walking down a slope, a vast and boundless platform gradually appeared. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but show a trace of surprise in her eyes. The cave suddenly became several times higher, and the bluestone paved floor extended downhill until it reached the platform at the end. A small rising sun was hanging at the top of the cave. The gentle light was not much different from the sun outside. It was completely like another small world. Of course, what surprised Yun Nuashing was not only the man-made small sun. Looking along the bottom of the slope, they could see a small town not far away. It was only 2,000 feet long and wide. There was a wooden plaque hanging at the entrance of the town. A line of familiar words was written on it, and Yun Nuashing and Little Ming were shocked when they saw it. All wanderers are welcome to stop and rest here. Is this the small town we saw next to the Divine Weapon City? Her astonished gaze slowly swept across the entire town, and then fixed on the wooden plaque at the entrance of the town. Seeing those familiar words, Yun Nuashing's eyebrows twitched a few times, and she said in surprise. They seemed to have seen it once before. The small town next to the Divine Weapon City also had a similar wooden plaque hanging there. Could it be that it was built by the same group of people? It seems so. Ming also looked at the wooden plaque in a daze and nodded his little head. Hearing Yun Nuashing and Xian's words, Xian looked at them in surprise and asked, "You've been here before?" "No, we once went to a small town and saw a similar wooden plaque with the same words written on it." Yun Nuashing slowly recovered from her astonishment and shook her head as she said. Xian blinked and trotted out under Yun Nuashing's puzzled gaze. Then, he stopped a person on the side of the road and mumbled something. Finally, he bowed slightly and trotted back. He smiled at Yun Nuashing and said, "This small town belongs to the Nightwalker Alliance. The alliance itself is said to be formed by the merger of a group of forces. They are spread all over the realm of the gods and specially built this kind of small town for tourists to rest here. In addition, it seems that they can be found in all the restricted areas. Now, they have become the transit and supply stations in the eyes of everyone in the realm of the god." "They are spread all over the realm of the gods?" Yun Nuashing murmured in astonishment. "The alliance only has 3 restrictions on outsiders. First, no disputes are allowed in the Nightwalker town. Second, no actions are allowed that harm the public interest. Third, everything is based on peace. Anyone who enters their town must abide by these 3 rules. If anyone violates them, they will be surrounded by the enforcers of the town and everyone else, and will be blacklisted by the Nightwalker Alliance." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment, and then smiled helplessly. "This group of people is quite interesting, huh? But what benefits do they get from doing this?" Although it was very difficult for them to establish this kind of transit station in the beginning, after all, not everyone knows these things. Most of the people who travel outside are wary of each other. This unknown town that suddenly appeared may be difficult for others to accept in a short period of time, but the Nightwalker Alliance has existed for a long time, and gradually it was accepted by the world. At the beginning, there were only a few nameless small factions, but as they developed and passed the difficult period at the beginning, they unwittingly became a super powerful faction. The Alliance interacted with outsiders, and as it gradually developed, it was able to gain a certain amount of benefits from it, and also brought convenience to others. It can be said that it killed 2 birds with 1 stone. As if he knew his doubts, Xian explained with a smile. After hearing this, the corners of Yun Nuashing's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a faint smile. He folded his hands together, and his gaze slowly turned to the seemingly simple but well-equipped town and said, "Looks like it's a very strange faction. Daring to build a rest area in the forbidden area required a lot of courage. Going back to the past, it seemed that the only known organization was this so-called Nightwalker Alliance. Chapter 217. A small sun hung on the ceiling of the cave, and its warm light illuminated the underground world. However, in front of the cave there was a dark space. The light seemed to be blocked and couldn't shine through. That deep darkness seemed to make one lose their mind after looking at it for a long time. Looking up at the small artificial sun, Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself, "An underground sun, a small artificial sun, formed by compressed fire elements. It's really not easy for it not to melt the ceiling of the cave. What will happen when it gets dark? Will it still hang in the sky?" Looking at it carefully, there doesn't seem to be any difference. Walking in the small town and looking at the layout, Yun Nuoxing felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Other than the shops and the like, which were not quite the same, everything else was exactly the same as what he had seen in the Divine Weapon City. It was completely from the same mold. After spending a lot of money to buy a map, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and transmitted a message to Xian. He originally wanted to stay in the small town to collect some information, but the people here spoke very softly. On the huge street, only small sounds could be heard. It was completely different from the lively scene he saw in Boulder City. Only standing here did Yun Nuoxing feel the vigilance in the hearts of others. In turn, it also made him realize that he was in a forbidden area. He quietly operated the wood elements nervously. Yun Nuoxing looked around on the street. Unknowingly, he actually came to the other end of the small town. At the entrance, he heard a loud shout and looked over with interest. He saw a large number of people gathered at the entrance. Their black heads were shaking. Those were the mercenaries who had entered the Earth Grotto. However, these mercenaries wouldn't go deep into those dangerous areas. They would only explore in relatively safe places. With so many people entering the Earth Grotto at the same time, their lives would be more guaranteed. However, it was only relatively safe, and it didn't mean that it was definitely safe. Go deep into the Earth Grotto to explore the unknown areas. This trip will be led by a god from Boulder City. There are only 10 places, and the strength requirement is above the magic rank. Everyone, hurry up! The cry that suddenly sounded caused Yun Nuoxing to be stunned. Entering deep into the Great Earth Cave required a lot of courage. At the very least, an ordinary faction would not be able to do such a thing. The loud shouts caused the noisy entrance of the small town to fall silent. A moment later, everyone looked at each other for a while. The mercenaries who believed that they had met the requirements immediately rushed toward the middle-aged man in the robe. Staring blankly at the mercenaries who suddenly went crazy, Yun Nuoxing blinked and silently pulled the two of them back a few steps. "Let's go in and take a look today. We won't be able to get any information if we stay here. It's safer to follow behind them." "Yes," Xian nodded gently. She naturally wouldn't object to Yun Nuoxing's arrangement. Looking at the dark area, Yun Nuoxing had a bad premonition in her heart. The chill in her heart unconsciously became much stronger. However, a moment later, the 10 places of the mercenaries were filled. Everyone reorganized for a while and walked toward the dark area. Yun Nuoxing also stretched at this time and followed behind them from a distance. "Your current location is still safe, but from there onwards, it will be the real forbidden area of death." On the border line, there was a huge horizontal trench that separated the two areas. The trench was at least 100 meters wide, and there were many wooden signs on this side of the trench. The words "Extreme Danger" were written on them without exception. Next to the words, there was an exclamation mark and a skull with 2 swords crossed. It seemed to be warning people that there was something dangerous ahead. On a huge rock at the border, a white-haired old man in a green robe was sitting cross-legged on the huge rock. He held an opium pipe in his hand, and the mouth of the opium pipe was leisurely spewing out white smoke. The old man leisurely took a puff. He raised his turbid old eyes slightly and glanced at the two people from Yun Nua planet and the people in front of him. He said slowly. The sudden voice stunned the two of them. Then, Yun Nuashing turned her head abruptly and saw the old man in a green robe sitting cross-legged on the huge rock. Her pupils shrank slightly. She didn't sense any aura beside her just now. The mercenaries suddenly laughed. The middle-aged man in the lead waved his hand indifferently and said, Elder Kong, you don't have to scare these little guys. We're just going to the second platform on the lower level. Nothing will happen. Haven't we been fine for a few years? Hearing the seemingly familiar voice, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but take a few more glances at the group. So this group had entered and exited the Earth Grotto a few times. The old man called Elder Kong blew out a puff of white smoke and glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. Then, he closed his eyes. Uncle, what kind of danger is ahead? Why are there so many people walking in? Yun Nuashing looked at the many wooden signs and the people flying across the ditch. She stepped forward and cupped her hands at the old man as she asked respectfully. The old man slowly took a puff of his opium pipe and blew out a puff of white smoke. His eyes stared straight at Yun Nuashing. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, There are powerful beings hidden in the forbidden area. The entire Earth Grotto is dangerous. There are countless dangers. Be careful of the rocks. Don't trust your vision. Don't keep walking down. After saying this, the old man sighed. He stretched out his withered and yellowed fingers and used his yellowed fingernails to pick at the tobacco. Then, he closed his eyes again, as if he had fallen asleep. Rubbing her head, Yun Nuashing turned her head and looked at Xian. She spread her hands and said, Just be careful. It should be fine. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the group of mercenaries calmly flying toward the ditch. She also grabbed Xian's wrist and gently leaped up, flying toward the other side of the ditch. It's so deep. I can't see what's down there. While flying, Xian lowered her head slightly to look at the ditch below. It was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. She didn't know what was down there in the darkness. Do you feel anything? Yun Nuashing also lowered her head to take a look and asked. No. Ever since I came in, that feeling disappeared. Xian shook her head and said softly. Disappeared. Yun Nuashing was startled. Her expression changed slightly. Could it be that they were in the wrong place? It should be here, but I lost the feeling. Seeing Yun Nuashing's expression, Xian hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the bottomless ditch again and shuddered. She pulled Xian and quickly sped up. In an instant they appeared on the opposite cliff. Brother, I think we should just jump down. Just as their feet touched the ground, Ming, who was in her arms, suddenly pulled Yun Nuashing's long hair and said softly, Nanny? As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He turned his head slightly to take a look, and his throat could not help but roll. With a dry laugh, he patted Ming Ming's head and said, That girl, you're joking, right? Tell me you're joking. I don't know. I just have this feeling. Hearing this, Ming pouted and shook her head. She held Yun Nuashing's shoulder with her small hand and stuck her head out. Her purple-black, gem-like eyes stared at the ditch behind them and blinked. Ming, be good. Let's go down slowly, step by step, carefully, okay? Yun Nuashing said with a wry smile as she patted her head. Okay. Hearing the reluctance in Yun Nuashing's voice, Ming nodded and didn't insist. Seeing her nod, Yun Nuashing and Xian both breathed a sigh of relief. It was so dark that they couldn't see the bottom. Even ghosts wouldn't know where they would end up if they jumped down, right? Seeing that their surroundings were empty, they hurriedly followed the people walking in front of them. There were quite a number of people walking together. Other than the group of dozens of mercenaries, there were actually other small groups moving forward in small group. Silence. It was still quiet all around. Although there were hundreds of people walking together, there wasn't a single sound. Everyone had wrapped their bodies with energy. Even their breathing and heartbeat were covered and couldn't be heard. Their expressions were solemn. Their eyes kept scanning their surroundings, as if they were on guard against something. Even the mercenary leader, who had been very relaxed just now, held his breath. The long slope and the dark tunnel seemed to be leading them to the 9th level of hell. The entire path was slanted downwards. It feels a little crazy. Yun Nuoshing looked around and whispered to the two of them through telepathy. It does feel a little strange. Xian nodded. These people had wrapped themselves with energy. They couldn't sense any signs of life from the outside. It was like they were the living dead. Even if they wanted to hide their tracks, they shouldn't have done so. While the few of them were discussing with their telepathic thoughts, more than an hour had passed. Their eyes, which had been looking around, finally fixed on the stone wall. Yun Nuoshing noticed that some markings would appear on the stone wall every once in a while. Furthermore, there were some names and numbers that looked like dates. It made him stop in his tracks out of curiosity every time. Great Yuan Realm Calendar. 70th Era, 100 million XXX year, arrived at X month X day. Great Yuan Realm Calendar. 85th Era, end of 100 million year, arrived at X month X day. Great Yuan Realm Calendar. 129th Era, Great Yuan Realm Calendar, beginning of 139th Era, like Yuan King arrived at this place. As they went deeper, the years on the markings got closer to the present time. On the last mark, it could be seen that it was left behind in the last few 100,000 years. It seemed to be a guide or some kind of mark to commemorate their arrival at this place at this very moment. The Great Yuan Realm was the collective name of the 8 primordial realms. The current calendar happened to be 139th Era. The last mark was left behind in this era. As for this name, Yun Nuoshing was very familiar with it like Yuan King. Seeing this name, Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment. He had heard this name from Jin Jinwang before. He was the previous lord of the Light God Temple. He was a powerful god of the same generation as Jin Jinwang. He was the most powerful figure among the 9 kings of the Divine Prefecture. His original title was Light God King, but it had been swapped. Among the 9 kings of God, the titles of Jin Jinwang and the others were not fixed. In that generation, Jin Jinwang and the others stood out and took the crown. Therefore they had this title. However, Jin Jinwang was not the lord of the Golden Temple. The owner of the title of Light God King had never changed. It was held by the lord of the Light God Temple. Logically speaking, it should have been the previous lord of the Light God Temple who held this title. It should not have been changed so early. It was said that the previous lord of the Light God Temple left everything behind and walked the world freely. He gave up the title of God King and called himself Light Yuan King. Therefore, the Light God King of this generation was actually changed in a hurry. It happened to be the generation of Jin Jinwang and the others. However, no one cared about this title. After all, you did not have the light element and could not speak. It should have been left behind by the previous Light God King. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly as his finger gently stroked the words on the stone wall. He did not expect that the previous Light God King that Jin Jinwang spoke of would actually come to this place. They did not know how much time had passed. They kept going down the slope. According to his estimation, they should have gone down more than 5,000 meters. Moreover, they could not see the end of this path. The slope became steeper as they went down. There were many small branches along the way. There were also people who went down in groups. He did not know what the situation was like now. Fire element? After going down for a long time, Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt a slight fluctuation of the fire element. He could not be mistaken about that familiar blazing energy. However, wasn't the Earth Grotto said to be a pure forbidden area of the Earth element? How could there be fire element in it? We're already close to the bottom. It might be magma. However, it's strange that the rocks did not melt and leak in. Ziyi thought for a moment and explained after hearing his inadvertent transmission. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that the group in front of him had stopped. Unknowingly, the seemingly endless slope had come to an end. What appeared in front of them was a flat ground. However, there was no sign of a town. On the steep rock wall at the side, there was a string of dates carved. Looking at the time, it was not too far from now. It was left behind by people who came here recently. The second platform below? Yun Nuoshing thought of what the middle-aged man said. This platform was especially huge. It was much bigger than the platform of the town above. It was full of potholes. There were many passages between the rock walls. They were also pitch black. He did not know where these branches led to. Shifting his line of sight to the center of the platform, a huge deep hole suddenly appeared. The surroundings of the deep hole seemed to have sunk. It was not smashed through, but more like a natural collapse, like a suction cup. The middle-aged man from the mercenary team suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He muttered, "I didn't see this big hole the last time I was here. The last time I was here was half a month ago. It's not surprising that there are any strange changes in this godforsaken place." In the crowd, the person wrapped in a black robe spoke at this time. Hearing him speak, Yun Nuoshing quietly turned his line of sight. Among this group of people, only this person gave him an unusually strong sense of pressure. He must be the God-level expert that the middle-aged man mentioned. The God-level expert walked out and looked at the big hole. His expression suddenly changed. "Something's wrong." Seeing him looking at the big hole in the center with a serious expression, Yun Nuoshing could not help but open his evil spirit eye. Looking at the deep hole, he slowly moved his gaze down. Then, he was stunned. His face suddenly twitched violently. Nuoshing. Seeing his expression change, Xian could not help but ask, "Something's wrong." Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said with a dry mouth. At this time, his face had become the color of a pig's liver. "What?" Xian was stunned. Because, Yun Nuoshing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Before he could say anything, the entire cave suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky without warning, causing the cave to tremble. The God-level expert felt the strength of this aura and his expression changed. Boom! A black shadow suddenly rushed out of the big hole, stirring up a cloud of dust. It flew high up into the air before landing on the flat ground. The heavy weight caused the entire platform to shake. At the same time, the people standing at the front hurriedly retreated. Screams filled the place for a moment. The dust dispersed. The black shadow stretched out its body. 2 rock-like long poles extended from the ground. Its entire body slowly arched, revealing 6 curved stone legs behind it. 2 rock-like longbows extended from the middle of the long poles. Looking up, the scene was strangely reflected by the 16 stone pearls, reflecting the various changes in everyone's expressions. What the hell? It's the Spider Emperor. Run. Retreat. It's the earthen rock spider. Seeing this spider, which seemed to be made of stone, everyone's expression changed. Someone hurriedly shouted and then hurriedly retreated. The God-level expert who came with the team skillfully grabbed everyone and ran toward the tunnel behind. In just a few seconds, only Yun Nuoshing and the other 2 were left. This kind of retreat seemed to be very common. It seemed that they were very familiar with it. No. Nuoshing, let's go quickly. Seeing the people disappear in the blink of an eye, Xian was a little speechless. When she saw Yun Nuoshing standing still with a gloomy face, she could not help but anxiously remind him. She grabbed his arm and tried to pull him away, but the latter seemed to be rooted to the ground. No matter how much strength she used, she could not pull him away. Nuoshing Jun. Seeing this, Xian hurriedly shouted, "I." Yun Nuoshing fiercely gritted his teeth. The 16 stone eyes suddenly focused on Yun Nuoshing and the other 2. A vast aura suddenly erupted from the Spider Emperor's body, and a ferocious aura spread out. Then, the 8 stone legs forcefully stomped on the ground, leaving a few huge pits in the ground. Its body charged toward Yun Nuashing like a cannonball. Shocked by this ferocious aura, Xian took a few steps back. Seeing the Spider Emperor charging over, her pretty face suddenly turned pale. However, before she could rush back to pull Yun Nuashing away, she saw the latter's face suddenly twitch violently. A pair of bright evil spirit eyes stared at the Spider Emperor charging over, and a blue light suddenly appeared in his right hand. If King hate spiders the most. Chapter 218. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing raised his head and roared at the sky. His bright eyes turned crimson red. A sinister look appeared on his face as he looked at the Spider Emperor that was charging at him with one of its stone legs. He let out a sinister laugh and raised his heavenly halberd that was dyed blue by Ling Hong's sword. Dazzling golden light elements and dark green wood elements surged and poured into the heavenly halberd. In an instant, the heavenly halberd was dyed in a gorgeous color. The fluctuating energy followed the movement of the heavenly halberd and fiercely chopped down at the Spider Emperor. Clang! A deafening collision sound echoed throughout the cave. The Spider Emperor's stone leg that looked very hard was actually chopped off by the heavenly halberd as if it was mud. It was sent flying backward. Yun Nuashing let out a sinister laugh. Light elements surged as he took a step forward. He held the heavenly halberd and stabbed it upwards, ruthlessly stabbing it into the Spider Emperor's huge stomach. His arm fiercely rotated the heavenly halberd, urging the energy to explode. Instantly, huge rocks flew everywhere and fell to the ground with heavy thud. The intense pain made the Spider Emperor retreat a few steps. Before it could regain its senses, a golden pillar of light followed closely behind. The resplendent golden light exploded as if a sun was rising. The huge energy explosion caused the Spider Emperor to fall to the ground. Its remaining 7 legs curled up in pain, and its entire body curled up into a ball. Putting away the divine mirror of light, Yun Nuashing charged into the sky with the light elements. His figure paused for a moment as the resplendent light elements wrapped around him. The heavenly halberd pointed straight at the Spider Emperor and then shot down like a golden bullet. It broke through the sound barrier and the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the cave. Boom! The huge force pierced through the Spider Emperor's body with the halberd, nailing it to the ground. The huge impact caused the entire cavern to shake violently. Several large rocks fell from the ceiling and crashed onto the ground, creating a loud rumbling sound. Ding ding dang dang dang. Clang. Chi. Yun Nuashing roared furiously as he exerted force with his halberd and sliced the Spider Emperor into 2. In the next instant, all 18 divine artifacts appeared before him, and he stabbed them into the Spider Emperor's body. Judging from the Spider Emperor's frenzied appearance, it seemed as if he wanted nothing more than to dismember Yun Nuashing into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, a string of curses resounded. So Big Brother is afraid of spiders. Ming Ming was put down by Yun Nuashing at some point in time. At this moment, she was standing beside Ziyan, her small hands grabbing the latter's skirt. When she saw Ziyan's demonic appearance, she could not help but mumble. Ming Ming, who knew Ziyan's temperament, naturally knew that when he was provoked to the extreme, he would go crazy. Ziyan laughed bitterly when she heard this, and then she carried Ming Ming in her arms. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an indescribable expression as she gazed at the figure that danced about on the Spider Emperor's body. 9 Heaven's Spirit Subduing Formation. After inserting all of the divine weapons into the Spider Emperor's body, Yun Nuashing's hands formed a series of seals at lightning speed. A huge colorful formation slowly appeared in the air following the changes of his hand seals. The energy in the surroundings began to surge violently. 18 lightning pillars connected to the formation, and a vast amount of energy spread out. Then, a thunderous roar exploded. Destroy! Countless bolts of lightning jumped out of the divine artifacts and locked the Spider Emperor underground. The powerful electric current almost paralyzed it. Then, a lightning bolt with a width of thousands of feet descended from the center of the formation. It was like a heavenly tribulation as it ruthlessly struck the trembling Spider Emperor. "This is like whipping a corpse." Xian smiled bitterly as she looked at the Spider Emperor, who had long stopped moving. She couldn't help but mourn for it in her heart. "Little star, you even used the origin formation of the spiritual godly body. Didn't you say you didn't know how to use it?" Seeing the huge lightning bolt descend from the formation onto the Spider Emperor, Zai was a little surprised. This was the origin formation and origin power of the spiritual godly body. Yun Nuoxing shouldn't have awakened at this time. Had she really gone crazy from the stimulation? Boom! The huge lightning bolt exploded, and the unparalleled energy storm flipped a layer of stone over. The entire cavern shook violently. The violent impact of the explosion pushed Yun Nuoxing out. She somersaulted in the air and landed gently on the ground after a while. Then, she squatted down and let out a long breath. "Are you all right?" Seeing Yun Nuoxing's body descend, Ziyen carried Ming Ming and jogged over. She helped him up and asked hurriedly, "I'm fine." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and pressed down the dust. Under the dust, a pile of broken rocks appeared. There was no longer a trace of a spider. Her big eyes scanned him from head to toe. Seeing that he was fine, Ming also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she couldn't help but mutter, "Big brother is so cruel." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing scratched her head awkwardly. For the first time, she didn't refute. It seemed that she also realized her situation. Thinking of this, she looked unnaturally at the pile of broken rocks behind her and shuddered violently. Thinking of being stared at by a spider that was thousands of feet long, she had goosebumps all over her body. "Why the F***ck did you grow so big for no reason? That's a god-level weapon?" Xian looked at the sky piercer. Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly and couldn't help but ask. The most she had seen in her life was the demon-level weapon in her family. She had never seen a god-level weapon, which was a god-level weapon that ordinary people could only dream of. "Yes." Yun Nuoxing nodded. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, she couldn't help but laugh. "If you like it, I'll give you one later." If someone heard this sentence, they would definitely be so angry that they would spit out a mouthful of blood. This was a god-level weapon. You want to give it away just like that? Did you think this was cabbage? This was too extravagant, wasn't it? A high-level god-level weapon was enough to establish a first-rate force in the realm of the gods, and no one would dare to question it. No need. Hearing this, Xian was stunned for a moment. After regaining her senses, she quickly waved her hand and shook her head. She was also shocked by this extravagance, but she also knew the value of a god-level weapon. Moreover, she thought that Yun Nuoxing was joking. "I'm serious," Yun Nuoxing said seriously. Then, she took out 18 god-level weapons and let them float around Xian. She smiled and said, "Tell me which one you like." Sun Monarch Nuoxing. "There's really no need. I don't know how to use these either." Seeing Yun Nuoxing take out 18 god-level weapons all at once, even Xian was quite shocked. Her cheeks involuntarily trembled a few times, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. "All right, I'll put them away for you first." Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing didn't insist. She put away the weapons, clapped her hands, and looked around in boredom. When she saw the pile of rubble, she couldn't help but pause and blink. Her eyes flashing with different colors seemed to have caught something, and she frowned. Then, she resisted the feeling of disgust and jogged away under the confused gazes of Xian and Mei Mao. She jumped up and down in the rubble, and after a while, she jumped out again and ran back to them. She smiled mysteriously and slowly opened her two tightly clenched hands. 2 objects were floating in her hands. One was grayish-brown and transparent, and the other was an earthen-yellow crystal that looked like a sea urchin. Without exception, both of them were emitting astonishing energy waves. However, one was pure soul energy and the other was boundless earth elemental energy. The Spider Emperor's soul essence and crystal core? Seeing these two things, Ziyen was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes carefully glanced at them, and then she spoke in an astonished voice. Yes, it's a pity that there's no beast soul. Yun Nuoshing smiled. Soul essences were commonly found in all things in the world. They were the condensation of almost all the energy in a living being's body, including the condensed Yuan Li and a portion of soul energy. Apart from being used to refine and increase one's cultivation, it could also be used to temper one's soul. Generally, it could also be used to weave curses, weave arrays, alchemy, and forge items. Therefore, this kind of thing would usually be bought by charm masters, alchemists, array masters, and forgers to create more valuable things. Especially high-level soul essences, they were crazily fought over by masters, and were generally priceless in the auction house. Of course, the most attractive thing was the effect of cultivating the soul. It was well known that apart from some specialized soul cultivation methods, other cultivation methods had almost no benefits to the soul. However, this unique method had also been lost with the passage of time. Therefore, there was a method that could increase one's soul strength that was especially attractive. It was especially coveted by alchemists and other professions. The increase of soul strength was of vital importance to them. After all, alchemy required soul strength. Simply speaking, the increase of one's soul strength was an increase of one's soul strength. However, not every living being would have a soul essence in their body. Part of the condensation of this thing depended on luck, and the other part depended on the extent to which the living being's soul was preserved when it was alive. It wasn't strange if the soul essence couldn't be found after being killed. Intelligent magical beasts might self-destruct their soul essence before they died, not giving the enemy any advantage at all. This would make the enemy, who had worked hard for half a day, kneel on the ground and howl, then pick up their weapons and whip the corpse with hatred. As for the crystal core, it was the same as the energy carrier in the human body. It was used to store energy, and it could also be used for other refining. Moreover, this crystal core had always been stained with earth elemental energy. Therefore, this was an earth elemental crystal core, and it also contained powerful energy. After refining it, it could condense one's own energy. However, it was no longer of much use to Yun Nua planet. The immortal chi carrier in his body was a crystal, and it was already the limit. No matter how much he refined it, he would not be able to advance to the next level. He couldn't refine it any further. As for the beast soul, if the soul essence contained the magical beast's cultivation and a part of its soul, then the beast soul was the magical beast's soul. If someone was lucky enough to obtain one and then refined it into his soul, he would be able to obtain a part of the magical beast's or demonic beast's abilities. However, the completeness and power of the abilities obtained depended on the extent to which the soul was preserved. For those who had already integrated a soul, when they cultivated, they could slowly temper that soul and make it more powerful. However, the beast souls obtained through killing were all remnant souls, and the abilities obtained were limited. These souls also had a rough classification. The specific measurement standard was based on the original strength of the host. It was similar to the classification of magic arrays. The more powerful the host, the higher the level of the soul essence. However, crystal cores were the same as soul essences. They could also be used to refine medicine, refine talismans, and forge. They could strengthen the effects of items. If they were attached to weapons, they could increase the attack power. If they were attached to defensive equipment, they could increase the defense power. Crystal cores were also divided into elements. Although magical beasts didn't know how to control elements, and ordinary magical beasts couldn't control elements, their energy carriers contained boundless elemental energy. This Spider Emperor's crystal core was earth elemental. The Spider Emperor's strength is around Shinming, and its soul essence crystal core is around divine grade 5. Pure earth elemental material can be used to repair the Nethervoid sword and Ling Hong sword. Hee, I've struck it big this time. Tossing the 2 lumps in his hand, Yun Nuoxing grinned. Crystal cores could also be used to upgrade weapons. Moreover, due to the magical beast's life aura, the success rate was higher than some natural materials. Let's go. Let's go back first. Without a guide, we don't know where to go. Taking out 2 jade boxes, he kept the soul essence and crystal core and carefully placed them into the pendant. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he saw that there were more than 10 passages on the other side of the ravaged plain. Yun Nuoxing couldn't make up her mind. There was no one else here except for them, so they could only retreat for the time being. Xian nodded lightly. Crack. Just as Yun Nuoxing and Ziyen were about to walk back to where they came from, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. At this time, it was silent all around. Even the slightest sound would enter their ears without any obstruction. Yun Nuoxing also stopped in his tracks in astonishment. He slowly turned his head and saw that there was nothing on the flat ground. He then glanced at the big hole and scratched his head in confusion. Crack, tugging at Xian's clothes, Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and asked softly, "Did you hear anything? It seems like something is cracking." Xian nodded and carefully analyzed for a while, then said, "Gotcha." Boom. Just as Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment and his expression changed, an explosion suddenly sounded out from the flat ground. After that, a feeling of weightlessness suddenly descended upon Yun Nuoxing, and the entire flat ground actually collapsed in an instant. They broke the ground. Zai laughed in his heart, gloating. Wow. Now is not the time to laugh, right? Seeing that the entire ground had caved in, loosening like a plate and falling down, revealing the endless darkness below. It was like a big mouth that was about to swallow them. Yun Nuoxing was so scared that he spat out his tongue. At the critical moment, he felt a pair of soft hands around his waist. Out of habit, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly spread out his 6 wings, and the surging wind elements instantly condensed. However, just as the wind elements condensed, they mysteriously dissipated. His body, which had just stopped falling, accelerated again, and his 3 pairs of wings weakly twisted with the wind. Nuoxing. Brother! Damn it! 3 screams rang out at the same time, and Zai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There seemed to be an inexplicable force imprisoning him, preventing him from flying with the help of the wind elements. Feeling his body falling weakly, and seeing the top of the cave getting farther and farther away, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but curse. The 3 figures were gradually swallowed by the darkness, and only a shout slowly echoed. "Wait, I feel like this situation is a little familiar." Yun Nuoxing stretched his hand out and brushed the air. He felt that it was familiar and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Chapter 219. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The whistling sound of the wind was ringing in their ears, and the cold wind was pervasive. It was as if a room full of cold air had suddenly been released. It was so cold that the hair on Yun Nuoxing's body stood on end. Due to the excessive cold, his body actually started to hurt. Ziyi. Amidst the intense pain, Yun Nuoxing forced his mouth open and shouted. His ability seemed to have been suppressed, and immortal energy couldn't leave his body. The only person who was safe and sound here was probably Ziyi, right? Don't worry. There seems to be something down there. Let's go down and take a look first. Unexpectedly, Ziyi laughed calmly. Wow! This freefall has a G of acceleration. If we fall to the ground, we'll turn into a meat patty. Even if we want to go down, we shouldn't go down like this. When he heard the girl's tone, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but wail in his heart. At the same time, he let out an extremely tragic wail, causing those who heard it to feel grief. Don't keep going down. The old man's aged voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They really didn't keep going down, they just kept falling. The whistling sound of the wind gradually numbed Yun Nuoxing, and the fear in his heart subconsciously subsided. They maintained this posture and didn't reach the ground for a long time. Yun Nuoxing used all her strength to turn half of her body so that she could see what was below her. It was pitch black, and the light had long left them. That dark place inexplicably made Yun Nuoxing feel both fearful and at ease. Light? A few minutes later, he saw a tiny red light source rapidly approaching and enlarging at the bottom of the pitch-black hole. This made Yun Nuoxing shudder violently, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. He hurriedly yelled at the top of his voice, "The ground! The ground! We're on the ground! The ground!" Nuoxing! Big brother! Xian and Ming were shocked by Yun Nuoxing's yelling. Mei Mao's eyes were tightly shut, and she was completely pressed against his body. She was powerless to change anything. Yun Nuoxing was suppressed, so she naturally couldn't protect herself. Ziyi! Yun Nuoxing, who was being called, couldn't care less about the soft and warm in his arms. At this moment, he was also trying to call out to the others. He clenched his teeth and forcefully turned his body so that he could cushion the fall. He closed his eyes and waited. Ziyi finally chuckled softly. With a thought, he took over Yun Nuoxing's body for a short period of time. A pair of pale purple eyes slowly opened, still containing some traces of mischief. Soon after, a majestic aura was suddenly unleashed, shattering the obscure imprisonment. After the imprisonment was shattered, the wind elemental energy that they had lost contact with swept over, causing their descending bodies to rapidly come to a halt. Boom! The huge force reverberated on the ground, smashing a 10 feet wide hole in the ground. Dust scattered in all directions. Yun Nuoxing's body was suspended about an inch above the ground. He seemed to be able to feel the cold air coming from his back. There were a few black lines on his eyebrows as he trembled. His face looked like he had been played to death. Before he could even take a breath, he slowly fell to the ground. Damn, that was too exciting. My heart can't take it. When Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and they slowly slid down his cheeks. Yun Nuoxing patted his chest and lowered his head. He saw Xian curled up in his arms like a little bird. Her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her hands were tightly clutching his clothes. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but blush. He couldn't hide the ripples in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed them. He coughed dryly, reached out, and shook her delicate shoulders. "Xian, it's okay now." Xian was startled when she heard this. She gently opened her tightly shut eyes and looked up. She just happened to meet Yun Nuoxing's gaze. Their cheeks were almost pressed together, and their breaths hit each other's faces. When their eyes met, a layer of red instantly appeared on their cheeks, and even their heads felt a little dizzy. Ahem! Ming, who was sandwiched together like a meat patty, finally couldn't help but cough softly when he saw the two of them like this. It was like a thunderclap that shook the two of them out of their dizzy state. After being awakened by Ming's cough, the two of them scrambled to their feet, and then quickly turned their backs to him. That scene just now could be said to be the most intimate they've ever been since they met. She gently combed her messy long hair and patted her dusty windbreaker. Her face was still a little red, and her gaze slightly sized up this place. The place where they fell was a circular platform. Other than the huge crater that had just been smashed open, the surrounding area was filled with flirtatious fiery red flowers and plants. The red light flickered faintly, and the faint red light illuminated this quiet place, casting the shadows of the three people on the stone wall. The flirtatious flowers bloomed with blood-red lines, and the blood-red light illuminated the atmosphere here, making it seem a little eerie. She looked up and saw the huge crater that matched the size of the platform. The fiery red light couldn't illuminate the darkness above, so she didn't know how high the crater was. Directly opposite Yun Nuoxing was a tunnel that reflected the red light. Although it looked very bright from afar, it was also a little creepy, as if this place led to hell. "Nuoxing," Xian also saw the surrounding scene, and walked closer a little nervously. She held Ming's hand with her slender hand, and her crystal-like eyes scanned the surroundings, then focused on Yun Nuoxing and called out softly. Shoo! Yun Nuoxing raised a finger to her mouth and shushed softly. The divine artifact appeared at will, protecting them in all directions. Then she picked up Ming, patted her head, and looked straight at the tunnel that was just big enough for the two of them to pass through side by side. She narrowed her eyes slightly. It was dark underground, and according to common sense, there shouldn't be any plants growing here. Moreover, these blood-red flowers belong to the two sides of the yellow springs. The red spider lily, Manjasaka spider lily, blooms on the other side of the shore. You can only see the flowers, but not the leaves. Legend has it that it exists on both sides of the yellow springs, and it's one of the 4 flowers that bring auspicious omens from the heavens. Its original meaning is the flower of the heavens, and whoever sees this flower will be cleansed of evil. Yun Nuoxing softly murmured as she looked at the flirtatious red flowers, and then laughed helplessly. This place that was known as the Forbidden Zone of Life actually had this kind of flower that symbolized auspicious omens? Was she mocking them? Spider lily. Xian repeated softly when she heard Yun Nuoxing's murmur. She looked at the tunnel that was filled with crimson red, and her brows furrowed slightly. A moment later, her nose twitched slightly, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Other than the Manjasaka, there's also the ghost spirit flower. It's shaped like 5 stars, and its color is dark blue. Its fragrance is like musk, and it's like an orchid. The 5 pistils merge into one, and its fragrance can spread for miles. Although it's very beautiful, it's indeed a flower that symbolizes great omens." Because of the sea of flowers, Xian usually liked to study flowers and plants. She could immediately distinguish some unique scent. Yun Nuoxing frowned when she heard this. She looked around, but she didn't see the so-called blue flowers. Moreover, there were actually flowers growing in the forbidden zone of life of the earth element? Was it man-made or natural? If it was the former, then it would be fine. Perhaps someone had carved it to create this strange atmosphere. If it was the latter, then it didn't make sense. There's no aura of life. Yun Nuoxing muttered in her heart. Although this place was filled with blood-red flowers, she didn't feel any aura of life. Her evil spirit eye also didn't see any emerald-green aura of life. It was as if these flowers didn't exist. Spider lily? This thing actually exists. Zai also saw everything through his eyes. She couldn't help but furrow her brows. Her jade-like hand stroked her sharp chin, and after a long while, she sighed. It's normal that you can't feel any aura of life. If you can sense the aura of a spider lily, then it means that you're already dead. That's a flower that only belongs to the river Styx. It's impossible for a living person to sense the aura of a spider lily. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing also heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that there was a problem with her senses. Let's go. Since we're here, then let's take things as they come. Right now we can't fly. What we can do? After sensing for a bit, she discovered that her faint connection with the wind element had been completely cut off. Yun Nuoxing sighed and pointed at the dazzling red tunnel. She said in a deep voice, "We can only go forward." Apart from the fact that they couldn't use the wind element to fly, the energy restriction just now seemed to have dissipated. Since they couldn't fly, they could only find another way to go back. Yes. Let's go together. Xian nodded and took a step forward. Her jade-like hand gently pinched Yun Nuoxing's clothes as she spoke softly. With her mind, she controlled a few divine weapons to float to Xian's right. The 18 weapons floated up and down with their footstep. She looked around again, and her gaze swept back. She stared at the stone tunnel that looked like the netherworld. She lifted her foot and slowly walked in, disappearing into the darkness. Both of them walked very slowly, taking 3 steps every 5 seconds. In the faintly red tunnel, the red light reflected on Yun Nuoxing's and Xian's solemn faces. A faint fragrance floated around them, causing Yun Nuoxing to be much more vigilant. This was especially so when he discovered that this smell was similar to the ghost spirit flower's fragrance that Xian had described. The immortal qi in his body slowly circulated, ready to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. The tunnel wasn't long. With the two of them walking at a moderate pace, they reached the end of the tunnel in 10 minutes. The entrance at the end of the tunnel was covered by the red light, and they couldn't see what was inside. However, the fragrance of the ghost spirit flower was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost as if it was rushing over in waves, constantly rushing into their noses. The two of them looked at each other. Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, then carried Ming, who was in his arms, and placed him in Xian's arms. The latter also knew the current situation, so he didn't make a fuss. He just obediently lay on Xian's shoulder. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. The Ling Hong sword appeared in his right hand, and the swirling zither appeared between the two of them. Then, he took the Fangtian halberd with one hand, glanced at the red light, and pulled her into the tunnel. Their bodies were engulfed by the red light, and the strong light made them habitually close their eyes. After a while, they slowly opened their eyes. As soon as their vision became clear, the two of them were stunned. This was a sea of flowers. Blue flowers grew along the hillsides, and blue light shot out from every corner of this place, intertwining into a sea of light. The fragrance of orchids and musk permeated the air, and blue mist filled the entire space. It was like a fairyland. However, it was such a scene that made Yun Nuoxing and Xian instantly vigilant. A sea of ghost spirit flowers. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xian couldn't help but murmur. His eyes were dull. This place was full of blue, and there wasn't a trace of red. The red spider lilies didn't seem to have bloomed here. What kind of evil technique did they want to describe this place as to plant so many ghost spirit flowers? Do you believe in feng shui? After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yun Nuoxing touched his cheeks. He turned his head and looked at the shocked Ziyan as he muttered. It's all about believing in it and not believing in it, Xian said in a low voice as he tightened his grip on Yun Nuoxing's sleeve. Little star, there's something wrong with this place. Zai's voice sounded at this moment, and it echoed in Yun Nuoxing's heart like a wind chime. It was that kind of low chuckle, and he didn't sound anxious at all. Yes, there's something wrong. Don't you see the ghost spirit flowers blooming all over the mountain? Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. Anyone could see that there was something wrong with this place. Did he even need to say it? No, I'm saying that this place isn't as simple as just planting flowers. There seems to be something else buried under the sea of flowers. You should be able to find out once you reach the center of the hill. Ziyi sneered when he heard that. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched after hearing Zai's words. Although he was a little unwilling, he still nodded slightly. He looked around, and after confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he carefully led the startled Xian forward. Although this place was a little strange, Yun Nuoxing wasn't too afraid. The swirling zither was right next to him. As long as it wasn't something like the rebirth mirror, he didn't need to be afraid. A small path extended along the foot of the small hill. This path in the sea of flowers seemed to have been specially left for people to walk on. Although it was winding, it kept going towards the center. It kept going around and around the foot of several mountains, as if deliberately not passing through the hills. After they went around a few hills, the closed hills suddenly opened up. The huge opening led to the center of the hills, and there wasn't a path for them to walk on. Looking at the endless sea of blue inside, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and nodded at Xian. Then, he lifted his feet and walked into the sea of blue flowers. His robes brushed past the blue flowers, and a soft rustling sound was heard. Yun Nuoxing and Yun Luo forcefully walked out a path in the dense sea of flowers. The blue water droplets splashed on his black windbreaker, leaving a shallow mark before disappearing quietly. The center of the valley was a little higher than the other places, and the surroundings were covered in dense ghost spirit flowers. When the two of them finally arrived at the center of the valley, they saw the white flower standing alone in the center, and their eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Chapter 220. White-red spider lily, datura flower. Yun Nuashing softly said the name of the swaying white flower as she looked at the small white area in front of her. Datura flowers and red spider lilies should originally grow on the banks of the River of Forgetfulness in the Yellow Springs. Does this mean that the Sea of Ghost Spirit Flowers is the River of Forgetfulness? Xian muttered to himself as he looked at the dozen or so white flowers and the blue sea around them. Hee, little star, dig up these datura flowers. While the two of them were stunned, Zai's laughter sounded in Yun Nuashing's mind as he spoke, as if he was guiding her. Dig up? Yun Nuashing repeated in surprise when she heard this. She tilted her head and looked at the snow-white fluorescent flowers with a strange gaze. She didn't know why she had to dig them up. Yes, dig them up, pull them up by the roots, Zai confirmed. Yun Nuashing hesitated when she heard Zai's confirmation. However, when she thought that Zai wouldn't harm her, she relaxed. She turned her head and whispered to Xian, "You guys step back a little. I'll dig these things up." Dig? Both Ziyan and Ho Ming were stunned. By the time they reacted, they saw Yun Nuashing waving his sword and shoveling away the surrounding soil. They had no choice but to tell him to be careful. After that, they were surrounded by several divine artifacts and retreated a certain distance. After loosening the layer of soil around him, Yun Nuashing threw his sword to the side. He bent his palm slightly, and his palm faced the devil's snare flower. A low shout came from his throat, and a suction force suddenly erupted from his palm, sucking out the flower along with the soil in that area. He glanced at it, then casually threw it to the side. His gaze looked at the place where there was no flower, and his pupils shrank slightly. What appeared under the white spider lilies was a pitch-black cave entrance. A cold, sinister wind blew out from below, brushing against Yun Nuashing's body. It made his hair stand on end, and he hurriedly pulled his windbreaker close. And this cave entrance that had suddenly appeared was only about 10 feet wide. There was actually a dark blue spirit design stuck to it, like a seal that was suppressing this cave entrance. Yun Nuashing could clearly feel the sealing power emanating from the spirit design. Even after being washed by time, it was still the same as before. This is? Xian also came up to take a look and was stunned for a moment. He turned his gaze to Yun Nuashing and asked in confusion. It's a type of barrier formation. It's blocking this hole and using it as a foundation to plant the datura flowers. The moment she saw the formation, Yun Nuashing instinctively opened her evil spirit eye. She looked at the small blue formation and gently explained it. Unfortunately, the evil spirit eye could not analyze it. The powerful force also blocked her from prying. If only Shi was here. Seeing that the evil spirit eye could not analyze it, Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. If Shi was here, it would be easy to use the evil spirit eye to analyze this formation. Unfortunately, that little girl had forcefully used the Linghong sword and suffered a backlash. She was now sleeping in his soul. Break it! Ziyi chuckled when she saw the formation. She called out enthusiastically, as if she was filled with a desire to destroy. So what's down there? Hearing her display of incomparable enthusiasm, Yun Nuashing could not help but ask. She had never seen her so excited before. After asking curiously, Yun Nuashing sighed. She did not wait for her answer and directly used her evil spirit eye. Although she could not analyze its structure, she could still find a shallow analysis, such as finding a weakness. Around her bright eyes, small formations appeared and gathered in front of her eyes. She peeled off the blue formation layer by layer and analyzed it. She separated the formation eye from the energy matrix. After a moment, she suddenly fixed her eyes on a spot in the formation. She grabbed the Linghong sword and stabbed it at the weak spot. Gotcha! Just as Linghong's sword pierced through the magic array, a faint fluorescent light flowed, and a silver spatial power flowed out from the sword and into the magic array. Then, the blue magic array, after bursting with a strong light, instantly shattered into small pieces and dissipated in the air. The moment the formation shattered, an extremely cold air gushed out as if a gate had been opened. It directly froze Yun Nuoxing's bangs, who did not have time to retract his head, into a snow stick. Some ice shards also fell from the surrounding space. If one sensed carefully, they would discover that these tiny ice crystals were actually the moisture in the air. Looking at the few hanging ice sticks, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She moved the purple night flame according to her will and melted the ice. Then, she cast her gaze at the deep hole with some hesitation in her heart. That 1-foot-wide hole was silent after the cold wind blew. It was deep and dark. She couldn't see what was at the bottom. Even the evil spirit I couldn't see through it. Ever since the formation shattered, Xian's delicate body trembled. An inexplicable calling seemed to be born from the bottom of her heart, tugging at her faintly. After a long time, she came back to her senses. She tugged at Yun Nuoxing's arm and said softly, "Nuoxing, something is calling me." "Calling?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing gasped. She stared at the hole for a long time. Then, she looked at Xian, who was also looking at the hole. She couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on her forehead. She wasn't going to jump down, was she? Don't keep going down. Thinking about the old man's words, Yun Nuoxing felt that something wasn't right. However, she had already planned to help Xian find her lost power. Now, perhaps it was because she was close at hand, or perhaps it was because she was overjoyed, but she had a feeling. It seemed that she should jump down. "Little star, jump." Just as Yun Nuoxing was hesitating, Purple Knight's voice sounded again with an unquestionable tone. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. She looked at Xian, who was in a daze, and said helplessly, "Then let's go down and take a look." Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Xian's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face bloomed with a beautiful and moving smile. For the first time, she extended her hand to Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mao looked at her with slight anticipation. Her smile made Yun Nuoxing lose her mind. She slapped herself twice in her heart. She smiled bitterly and reached out to grab Xian's soft hand. Then, she pulled Xian into her embrace. She took a deep breath and jumped down. The cold wind poured into her lungs through her nostrils. The sudden drop in temperature made Yun Nuoxing shiver violently. She endured the chill and stared at the pitch-black hole below with her evil spirit eye. She pointed the sky piercer in her hand at the rock wall. Faint, immortal energy lingered on it. She was ready to stab it into the rock wall at any time to break. However, after falling like this for more than 10 minutes, just as she was about to reach the ground and was about to break through the rock wall to slow down, a majestic air current suddenly shot out from her body. Their rapidly falling figures gradually slowed down. Only when they reached the ground did the air current dissipate. Yun Nuoxing sighed. He knew that this was Purple Knight's masterpiece. It was so dark that she couldn't see her own fingers. Even sound seemed to be drowned out by the darkness. It was silent. If it wasn't for the soft and gentle body in his arms, Yun Nuoxing would have thought that her 5 senses were sealed. "I've really had enough of this kind of darkness. Even if black is my color." Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh bitterly in his heart. Whether it was the song of death's formation or the sea of consciousness, they were all pitch black. It made his heart palpitate for no reason. Don't use fire. Because their surroundings were so dark that they couldn't see anything, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but want to use Purple Night Flame out of fear of the dark. However, he was stopped by a soft voice in his heart. He immediately smiled bitterly. Since he couldn't light a fire, Yun Nuoxing could only release his soul energy. It extended along the boundless darkness and completely covered a large area. The information was fed back to his mind and gradually formed a map. This was a platform. There were crisscrossing passages on the edge. He didn't know where to go. "Xian, how do we go now?" Yun Nuoxing helplessly withdrew his soul energy. Because he was the same height as Xian, it was very convenient for him to move his mouth a little closer to Xian's ear. He whispered in a low voice. However, his voice was swallowed up by the darkness before it could travel far. However, Xian still heard him. Mei Mao stared at the boundless darkness and sensed for a moment. Then, her lily-white hand groped around her and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand. She raised it and pointed in a direction. Although it was so dark that they couldn't see anything, they could still tell the direction by feeling. Yun Nuoxing directly carried Xian in a princess carry. It was too dangerous for the two of them to split up in this dark place. As soon as he carried Xian and praised him in his heart, Yun Nuoxing immediately felt 4 hands on him. A pair of big hands and a pair of small hands. A warm feeling passed through his clothes and spread to his chest. He couldn't help but blush slightly. He hurriedly suppressed his churning emotions and endured the comfortable softness on his palm. He stared at the darkness with wide eyes. The slight fear in his heart diluted a lot. Only then did he walk forward gently. His soul energy and immortal qi were still in a state of operation. In this dark and boundless place, vision and hearing were useless. The only things he could trust were his soul energy and immortal qi. Although it was very tiring to keep probing, it was never wrong to be careful, especially in this dark place. It was also a place of great danger. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped and turned his head with some confusion. He sensed that something seemed to have happened on the road behind him. Unfortunately, he couldn't see or sense it clearly at this moment. Therefore, he only stopped for a moment and continued walking forward, treating it as an illusion. After walking for a few minutes, he stopped again. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but turn his head to look again. Then, he shook his head and mocked himself for being crazy. Then, he lifted his feet again. Run! He shuddered inexplicably. When Yun Nuoxing stopped for the 3rd time, Violet Knight's reminder suddenly rang out in his heart. Then, in his perception, the space in this area seemed to be shrinking. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the surrounding stone walls were slowly closing in. Damn, it's not an illusion. The feedback from his soul energy gave Yun Nuoxing a fright. Just now, he felt that the surrounding space seemed to have shrunk a little. However, it was too small, so he thought it was an illusion. Now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. He let out a strange cry. When he sensed that the stone walls seemed to be moving faster, Yun Nuoxing cursed. He hugged the 2 people in his arms tightly and ran away. Rumble! This was the first time a sound came from the boundless darkness. Yun Nuoxing quickly pricked up his ears. However, he discovered that this dull thunder seemed to be the sound of the stone walls moving. This place was trembling violently with its movement. Some stones suddenly protruded from the ground, causing Yun Nuoxing to trip and almost fall. Damn it, I don't care anymore. After stumbling a few steps forward, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly stabilized his staggering body. He was a little anxious. He waved his hand and a purple flame rose, causing the air to become much hotter. At the same time, the surroundings slowly became brighter. I told you not to use fire. This is troublesome. Ziyi was also shocked when he saw Yun Nuoxing's sacrificial fire. He anxiously stomped his feet and couldn't help but shout. Rumble! The moment this shout fell, Yun Nuoxing suddenly realized that the speed of the stone wall's movement had suddenly increased. The thunderous sound of friction between the boulders resounded throughout the entire cave. The entire cave began to tremble crazily. The ground shook like waves, and he was also lifted up by this sudden vibration. Damn it! I've never heard of stones moving like this. No matter how unreasonable it is, there should be a limit, right? He hurriedly stabilized his body. With the help of the purple night flame's light, Yun Nuoxing could clearly see the changing ground and the rapidly approaching stone walls in the distance. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. He was so frightened that he cursed. I don't care anymore. After looking left and right for a moment, Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth. The light element surged in his body, and he turned into a ray of light. He charged straight ahead and plunged into the dark passage in the middle. Rumble! Just as they plunged into the passage, the two stone walls behind them closed at the same time. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire cave. The entire cave shook, and a lot of crushed stones fell. After a moment, the tremors also calmed down as the stone walls closed. That was a close call. Looking back at the cut-off escape route, Yun Nuoshing wiped off his sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. On his forehead, a few drops of sweat gently slid down, but before they fell to his chin, they were gently wiped away by a pair of small hands. "Brother, are you all right?" Ming asked worriedly when he saw his exhausted appearance. Nuoshing. Xian also looked at him worriedly. Mei Mao was also worried. "I'm fine, it was just too exciting." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. He laughed dryly and hurriedly shook his head. "Idiot, there was an energy detection formation in that place just now. The greater the energy released, the greater the reaction. You actually directly used fire. Are you tired of living?" Violet Knight let out an imperceptible sigh of relief after escaping danger. She then rebuked him softly. "How would I know?" Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Just now, he only used his evil spirit eye to look in front of him. He didn't look underground. Furthermore, the degree of darkness was so dark that even his evil spirit eye couldn't see through it. It was quite normal that he couldn't see clearly. There's light. Seeing that he was fine, Xian patted him on the shoulder and pointed forward. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Only then did he react. He had already removed the fire, but he could still see it here. A moment later, he slowly raised his head and stared at the light source in front of him that was like a guiding light. His brows slightly furrowed. Chapter 221. The ray of light was like a bright lamp in the darkness. Although it couldn't illuminate the entire world, it pointed out a path. The silent darkness seemed to have been like this since ancient times. Buzz! After a long while, a slight fluctuation came from the space. It was like a drop of water falling on a calm surface of water, causing layers of ripples. In the pitch-black world, two blurry figures illuminated by the light gradually appeared from the darkness. After blinking a few times, the deep darkness enveloped the two of them. Looking at the only light in the darkness, an inexplicable chill surged up their backs, causing Yun Nuoshing to shudder violently. She hurriedly opened her evil spirit eye and carefully inspected her surroundings. After finding nothing out of the ordinary and no strange formations, she breathed a sigh of relief. The immortal qi in her body flowed out slightly, illuminating the dark place a little. This was a passageway that could only accommodate 3 people walking side by side. The passageway was very smooth, without any undulations. It was like a perfectly cut stone. Even the stone walls were as smooth as a mirror. She could even see faint shadows reflected on the stone walls with a little bit of light. It didn't seem like a naturally formed passageway. Furthermore, this passageway wasn't made of stone. The dark ground and walls looked like pieces of a black mirror pieced together. Using the faint light to carefully examine this new strange place, Yun Nuoshing opened her mouth to say something, but she touched her face in shock. Her voice still couldn't travel out of this place. In the deathly silent darkness, that faint light was the only existence in the passageway. "The connection is cut off," Xian's soft voice transmitted to her ear, causing Yun Nuoshing to raise her head and sigh in relief. It seemed that she could still transmit her voice. However, she wasn't sure why the connection was cut off. She casually replied, "Let's go ahead and take a look first. There's no point in staying here." Xian nodded. She closed her eyes to sense for a while, but after a few seconds, she opened her eyes and helplessly shook her head. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing also lifted her feet and slowly walked forward. The lonely underground was dark without light and there was no concept of time. They didn't know how long they had been walking like this. Yun Nuoshing and Yi Shiwen even jogged for a while, but this passageway seemed to be endless. The 4 pitch-black mirror walls formed a passageway that extended to the end of the darkness. They kept walking along the light source that illuminated the path ahead. They even used the light element to sprint for a while. However, no matter how Yun Nuoxing walked, she couldn't get close to that place. It was as if the light was hanging above their heads, swaying in front of them. Something's not right. After using the light element for a while, Yun Nuoxing stopped, panting. Her light purple eyes flickered with exhaustion. Although she had reached the immortal rank, it didn't mean that she could use the light element without restraint. After a long time, she still needed to rest. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, resting. Xian nodded lightly and unintentionally turned back to look at the pitch-black and endless path. It was completely surrounded by darkness, as if the path had been cut off. Fortunately, there's someone beside me every time the darkness descends. Otherwise, I would definitely go crazy. Yun Nuoxing also turned back to look at the path swallowed by darkness. She couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. Now that she thought about it, if Yi Shi and Zai weren't by her side at that time, she would probably get lost in this crazy darkness. Fortunately, she had Xian by her side this time. Little star, do you still remember what that old man said? When Yun Nuoxing was resting, Zai's voice softly sounded in her heart, reminding her. Which one? Yun Nuoxing stared blankly. She remembered a few of the old man's words, but she didn't know which one Zai was referring to. Don't believe in your vision. Zai sighed. Vision? Yun Nuoxing frowned and squinted at the flickering light source. Could it be that there was something strange about this thing? But she had used her evil spirit eye to look at it, and there didn't seem to be anything strange. Star Lord Nuoxing, let's try going back? At this moment, Xian suddenly pulled on Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and pointed behind her. She seemed to have thought of something as well. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing turned around and glanced at the tunnel that was completely hidden in the darkness. She hesitated for a moment, then turned back to look at the white light that was still hanging high in the sky. She nodded and slowly walked back with Xian. However, the stars changed and their vision brightened as they expected didn't happen. They only walked back for a few minutes, and the dark tunnel also became slightly brighter as they got closer. However, when the light reached a certain extent, they couldn't see what the tunnel looked like beyond 10 meters. Isn't that right? We guessed wrong, the 2 women said helplessly when they didn't see what they expected. Xian even stuck out her pink tongue. Vision. Yun Nuoxing didn't care about her failed attempt. She was still thinking about this word. She kept rubbing her thumb and index finger together, and her slender brows were tightly knitted together. Xian and Ming didn't say anything when they saw this. They let her think quietly for a while. Mirror. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing murmured. She slowly turned her gaze to the smooth black stone wall beside her. There, a blurry mirror image was also looking at her. Yun Nuoxing thought of a possibility. She slowly took a deep breath and slowly raised her hand. She slowly reached out and carefully touched the wall. His fingers slowly touched the black mirror. The cold and hard feeling that he had imagined did not appear. Moreover, his fingertips gently penetrated through it and reached into the mirror. Ripples that looked like water waves appeared on the surface of the mirror and continued to spread to the surroundings. Yun Nuoxing could still see the blurry image that had been rippled by the water wave. He widened his eyes in shock. Damn it. Yun Nuoxing's face couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. Did he just run and dash for nothing? Although he was a little happy to see this, he still cursed helplessly. It's actually a wall. Xian also looked at the wall in surprise. She didn't expect the wall that had been following them for so long to have such a mystery. Yes. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She nodded helplessly. She didn't think in this direction at first. Just a moment ago, she was still thinking about whether she should shoot an arrow at the light and destroy it. She only touched the wall based on her intuition. Yun Nuoxing pulled Xian and Lin Yiqian along. She took a deep breath and slowly drilled her head into the camouflaged mirror. Yun Nuoxing felt a chill on the top of her head. When she opened her eyes again, all she saw was darkness. It was a cold darkness. Fresh air filled her lungs. It seemed like no one had been here before. Narrowing his eyes, Yun Nuoxing stared at the desolate darkness. With a thought, his soul force surged with immortal energy, illuminating the darkness. Looking at the surrounding soil and rock walls, he could not help but nod his head. He pulled Ziyin, who was still at the other side, and walked over. Then, he stopped and touched the ground. A cold feeling was transmitted through his fingers. Looks like it's this way. Yun Nuoxing rubbed the soil on her fingers and nodded. She smiled at the two. She turned around and looked at the wall. It didn't look strange at all. She couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that behind this wall was a passage that almost made them lose their way? The way back is blocked. Ziyin subconsciously turned around and saw the brown-yellow wall. She touched it lightly with her hand, but it didn't go through like the other side. She couldn't help but frown. It's impossible to go back the way we came. We can only take one step at a time. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Even if they went back to the mirror passage, the original place they came from was already distorted by the stone wall. It was impossible to go back from there. There was no way back now. I wonder how many meters underground we are now. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The overflowing earth elemental energy made his water elemental energy somewhat restless, and even made him feel a little uncomfortable. Passing through the wall, this place was like a stalactite cave. Numerous slender stone spikes hung down from the ceiling of the cave. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of milky white liquid would drip down, making a crisp tick-tock sound as they dripped onto the ground. Like a piece of music, some of the stone spikes were even directly connected to the ground, forming a huge protruding stone pier, which divided this space into dozens of regions vertically. This is probably the deepest part of the Earth Grotto, right? The Earth elemental energy has completely taken over this place. Her head moved around a stalactite. She flicked the liquid dripping from the stalactite and rubbed her 2 fingers together. Rich earth elemental energy spread out. Yun Nuoxing murmured as she felt the green energy surging uncontrollably in her body. I feel like we're very close. I can hear a strange sound like the sound of a drum, like a heartbeat. Ziyin looked at the surroundings as well. She placed her jade-like hands on her chest, and her beautiful eyes stared at the crisscrossing passageways. In the end, she looked at the deepest and darkest place and said, "Heartbeat." Yun Nuoxing was startled. He didn't hear anything. Besides, if there was a heartbeat, didn't that mean there were living creatures here? However, along the way, apart from the earth rock spider they saw at the beginning, they didn't seem to have seen any other living creatures. Could it be that the nest of spiders had taken root here? Brother, there's something in there, that thing. Suddenly, Ming Ming tugged on Yun Nuoxing's long hair and pointed at the black hole in front of them as he said softly, "That thing? What's that thing?" Yun Nuoxing was startled. "It's that thing we sensed on the ground." Ming thought for a long time before shaking her head anxiously. She tried her best to think, but could only think of that thing, leaving Yun Nuoxing completely confused. "Well, we'll know once we go in and take a look." Yun Nuoxing smiled as he caressed her delicate face. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile when he looked in that direction. Ziyin heard a strange sound, and Ming sensed that there was something inside, but he didn't hear or sense anything. After bypassing several huge stalactite pillars and walking for more than 10 minutes, the path ahead had unknowingly become much narrower. The number of stalactite pillars hanging vertically had also decreased from dozens to a dozen. Gradually, after bypassing several huge stalactite pillars, the number of stalactite pillars in sight became fewer and fewer. Finally, they seemed to have merged together, leaving only a wide path in front of them. There were many thick stone tendons that were as thick as thighs on the surrounding stone walls. They were clearly there for a long time, but the color of these stone tendons was different from the surrounding stone walls. It was as if they were dug out from somewhere else and stuck to the stone walls, but in fact they were naturally present on the stone walls. This contradictory feeling made Yun Nuoxing take a few more glances, but she couldn't see anything wrong with it. An hour later, Yun Nuoxing stood in front of a stone wall. She raised her head and looked at the wall that looked like a door. It was at least 100 feet tall. She scanned the surroundings and fixed her gaze on the small crack in the middle, as if she could push it open. A door. Xian was stunned for a moment. How could there be something like a door in the underground world? I also felt something this time. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and laughed. She took the lead and walked to the door. Xian hurriedly followed after her. Yun Nuoxing placed her palm on the stone door and sized it up cautiously. She habitually released her soul power, but just as she placed it on the door, she felt a resistance. She couldn't transmit her soul power through the door, and this made Yun Nuoxing even more vigilant. Just as Yun Nuoxing placed her hand on one door, Xian also placed her hand on the other door. Mei Mao blinked cutely at Yun Nuoxing and nodded her chin. As he gazed at that flawless and pretty face, Yun Nuoxing gave a knowing smile and nodded his head. After which, he took a deep breath before the two of them exerted force in their palms and slowly pushed the stone door open. Rumble, as the two of them exerted their strength, the entire stone door shook violently. Smoke and dust filled the air from the cracks in the middle and below. The two stone doors gently moved inwards. The friction between the thick and heavy stone doors and the ground caused the underground world to rumble and shake. The two from Yun Nuo planet saw this scene, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. Just a moment ago, they were still worried that this door was fake. At this moment, seeing that the door had opened, they hurriedly increased their strength. Creak! The stone door let out a heavy muffled sound, then automatically left their palms and slowly opened inwards. A gloomy and cold wind poured out at the same time, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Before the cold wind could reach them, Yun Nuoxing used the light element to carry Ziyan away, and retreated a distance away. It seems that the door hasn't been opened for a long time. Feeling the surrounding temperature drop, Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes. Seeing the two huge stone doors open, the energy in her body quietly circulated. She even pulled Xian behind her. Her eyes stared sharply at the open space, and the vigilance in her heart increased by dozens of times. Rumble! When the stone door was completely opened, leaning against the stone wall, it suddenly let out a muffled sound. The entire cave shook, and a large amount of lime fell from the top of the cave. Dust filled the air and drifted in the air. Following the opening of the stone door, an even colder white cold air drifted out, slowly drifting out. The scene behind the door was also revealed. It wasn't as dark as the outside. There was a faint light on the inside, and a slender staircase could be seen. Beside the staircase were many stone pillars. Balls of brown flames rose from them, illuminating the surroundings. The staircase was carved with all kinds of birds and beasts. They all had sinister faces, as if they were experiencing great pain. Those lifelike expressions seemed to be real. Be careful. Walk over slowly. Seeing the staircase, Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and said, "The staircase didn't seem to be formed naturally, but it didn't seem to be man-made. Those magical beasts and demonic beasts were drawn so lifelike. Even their expressions were so vivid, as if the last moment of their lives had been fixed.